Hello, we're live apparently. So, I'm Arno. Welcome to Alfyn Glitched. I'm with Doid. Doid, introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. You've seen me a few different times in this event, but yes, I'm here to help support with commentary.
Okay, on this, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, very good. Good luck, have fun, everyone.
Thank
If there's any
you.
questions in chat, feel free to ask them. We'll try and pass them along or answer them as we go.
Right, so we'll jump into the major glitches right away. The big major glitch in this game can be transferred between saves, so we're going to hop into a different file to be able to do that quicker. The fastest way is a new game with Honey. So we're going to do that right away. We just need a save with Alfyn first. Yeah, if I'm going to title, apologies. And the way this works is we are going to go out of bound, full of the map, to be able to trigger 2 events at the same time, which the game doesn't handle very well. And we'll use that to pull a second title screen on top of a title screen. And something wrong. What's wrong is my hands. Here we go. So we're out of bound. We can pull over the map, open the journal. It's one event. The other one is running. And yeah, clearing. Right, sorry.
Yeah, so this is called double title screen, where we're going to first break the event handling system, take a text box back to a title screen, re-trigger an event in the journal, and that reloads the title screen, making a new instance. And this does a whole host of different types of glitches. What we're going to be using it for, and what most single-story glitched runs start off with, is a warp. And that's going to be really convenient in Alfyn's case. Alfyn is the furthest from a scholar. Scholars give us evasive maneuvers. Ordinarily, you have to walk quite a long ways with lots of encounters to get over.
But yeah. So we've started a game with Ophelia and started a cutscene there, loaded with a second title screen, our save, and now we are in Flame Grace with Alfyn. We'll have a little bit of time to discuss what's going on, because there's going to be a bit of walking now.
Yeah, so with those 2 different title screens open, you can open up 2 different files, and you transfer one thing from one file to another. So in the first title screen, we opened up a new Ophelia, we started up a cutscene in the journal, and then we took that and concluded that cutscene over on that Alfyn save we made earlier. When you finish a cutscene, it puts you to a certain position based off where you started it when we watch something in the journal. And so we were able to take the Alfyn file and move it to where the Ophelia file started that cutscene. And so Alfyn warped across the whole world. One other brief thing that was done there was using Void. Once you do double title screen, something called Void State. If we try to return title, it fails. And so we actually just use that to warp to the entrance of Flame's Grace rather quickly.
Yeah. And so we're going to Atlas Dam, but there's a very good reason why we didn't warp there. Because we do need Flame Grace as a pivot. Because while we're going into Atlas Dam, we will not be able to exit.
Yep, so our source of evasive maneuvers, or at least the very first instance of it, is going to be from Cyrus. Cyrus gets Scholar Job by default and is really convenient for picking up items in the early game for glitched runs, because there's some other glitches that we like to do where we only have one character around, and if it's just Cyrus, that's our best option for evasive maneuvers. But as was mentioned, part of that is not being able to leave Atlas Dam. Although we could have walked directly to Atlas Dam, we like being able to leave Atlas Dam directly for other purposes, or more so, we needed another spot to be able to exit nearby in order to make use of things like cape mods or grinding evasive maneuvers XP that we might be needing.
That is one menu I need to focus for. We're going to do something strange. And started the beginning of Cyrus's story. Because of the void state, as Doid explained, we can leave during the chapter. And we're going to do that. But it's not that, it's not really, it's not a time loss, obviously. It looks like it. But it's another glitch that we can trigger based on that. We'll go on explaining that in a second. First, I need to get Scrutinize. I don't start with it with Cyrus, so we have to advance the story a little bit. I'm going to do 2 Scrutinizes in this run, and the first one is the most important right away. Nope, I need to void out. We're going back to Atlas Dam real quick to get the famous light M here. That's a very interesting movement. And now we're again. Sorry for the very unclean menus today. We're going to Flame Grace. That's why we needed that. That's why we warped over there. We cannot escape Atlas Dam because it's a chapter 1. Well, we can escape it, but we can't leave it by the door. We need some place to go back to the flats.
Yep, and so we make use of this as a sort of warp point. Often Glitch is finding just nice points, like towns that are in between a bunch of different other towns we might want. We're going to be going both directions out of Flame's Grace eventually. But yeah, to start us off, we're going to be accessing the east side of the map, just wrapping around from Flame's Grace. Later we're going to make use of recruiting Ophelia as well, and we're also going to head westwards from here to get over to Planet.
Fine, okay. So it's time to speak about what we're doing with Cyrus here. So the big idea is that we are going to duplicate our entire inventory. Everything we collect with Cyrus, we're going to get twice, which is going to cut on collection quite a bit. The way this works is by the time we go and recruit another character, we're not going to hear the beginning of the story that time. And so the game will try to recruit 2 characters at the same time. Cyrus, because we are recruiting Cyrus right now, and the other character, which is going to be Ophelia. Not there. And the precise effect that it will have is that everything I had with Alfyn is going to be deleted, money and inventory. Everything I have with Cyrus is going to be doubled. And we're going to recruit Cyrus, and we're going to delete Ophelia from the game. And as we're getting the next part of the game, maybe it's a good time to discuss the caveats of void state. David, would you like to do that?
Yeah, so once we've done any double title screen setup, we have something called void state. We've made use of it a few times now, where instead of returning to title, we can't do that because it fails, and it takes us to an empty map, which we call the void. It's very convenient to use that, because from the void you can warp to, well, you can freely warp. There's no lock on fast travel like it might do sometimes during chapter 1s. But the side effect of that is that, well, we can't return to title, and so often on some of these screens and strategies, we might have to take a save point and then die, which is a little different from other runs. The other side to this is that, yes, we could clear void state. We would do that by fully resetting the game, but we do want to keep it around still as we are currently. We're eventually going to be recruiting characters and wanting to skip their chapter 1, and so we'll need to keep void state until at least that point. And then after that, there's not too much for save resetting we'd want to do anyways. So we actually keep void state around for the rest of this run. Not even a single other reset for this.
Yeah, and I must confess, on my computer, resetting the game is very slow. So I probably couldn't run a route like the Ophelia glitch that David did earlier this week. Earlier this week was yesterday, really. Because it would be very slow on this computer for some reason. So resetting the screen, all the steps. We are going to go to Gold Shore and what's the name of the city over there already?
Grandport.
Oh.
Yeah, we're heading to get a
Grandport,
bunch of
yeah,
money.
absolutely. Grandport is the main place that we're going to be looting for resources. But here we're arriving on the Merchant Shrines screen, and that is the first time that the glitch is losing us time. Probably.
I mean, having to listen and recruit Cyruses and get scrutinized is a little bit of time lost some ways, but we're going to make it up plentyfold with doubling our inventory.
Fair enough. It is a bit slower to die than to reset the game, but
Not too bad of a death when there's just one character.
yeah, fair enough. Which is one of the reasons why we have one character. But there is another reason that is related to the glitches, and I'll let David explain that one as well.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, we heard Cyrus's story from beginning, and that's to eventually duplicate our whole inventory of items. Now that'll conclude when we recruit a second character. But because of that, we're going to want to first collect a bunch of items before we recruit any other characters. And any other character we recruit as we're trying to finish up this item duplication also gets removed permanently. As we mentioned, Ophelia is going to be sacrificed once we conclude this. We could pick up a second character and hear their story from the beginning and have them around for this journey, but that's yet another character that we don't get to keep around in the long run. We'd have to get rid of 2 characters at that point. So a lot of this gathering just has to be done with a single character. And that's why we pick Cyrus, because, well, a lot of the things we like to duplicate are chests we find around the map. We want to have evasive maneuvers as we're doing that. Another intricacy to this is, well, yes, maybe we could use some other character if we gave them the Scholar job. In fact, that's a little bit trickier than it is. We'd have to set that all up prior to recruiting them, which, how do we get a job onto a character prior to recruiting them? That's a bit of a mess. We don't even have access to the jobs menu right now. If we had another character, we couldn't give them the Scholar job even if we had it, because in this pre-recruitment state, in your menu, we haven't even unlocked the jobs menu yet. So there's a lot of constraints that go into this item duplication. Unfortunately, Cyrus does pull out ahead quite often, and we just do it always with Cyrus and pick some things around the map. Sometimes you do the item duplications with Tressa instead. You tag some towns first, and then use Tressa as the person to pick up items in the towns that you've already tagged.
And if I recruit any character, I believe they would be deleted when I recruit Cyrus, right?
Yep, absolutely. Any character you pick up before we conclude this glitch is going to get removed, so we can't really have other characters around to complete the glitch.
And can you recruit them again, or?
Nope, they'll be gone permanently, just like Ophelia.
Gone, yeah. That's what I thought.
And every one of these characters we have to sacrifice does cost us time to have to go and tag that town. Sure, if we pass by some towns, maybe we could pick up some extra characters to make use of. It's just a little bit of time to sacrifice them, but quite often we're keeping our town movements to a minimum in these.
Did I get the 20k chest?
Yes, you did go get the 20k.
Because that was surprisingly long. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, no worries. Pretty certain you've got the 20k while I look to double check. So yeah, that's another death that we have to take due to the fact that we're in void state. We can't save reset. But that should be our last forced death. All the deaths will be random encounters. And we're also
There's
nearly
no
done
other
with the
planned
looting.
deaths.
Yeah, all the planned deaths.
And with that, we're near the end of our item collection.
Yep, just a few things. Here we are in Lock, where we pick up a few additional soul stones and 30k, and then one last bit of looting in Grand Port.
That doesn't look right. Oh yeah,
Should be fine. Still have to do Grand
that's
Port.
because I didn't go to Grand Port yet. Now this will look right.
So all these soul stones, all the money, are just going to get doubled. And in Octopath, we usually pick up a few things in optional dungeons. So we need a lot of those resources to go through our bosses quickly. You can think of the comparison, taking the extra minute or so to hear Cyrus's story from start and learning to scrutinize, as well as some other intricacies, basically getting us, well, some 80,000 leaves in total, a bit more than that, 90,000, and a whole bunch of soul stones. So in comparison to walking to some additional dungeons to collect all that, it's much faster.
Now that makes sense.
Alongside, it's pretty much free alongside warping. Once you do double title screen once, you have Void State, and you can do a lot of these duplications pretty much for free.
Right, so we're going to close off Flame Grace very soon because we're going to start Ophidius Chapter 1 and never actually play it. So I'm doing a last bit of tagging. I have everything I need. But yeah, we need to tag things first and then teleport there.
I'll just throw a brief reminder. I believe you'll still want to go to Gold Shore for a Thunder Owl. Has been picked up yet?
No, that's fine. We need a single one of them.
Those. All right.
I've already scrutinized. I should have. I have, right? You're scaring me now. I'll check the scrutinize just for safety. I
suppose in inventory.
I do not actually know how to back up that Thunder Owl. Come again?
In inventory, you can check. You should have 2 Thunder Owls in total.
No, this one I don't collect now. I collect it later because we need an even number of, not a number of them.
Gotcha. Yeah, plenty.
But we can do the detour just to make sure.
I'm just looking at notes.
Yeah, that was good. Okay, here we go. And the funny thing though is because we're not going to do any chapter 1s except Alfyn's, all the starting zones will be built and scaled, which is a nice bonus for easier running.
Hey, Alfyn's back. We've just duplicated our whole inventory. Don't ask what happened to Ophelia. I'm sure she's fine somewhere.
Another place. Yeah. Sorry.
So with the duplications done, we can now move on to recruiting characters. And it's a simple process of talking to them. We don't have to care about their quests. We only care about our own quests on Alfyn. And so we're going to start them up and then just leave. How rude of us. But they're tagging along for a journey, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, we promise we help and we don't. The stinging pirates. And that's about it for the glitches as well.
Yeah, so if you're not used to glitch runs, they have glitches at the beginning, a little bit of residuals like Void State to make use of at certain points later on, but they're very front-loaded with glitches. I'd say Ophelia that we saw yesterday is the major exception. That one can keep doing glitches throughout the run, but often it's just a few at the beginning. And you still have to do all the stories, you still have to collect resources, spend them on bosses. It's a pretty standard Octopath affair once we're done with those bits of glitches to warp around.
Right, and you know how The first chapter of every run is a bit annoying because you just don't have enough equipment to deal with it. We have enough equipment to deal with it. We don't have one of these. The first boss is not a problem, really. We have Thunder Elves. So it really, the glitches, they really streamline the run quite a bit, removing some of the tedious aspects and focusing on the more fun parts, maybe.
Yeah, and nice. Usually cut down some of those random encounter stuffs in the other game. So the walking between towns, you cut out with a warp, and the boss, chapter 1 boss, does get cut out, which can in some ways be a fun part of it. So jumps it right in. And that's Viper down to a single L-stone.
Yep. As it would, but you don't have L-stone usually.
Yeah, notably, we also still have the 1 character stats for that boss. Even though we've recruited 4 characters, we haven't completed any of their stories, so we haven't progressed the tracking there. And so it still has its original HP.
Right, what to say? We're going on Vanessa right now. It is by far the hardest boss in the game. Well, we're not going there quite yet because we have a little bit of chapter and a little bit of walking to do. But we're going to start talking about Vanessa a bit. So she has 2 ads and they get very dangerous. The game is not the fight is not guaranteed. There's no script. It's purely an intuitive fight. Just have to deal with what's given to you. You might die. You can survive 1 or 2 deaths depending on turn order. And it's all improv. She's a chapter 2 boss, so she doesn't have that much HP.
Yep, a remarkably deadly boss for what we've been doing. In general, quite a nasty one.
We're getting some ingredients for Concoct, the famous Thunder Ale now. And as any Gold Shore chapter, that's going to be split in 2. Another peculiarity of Alfyn is that his chapter 3 and 4 are close to his chapter 1. We haven't been there yet. We're going to do that next. Well, we're going to do one of them next.
It's the typical strategy we've seen a few times where we progress the story a little bit. Since we're pretty far from what we'd next do in the story, we warp out. Just a convenient time to go and do something else.
Oh, and yeah, who's that? A bit earlier than in the Ophelia run, but it was skipped. We hadn't exited Clearbook yet, but there we go.
In some older Alfyn single-story glitched runs, we'd actually defeat Cyrus's Chapter 1 with Alfyn together. No pre-recruitment stuff back then. And you'd actually get Kit outside of Cyrus's town instead of Alfyn, even though Alfyn was our starting character.
Oh yeah. I ran that and I forgot.
Sometimes you can skip Kit entirely. Really depends on the routing and how much you can warp around.
We're going to get the thief job, our second and final job for the run. We are going to be very, very tight on equipment. Octopath Traveler, by the way. So, yeah, we're going to spend 30 JP on everybody except Alfyn, that spends 130. Plus evasive maneuver earlier.
because we haven't
Very
done
often
any of the chapter
Hold on.
ones. Oh yeah, because we've skipped so many chapter 1 bosses, although we've got all these characters, they basically have not much JP in comparison to a normal round. You're always guaranteed once you recruit a 4th character to have enough 30 JP on each character, because the 4th tier version of a chapter 1 boss gives 30. But we've only gotten 15 JP plus 1 for the Viper that we defeated. So they're going to need at least one more random encounter to even get their starting skills. It's something that glitches have to get done with a bit often.
Quickly just resetting step count. So provoke cannot fail, and in provoke, playing cannot fail, and it resets the step count. So at a tiny cost of 1 reputation, you can reset your step count here. Which, I mean, I can't survive an encounter, so... More material for the final fight. Gold Shore again. Now we're going to do Vanessa for real. Okay. I had something to say, but I forgot what it is, so I'm going to move on. It'll come back. Oh yeah. I need to take a fight before Vanessa. Oh, yeah, Vanessa. Because I don't have enough JP to equip. Like, I have 15 JP on everybody right now. On the first boss. And that is simply not enough to equip anything. And I need a little bit of job resources. Sometimes I get it before the Thief's Shrine. Or in the previous screen. But here we're just going to force it. It is possible to have an enforced encounter here, which is pretty rare. And any stone nail kills.
So yes, as we mentioned,
Will you remind me to equip to learn sidestep after that? I tend to forget.
So doing a bit of those early menus. A little short on JP to necessarily get the sidestep now, so we'll be getting it off the fight. Taking a safety save, as was mentioned, Vanessa's a little improvised and inconsistent. We want to kill the ads as fast as possible. That's best done with some hired help vets. And then carefully work away, breaking Vanessa after.
Okay. What did I do?
Use bandits instead of vets there.
What am I forgetting? Did I?
Yeah, it was just
did I don't do it right him and oh, it's veteran too. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
I mixed up my 2 runs.
No worries. I think this will be a reset.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, we see the boss with 2 ads. We must bandits to break them. This is Yvonne conditioning.
Yeah. And the game handed me the fight, and I blew it. So, yay. I should leg hold. That is pretty good.
Yep, so we have Hunnit down, but Hunnit already took her action, so we've got all of our actions. We just need to revive her at some point. We'll deal with the ads first. And with the leg hold up, we have lots of opportunity on the next turn to break and get to hunt it back into
かかってきな
condition.
どうよ これでどうかな
Spearworks.
行くぜ
That is unfortunate.
マジ
かかってこい
He had my BPs. It's fine. I have enough actually. Firework. Oh my god.
火炎よ焼き尽くせ
Does she have anything? She has spear. Spearworks. Okay.
Yep, with hunt it down,
Okay.
taking the extra turn to revive her, losing the BP there. A hard time getting next to break kits, but plenty good. Once the ads are down, it's a lot more recoverable fight. A lot of single target attacks. Vanessa will eventually resummon the ads, but need to break before then. Nicely done.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time for that to happen. The bigger risk is that she uses a Concoct explosion or something, which wipes the party.
Yeah, with
Which
our
happened,
very
yeah.
low levels, there's nothing we can particularly do about that in these categories.
Yeah, you just take it. So we're going to Saints Bridge for Chapter 3 now. Vanessa was the hardest boss in this run. Miguel is like the easiest. Second easiest, I guess, because of the Viper. He doesn't play on turn 1. He does a bravado and boost or something. Gives you plenty of time to set up, so he never gets to play.
And at this point, we have enough JP for any sort of skills and stuff we might need.
Okay. I have an it for Soulstone, I'm good.
狙い撃つ食らえ
Reminds me that I didn't learn the sidestep.
いい戦いだった
Do that now. My final skill. And we don't need to provoke him. Usually we would. So I need a third sleep weight. You don't actually strictly need it, but it makes the final fight significantly safer. I don't think you will survive every possible turns. There are some combination of turn ones that I've never managed to salvage, but most of the time, Ogre Eagle is also going to be quite consistent. So, we're going to have quite a few cutscenes now.
よし
With Alfyn learning big moral lessons at the pub, ethics lessons. I guess it's a good time as any to thank a lot of people. Doit for being here. Doit, by the way, is the person who found most of the glitches we've shown to you in this run and its run yesterday. So thanks a lot for being here and providing a degree of explanation that I cannot. Thank as well to Alta and Lax who commented it all run yesterday. The Cyrus run.
Yeah, it's been a great event. Lots of community get-together. Huge amount of contribution for everyone.
I'm sleepwalking through this. Yeah, that was very thankful to everyone who has been organizing this as well. To AnimeFanix11, who's running today later, I think, who taught me about this event, so that I get to play Octopath again after 3 or 4 years of retirement. I've enjoyed practicing all this month quite a lot.
見える
So, yeah, thanks everybody. I could thank Stangen, Zero, and Sunny Muffin, who 5 years ago told me so much about this game.
Thanks, Dahlia, for
yeah.
this glitched route.
Natalia did this for glitch route, yeah, absolutely. And all of the glitches, not the glitches, but the glitch routes, he was pioneering them early on. Many of the best glitch routes are still his. Natalia has retired from this game a while ago as well. But yeah, couldn't have done this without you. And to the community in general, very welcoming, very nice. Always a friendly place to be.
Yeah, it's a great speedrunning community. It's very small scale in comparison to maybe some larger ones, but not at the smallest. Got lots of resources available, lots of activity to always have some helping hands out there. Been great to be part of. And with the game series now going on 8 years, it's quite the journey.
上がってきな。
As was mentioned, Miguel is quite scripted. We break through some soul stones while we don't have the BP yet, and then deal with vets on the next turn.
Light is good, yeah. 2M.
どうよ。
これでどう？かかってこい。ここからよ。お金にお金はつけないわ。
さて、どうやられるものか。ぜ。やってやるぜ。やろうだろ。
And just like that, Miguel's down to some hired help. That's 2 M stones, and that will do.
Yeah, a bit of a push.
Sometimes a challenging boss casually, mostly since it's the lowest danger level, Chapter 3. It's your first Chapter 3 for many. Can do some scary things eventually, but with no action taken turn 1, we can just break it freely.
Hey, extra money. Yeah, we're good. There's a chapter. Yeah, the game is really easy to pick up, and the glitches are also fairly easy. The glitch categories are underrun. There's plenty of records that are for the taking. Come and play them. They're really fun.
Yeah, for anyone who needs support getting into glitches, I'm there constantly in the speedrunning community, ready to help out anyone who's willing to take up glitches anytime.
Oi.
Alright, we're now on to Alfyn's final chapter. Doing lots and lots of cutscenes throughout this one, but
yeah,
we're all straightforward towards the boss.
This one in particular is rather funny. We'll have a bunch of cutscene there, and I'm holding right at the moment. It's going to be relevant in a second. It's a lot of cutscenes. I'm just holding right. Cutscene. Isn't that great?
Let there be not a dull moment. Let's hold right again and use a path action. Continue with some cutscenes.
Yeah. And we're done. There's 2 more challenges getting through this screen here. It usually works, not always. I'm going to save at the second save point, just in case, if I reach it. It is absolutely not guaranteed. The game was kind. And then there's Ogre Eagle. Ogre Eagle is a very challenging fight, but the solution that has been found for it, I don't know exactly who came up with that, whether it's Dahlia or someone else, is very beautiful, so I'll let it speak for itself. I think sometimes to be a little philosophical for a second, speedrunning strats can be artful, and I think this one is very artful. It kept me into speedrunning for this game for longer than I had planned, because I fell in love with that category.
Yeah, it's always nice when we can have some use of concoction fights as well. In the single story routes, Alfyn's pretty far out of the way to pick up, glitches quite often will actually pick up Alfyn. A little bit more often than not, and get use of those concoct options. But of course, this is Alfyn's story, he would always be along for the ride. Everything we're looking for in these first two turns is breaking. There's two different characters who can do some ice, Alfyn and Cyrus each. Concoct getting 2 hits, Blizzard can get 2 hits out of it. Depending on who's dead from hits on turn 1, I'll revive them, give some BP around if there's some lacking. And
This is very important. Defend with Alfyn, with Cyrus.
Here's that moment of elegance. Just like that, that's how we survived the fight. Sidesteps on Alfyn, followed by an AoE revive with Concocts. The double talon that Ogre Eagle throws is a strong physical double hit, but you can dodge it with sidesteps. Uses up 2 charges each time we have to go through that, but it's plenty fine. After each break, Ogre Eagle comes back with some more shields, but also some new revealed weaknesses, and so we maneuver our way through breaking within just 1 turn, so we have to use 1 to full revive. We can guarantee that we'll have all those options on the follow-up turn because of Lightwolf Trap. Very convenient that in this final break with the most shields, a bow weakness gets revealed, so we can rain of arrows along with some help from Tressa and some more basic attacks.
Here we go. Time will be after the 7th Xbox, so let's count.
GG. Very nice.
Thank you, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and time. Whew. Well,
Very nice.
that's it for me. Any last words, David?
Well, just glad to have you running some glitches. It's always nice to see some fellow glitch runners. But yes, it's been a great run. Thanks for demonstrating.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I gave my thank yous already. For me, this is the end of the day. I know the showcase there's still a full day to go. But thank you, everybody, and goodbye.
Thanks.
Righty. So, we now moved on. That was a great glitch Alfyn run. Starting the race in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, good luck to our runners. Hope to see a good race
Yep,
here.
good luck.
救いの手を差し伸べるわ
So I know
Right.
Zazu is doing his classic inventorless route. Not sure about the others. I think probably standard Venter. What do you?
So we did get to talk to the runners a little bit beforehand. So I know Zazu is doing his inventorless route, which is really cool, and Bramhall is doing his judge route, which still gets inventor but uses a summon NPC, also very stylish. And then
Interesting.
Lori
That'll be fun.
and Dragonite should be doing the standard inventor route from what I know. I could be surprised though. I'm not too sure.
Oh, that'll be good.
It'll be a good comparison. I do really like the surge of the inventorless routes in the community. It's like I think it's a lot more fun than the inventor routes. The inventor routes are super stable and great from a like runner perspective, but the inventorless ones, those can get spicy and reminds me a lot of Aqua
Yeah.
1.
We've recently also seen an uptick in no hired help runs as well, which is
That's
also
another really good
interesting.
one. I
Right,
I
so-
haven't yet to spawn one of those myself, but go ahead.
Yeah, they look really good. Shoutouts to Pig, who's been really kind of helming that no hired help trend. Anyway, in terms of gameplay, what we're seeing, we are just doing a regular Castti Solo, regular Castti Chapter 1, doing all the story stuff. Most likely, just going and straight to the boss.
治療を始
Baron
め
and
ましょう
Doran, and just scaling that way.
You can see a fun little variation already between the runners. Some runners are preferring to walk the start of this screen, like Lori and Dragona, and some runners ran it, which is cool. The distinction, this is one of those tight screens where if you run it, there is that chance you get that second encounter, which does lose you like up to 10 seconds, kind of depends how it goes. So cool to see the runner
Yeah, it's
preference
really
there.
just preference. I prefer to run on this screen, because I can go through and the encounters can be broken very easily with Castti, but I understand not wanting to get those at all.
行くわよ
Especially the marathon setting. I think if you're just doing PB attempts, running through makes a lot of sense because you can just reset. But that's not an option for our runners today.
Yep. So we see all of them. Ooh, Laurie skipping the safety save.
I respect it.
おとなしくなさい
Just don't
Respect
die.
it for the speed.
悪い子には
I don't think this is a
Uh,
fight where you have much risk, as well with the original script that I know, but I could be unfamiliar.
Yep. There is zero risk in this script. As long as they follow it, typically, typical plan of action is you break Doran, Baron. You break the smaller guy, and you kill him first,
肉ピピラ
by having the other one, by having Doran eat Baron. And then it's just really simple. As long as you just heal off the poison that you have here, and then continue to go through, kind of stalling out the buff that Doran has. Really easy fight.
Yeah, when he eats Varan, he gets 9 turns of resistances, and it doesn't really make sense to unload all your damage before it falls off, because it is a pretty big damage reduction. So you kind of just stall out, keep breaking him prone to sleep in there until it's, and just do a bit of chip damage until it falls off, and then you get a break and a big concoct with like 5 lilies or whatever.
I believe
ingredients are
Zazu
handy.
is doing a double sleep route, which is I don't know how long he's been doing it, but that's from what I know, it's a little bit different from regular start, where they kind of switch in. He started adding weeds into his, and here we go. Zazu is through his fights, Bram's through his, Laurie's through hers, and Dragonite should be finishing hers relatively quickly here. She's the last couple turns.
Almost there. I do really like the introduction of the weed strat. It's a really swaggy strat. I think the way it works is you throw weeds and hope you get a debuff for elemental defense. And if you do, you can just speed up the fight because you don't have to stall out as long.
Yeah, it cuts down the fight by half the amount it takes.
Also, for anyone that's been
All right.
watching a lot of OT1 today, hasn't seen much OT2, Cassie's Knock does differ a bit from the first game, because now you can boost up Knock and throw multiple ingredients, and ends up being a bit more useful for just like raw damage. You don't get as many cool effects, I think, as you do with Alfyn's Knock Nocta one, like no Curious Bloom stuff, but a little mechanic difference there.
Already seeing a divergence in the route. We see Bram looks like he's going to New Delsta, where Zazu, Lori, and Dragonite look like they're all going through and running to hit Ores Rush to grab Partition.
Brammo found the Kate. Classic.
Nice.
Sadly, just ran away. I don't think you have any really good way to kill him, Castti, so it doesn't do anything. Just funny to see.
Yep, there's no... Cassie doesn't really have access to stone super early without black market rolling. Realistically, without a bit of collecting, they have the board anyway. So getting a Kate before you have the stones necessary to kill it is really unfortunate.
Yeah. Alright, so Bramhall's tagging, what's it called? Abandoned Village already, so a bit ahead, but that's because he hasn't gone to Morticio's town yet, Ores Rush. Meanwhile, the other runners are heading over there. Lori's almost there now. The others are making their way.
Yep. Looks like Bram is heading up to Cape Cold and picking up Oswald, which we should see most of the runners do at some point. The order is interesting. Bram electing to pick up Oswald first over Gio.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because Bram mentioned his not getting Brone, he's getting Agnia instead. So you get Oswald, and then you probably do the left side of the continent. Go down from Crackridge. And that's also why he has to mug this guy, I assume, and generate some money here because he does need money to take the Crackridge boat. Yep. Meanwhile, the others are getting Best Boy, Particio. You can see Lori bought a unerring earring, if I remember correctly, in the shop in...
She'll probably now be heading over to New Delsta. She'll be going for the... She's running the Inventor route, so most likely we are going to head back to Conning Creek at some point to grab the Rainbow Glass bottle. As the two easiest inventions to get are the Crit Scope and the Elemental Bomb Blast. The Elemental Bomb Blast, Rainbow Glass, Fire, Ice, and Thunder Soulstone, and the Crit Scope needing an unerring earring and critical earring. Very easy items to obtain. Yeah, those are right along our path. The bottleneck is usually the Rainbow Bottle. But Crit Scope, or the two, Crit Scope ingredients pretty along the way. Yep. Lori's getting a bit unlucky for her encounters here. Yep. Looks like we see Bram rolling the black market, getting his stones a little early. Oh, there we go. Nice. Yep. All right, so nice Zazu and Laurie tagging the abandoned village. I believe Dragonite should be there relatively as well. Yep. she'll just be she's on her way.
行くわよ
And then
Oh, this is interesting. Bramhall is going to Winterboom way earlier than I expected. He hasn't got Petitio or Agnia yet. We're already making the trip there.
無茶しちゃダメよ
if he's
Also
rolled on the
taking-
black market already, this is telling me that he's going to use some of the stones that he bought to kill the encounters on the way to Winterbloom for that easy JP to get EM on the Oswald.
That makes sense. And then you have EM for the trip to Cropdale and Oars Rush, so you get less encounters that way. So I see the logic. I'm personally not a huge fan of not having a full party here, but it also depends what battles you take. If you're not taking the smaller battles on the way to Winterbloom, then it's good. It just does hurt a bit to miss out on the EXP and JP from the bigger fights in Western Winterbloom fields.
And we see Castti and we see Laurie and Zazu picking up Throne, and Dragonite interestingly going to pick up Oswald. Going through and doing that same mug that Bramhall did before to generate a little bit of money.
So I think all 4 runners are on a different route then, which is really cool. Because
Yes, this'll be good to
Dragonite's
see.
timing is different from Laurie's.
I have not seen Dragonite's route. I've pretty much seen most of the other ones. So I'm interested to see what they come up with.
Yeah, me too. Laurie's doing side quests now, generate money, 55% steal first try, let's go. Didn't get stuck on the
That's
cog.
Nice.
And now we got Zazu rolling Black Market. How many attempts will it take him? I feel like I saw Bramhalls go pretty quickly.
Bramhall with Zazu with 3 attempts on the black market. That's really what you like to see.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Really good luck there.
Carefully buying a ton of stone.
Yeah.
Righty, Laurie now rolling the black market. Let's see how lucky he gets.
It's taking a little bit longer than Zazu's. Thought I saw Zazu roll again for something there, but I could be mistaken. Might have bought some extra ingredients from Black Market.
It's true. And, Bram with a Kate. But, again, don't really have a way to kill. Oswald's magic not going to do enough damage yet to deal that 4 HP.
He does have stones now, so it was an option, but I think it did ambush him.
Interesting.
It also doesn't do
Alright,
as much now that you have your Ace of Maneuvers already, but the EXP
Yeah.
and money's still nice, assuming it doesn't ruin his stone count. I don't know where he
Yep.
sits with that.
Yeah, I'm not
Right?
sure how tight Bram's stone route is either. All right, well, we see him going into Cropdale to pick up Agnea.
Meanwhile, Dragonite just got Brony, so she's at her 4th character now. And Laurie's picking up Oswald, so she's about to be on her 4th character too. Zazu's making his way towards Winterboom with his full party. So he's about to play the Winterboom Lotto. Ooh, battle on the last step out and caught by surprise. That's what we call
That's
an
not-
Octopath classic.
Yeah, this is one of the. I believe this is also one of the more. All right, okay, cool. Handled it with grace.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be a pretty tough encounter.
Yeah. So you do have you can't really burn ingredients with any of these routes to my knowledge. But right there, Zazu took advantage of Cassie's Latent to use like an AoE light to break those, which I've actually never seen before at this part of the run. Very cool usage there.
Yeah, I guess we should
Scott.
explain Castti power. It was featured a bit during the chapter 1 boss. Zazu just used it again. Casti's latent power allows her to use ingredients for free. So the one-time use of latent, she can use as many ingredients as she wants as long as she has one of them, and it will not get spent when she activates that concoction when she has latent up.
The most common use case for that in this run is using Diffusing Serum and Dreamy Flowers, since you can put enemies to sleep. And if you put all enemies to sleep, you can actually run away from the battle. Shout out to Japanese runners for that tech. It was super cool to see that when it was first found. But they're pretty hard to come by, so we try to take advantage of Cassie's lane to keep using the same ones over and over again, and skip collecting extras, which are too far out of the way.
Yep. Looks like Dragonite is rolling the black market now. I've seen about 5 attempts so far. So we're not looking too bad. But we'll have to see how lucky they're able to get.
In the meantime, Mori took a bit of a safety strat, entered the Scholar Shrine to reset encounter and get an autosave. So if she got ambushed, she wouldn't get destroyed by the random encounter. Have to do both fights, because you do need 2 fights here to get enough JP for evasive maneuvers outside of farming extra battles, extra smaller battles on the way.
Yep. And the plus about getting here with Ishio is getting those encounters with him is enough to generate enough JP for 2 abilities, just like on Oswald, 2 abilities for him, pushing him ever closer to boost start, which is one of the, in my opinion, one of the best support skills.
Yeah, it's so cool how an ability that seems so innocuous. So yeah, start with 1 more JP is actually so strong. In pretty much every game I've seen an equivalent of.
Mm-hmm.
Very powerful. It used to be a secret job skill in Octo 1, and then they threw it on Merchant in Octo 2.
Yes, and they made Merchant more broken than it was in the first.
Yeah, that was fun when we first started running this game. It's like, oh yeah, let's see if they finally nerfed Merchant. Oh, what? It's more OP now? Okay. Vets got buffed. You got Beastlings now. Hired Help is incredibly powerful in this game.
Yep. Looks like unlucky encounter out of Bram.
Oof, yeah. Death is
having to take a death there. It's not what you really want to do, but
it's not a big deal though. It's yeah, it's pretty common, and you notice he's doing Knight here. This could be for JP reasons, but I'm not sure. It depends on the route. But the other perk is that if you do going to get into a battle that kills you, it happens earlier than if you were doing it during the day. So you could just have it set to Knight so he can die faster if he does die.
Yeah. Taking the Knight encounter there has more enemies, therefore escape. Because daytime only has the, as you see on Laurie's screen, cleared it out, the 2 crabs and the bird, whereas Knight encounter is guaranteed to be the 4 scorpion.
Yeah.
All right, and we see Zazu starting chapter 2, size chapter 2, rather than Winterbloom.
Yeah, Winterbloom does have that level cap on it. You need to be high enough level to cast it to inquire the villagers at start. I think it was level 8 if I recall correctly. So you generally can't do it early unless you got an early Kate, and even then you're not really set up for it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Zazu's going to rush Sandlion to finish the chapter Sai to get presumably to get the levels finished, the inquiries for Winterbloom's chapter 2. We see, looks like we see Bram kind of taking the same strategy as well.
Yeah, pretty standard, but I think Bram did take a bit of a different path. Or maybe it was Zazu. Maybe it was both. They went more through the well-growth side if I saw correctly. Whereas the other runners will likely be doing the more eastern path through Conning Creek to Sai.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Bram did that because he was already up there grabbing Yagnea. Didn't make sense for him to go back down. And we see Laurie grabbing Inventor and Elemental Bomb Blast, Crit Scope. And while Bram and Zazu were up there was a couple of different, just like all Octo runs, there's a bit of setup before you really start doing any chapters. So they were going around collecting money, collecting some items, mainly money in this run. But Zazu's on to his chapter boss, Lion.
So it does start off with an AoE, but he is taking enough to tank 1, and it does blind your character, so it's really good that his physical attackers went before it. I don't know how guaranteed that is, but I feel like it should just be simple from here. Corrosive, 4x guards, and yep, he does it. Clean fight.
Very clean fight out of Zazu.
As far as I know, Zazu and Bramhall will have the scary versions of the fight. Zazu because he doesn't have Inventor, so no step ahead. And then Bramhall because he's relying on a summon. Although I don't know how much he relies on summon for like the chapter 2 and 3 bosses.
All right, Bram now heading over to the Inventor's Shack, grabbing the 700 leaves outside of it. You see Laurie making her way over to Sai as well, with Dragonite heading to, I believe she is right outside of Conning. Probably grab the rainbow glass bottle.
So it looks like Lori's about to start side chapter 2. And in the meantime, Zazu is probably going to attack Timberrain now, which is the chapter 4 area.
Yep.
You do have to
The
go
run
through
to-
some scary screens here. Go ahead.
Yep, run to Timberrain is very dangerous. Actually, stopping in at Cropdale. Actually, no,
No, I don't think so.
Is that? Okay,
I think
no,
that
that's
was
just a
from Oars
different
Rush.
path to north. Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, Oars Rush. I'm sorry. I
Okay.
looked like he went. I looked at that and I was like, oh, that's the Crackridge port. And that's not at all.
Yeah, that would be a bit longer. But yeah, it's really hard to keep track of what's
Yes.
going on with 4 screens to commentate for.
Yeah. So Brem, Jack taking the exact same route as Zazu.
They're actually on the same encounter.
On his way up to Timberrain.
Yeah, the queen battle there.
Laurie
Zazu
heading
does
into Sand
struggle
Lion.
more. Nice. Should be straightforward outline for Laurie and Dragonite with the Inventor route. It's simple scripted every time. You just break,
Yep.
corrosive, kill.
Mm-hmm.
You might have
Both
noticed
Zazu. Both
Go
Zazu
ahead.
and Bram up the Forget Me Do off of that nun that is sitting there.
I was
That'll
about
be
to say the
important
exact same
final
thing.
boss.
Yeah, so
Okay.
for anyone familiar, there is a mechanic in this game where bosses will not die until they have said their lines. They need to get their piece in. But Forget Me Do, what it does is it nullifies one status effect. And even though it doesn't show up as a status effect, that invulnerability until they get their line off is like a hidden status. So you can get rid of it by using a Forget Me Do in the Concoct or by using a Baiting Orb with a Hunter. So that's what they'll be doing for that boss. Well, actually, I don't know if it's relevant for Zazu. I guess since he picked it up, it would be. Because Zazu definitely has to do a 2-break fight. I guess it's cleaner than I thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Bramhall might be a bit spicier with it too because of the judge.
Yep. Both Zazu and Bram making it through that encounter on the way to Timbrain very, very nicely. Again, that run to Timbrain is very, very dangerous. If you get surprised, that battle can get out of hand really, really easily. That's why we take that at night, especially because the daytime encounter had 3 enemies, while the nighttime encounter.
Yeah. And that battle is really hard to break. That's where the whole sleeping enemy so you can run away is super clutch. Before, I think we just had to YOLO flee from that, and it was miserable. Now it's pretty stable as long as you don't get ambushed. And I think at night, those enemies tend to be, I don't want to say harmless, but they're less likely to attack you. So it's not too bad a fight at all. It's a scripted night fight. If you do it during the day, I think it's a big pool of enemies you can get.
Yep. All right, Zazu now starting the Winterbloom Chapter 2. On his way, he picked up the bewitching perfume from Timbrain, and the red apple from the tavern. Winterbloom.
It's very cool stuff. I do love the use of perfume in Zazu's route. For anyone unfamiliar, perfume makes is a usable item. You use it on one of your characters, and enemy will target them. It's kind of like Inside from Octo 1. It's just it's kind of hard to come by in this run, and with a step ahead, it's not relevant in too many places. But really love the usage of it in Zazu's route.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we see checking back in on Bram and Dragonite. Both of them are inside Chapter 2. On their way to their respective Sand Lion fights.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Bramhall uses the Judge. I assume so, because you don't have armor corrosive access without Throne. So we probably will be relying on the Judge here for some extra damage. That'll really just be break Beastlings and throwing money at the Sand Lion, but I'm guessing using the Judge is faster.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what he does here. Yeah, he does have Inventor, so you can just defend the Partitio to break the sand line. And there we go. There's the Judge summoned. That should be the first instance of the Judge being used. The Judge is an NPC you can allure /hire /whatever in Timbrain. Yeah, very high level NPC. I think he's getting unlucky. I think he needs like the big Gabble attack. Yeah, there we go. You saw that right though. That was like 18,000 damage. But
yeah,
I think
really
he
was
does
not
still need
looking
more.
for. Really was not looking for that Scales of Justice attack. It's nice for the defense down on the Sand Lion, so you'd like that at least once. But getting the second Scales of Justice there is a little unlucky. Zazu in his block fight. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Scales of Justice, defense, physical and magic element defense.
Yeah, I see that icon. You're absolutely right. So yeah, you probably want the combo Scales down, or yeah, defense down into the big hit move, but I'm guessing you need two if one doesn't kill. I don't know if there's variance how many hits it does.
Yep. As we were finishing up Bram's fight, Zazu just finished up Pluck, Bloom Chapter 2, so we just got a couple inquires here before he's able to fully close out Chapter 2 here.
We're getting an ad on the Bram Hall stream right now. Oh no. Thank you, Twitch, for injecting that into our marathon. Who wants some bacon cheeseburger wonton tacos? Actually sounds kind of good.
All right. Looks like he is closing out on his 10-line fight, though. Realistically, shouldn't really have too much issue. Zazu starting Chapter 3 with Castti. This is known as a story chapter. There's no boss fight at the end of it, so we just blast through it, finishing out by going through doing all the inquires, all the dialogue, and running to the point on running through the.
There is still one random counter you have to deal with while you go through Abandoned Cave, but it's pretty much a strat of don't get unlucky, don't get ambushed, and if you do, hope you can get turned off to sleep the enemies.
Yep. Bram currently in his Winterbloom Chapter 2, along with Laurie, who is on her way up the block. Dragonite on her run to Timberane. See how she deals with this encounter.
Not by surprise, sadly. Hopefully, the enemies are kind.
Unfortunate.
Meanwhile, Laurie has a pretty standard pluck fight. Had to defend the Partitio, but then Corrosive Beastling's just one shot. Ooh,
yep.
Dragonite, it's cooked. That's gonna just
the main issue is that let's see. Oh no!
Oh, got it.
Oswald was able to get away.
That does present a new issue now because she will need Laden on Frone for Trousseau, and you generally have it. But if you die, you do lose your Laden, so it might require an instay at some point to fix that, along with her character's health values.
I would imagine that she's probably going here. Yep.
Looks like
yep, right inside of. All right. Laurie finishing Chapter 2. Bram heading towards Pluck. Zazu through his Chapter 3 encounter, picking up the 12,500. That is inside of this mini dungeon.
Yeah, very convenient pickup there. Don't you love it when the game just throws money at you right along your way?
Of course, we love it.
I think he did get ambushed by the encounter there, but he managed to get through mostly unscathed.
Yeah, from what I know in single story, that encounter is relatively safe. As long as the enemies aren't too unkind when they ambush you.
Yeah.
But looks like Zazu is starting Chapter 4.
Yeah, he has a nice lead compared to other runners here.
We will be, we're heading right into endgame. Buying a couple things with Partitio. Buying namely a thick tome. Gonna grab some extra money that way.
Meanwhile, Bramhall just got through the pluck fight, did rely on the judge again from what I saw, and it looked like it went much smoother than Sandline. The Sandline was pretty painful for him.
Yep. Grabbing one of the judge's attack there was called, I believe, Divine Punishment. It's a light attack that hits, I believe, 2 or 3 times. So it's not the best one. Again, that's Sentencing Gavel, which when broken with armor corrosive will deal around 18,000. So which is what you're really looking for, because Sentencing Gavel is the judge's most damaging move, but light. That light skill is also not too bad. Nope,
So Zazu's at the spicy part of the run.
Yep. Yeah.
Got to get through the castle. Let's see. Got his encounter. Okay, but this is probably good. He has 1 hedgehog before Partition, and he can break this battle with Mercs. Okay, it's fine. Nice. First screen done.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Timbering Castle in any run is a very dangerous area to be in. No matter what kind of setup you have, if you get ambushed, it's realistically over. Rarely does an ambush ever end up going your way when in any of the solo runs that I've seen.
Oh yeah, and solos, I think you just die pretty much guaranteed.
Well, yeah, even I meant to say single story. I mean, solo, you're screwed if you get basically. But even in single story, it's some of these battles in terrain are hard to recover from. Let's see how Zazu deals with his surprise he just got.
Oh yeah, this one, it's not impossible. It depends on what you want. Is he considering throwing 2 Elstones here? I'm surprised you can afford this in terms of like Elstone routing.
Yep.
That will clear it.
Yep, that will clear the encounter, and we know that Zazu historically does not care about Oswald. So Oswald going down there is not the worst. Having to use an empowering Lychee, which is an item that gives back latent power, because Zazu was forced to use Throne's latent power to make it through that.
Yeah, there is a chance of a double battle here, but it shouldn't be before the save point at the very least. So he will be able to get that off before he can get a second encounter that could potentially do the same thing. Because Throne lane should be required for his fight, so if you don't have that, you are just kind of cooked, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we see Laurie making her way through Chapter 4, just hitting the rain section, so she'll be heading into Castle very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think Zazu is good here. He did have Oswald early, got the perfume off, so it'll always go for him. He dies, and Oswald's where he belongs, in the ground.
Yep, but, which means that Zazu's fight is, I believe, pretty much done.
Yeah, I think
as long as Oswald gets the perfume off and he dies, it's relative fight.
So I don't know how the damage is for his route, but because he doesn't have inventory, he doesn't have access to crit scope, so there will be variance in damage on the beastlings. But there is also the option to use a sticky flower to increase crit rate by lowering enemy speed, and maybe he takes advantage of that to guarantee it. If not, maybe the Elstone cover the rest.
Mm-hmm. The damage from his beast did look good. Around 7,100 per hit.
Is that non-crit or crit? I feel like I remember crits doing 93, but it's been ages, so I could just be completely mistaken.
I'm not for sure.
Yeah, I think those were non-crits. Because we saw they are pretty 600 for low and then 4,500 for high, and I think the break is a 2x multiplier.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Ooh, these beastlings are not hitting hard. I don't know if that matters.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're about to find out right now, because his time could be coming up if he finishes fight pretty soon.
Yep. Hitting that Forget Me Do to remove that hidden status he cuts for his dialogue,
Nice.
and Zazu finishing out the fight. Very,
Let's go,
very
Zazu.
good.
Very well done.
That was a very, very clean Trousseau fight. Alright, so Zazu's time will be coming up here. When we hit the fin screen, we'll be going through, first cleaning out the Purple Rain. We didn't really talk about the story at all here. But Castti, quick overview. Casti's a part of the Heirs Apothecaries. She lost her memory, so her story is about finding out, regaining her memory, and fixing this issue of the Purple Rain. And throughout all of her chapters, she figures out 1 or 2 ingredients that she can use to concoct to solve the crisis. And well done by Zazu. That was a very, 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 very good run.
Very Zazu, very cleanly done.
Yes. Jeez. All right, we see Laurie in her fight, using the Elemental Bomb Blast to break Trousseau.
Should be pretty much scripted from here. I think she did get the collect, if I saw correctly. So now it's just going to be throw B-slings and win, or bets, excuse me.
Yep.
Still have to get a Forget Me Do in of Castti, but should be more or less good to go here. Got the Palm for Tissue, get his BP back so he can throw one more bigger hard help.
Yep. And we see, yep, there we go. Great fight by Laurie. Now we see Jack entering his.
Nice, GG Laurie.
Very clean fight.
Oh, and Dragon Knight's getting unlucky with the encounters here. Dies in the castle. Absolute classic.
Jack dying to Trousseau. Unfortunate, but that can happen again. Using the I don't know if Trousseau is super scripted on Judge.
I don't think it's scripted. I think you are luck reliant, sadly.
Yeah. So, and again, just like in OT1, all of these chapter 4 or 5, because some characters do have 5 chapters instead. All of these final boss fights, I guess. Ooh, unlucky on that encounter, getting it with the AoE.
GG Laurie cleaned up her run very nicely. Very well done.
Yep, very well done by her as well. But again, all these final chapter fights are very dangerous. Even when you are of the suggested level, they are still very dangerous to do.
And I got really unlucky there. She did manage to clear the 2 elementals in the castle, but Brone died, and you do need the latents for Trousseau, so I had to return the title screen and reload anyway, despite getting through the encounter. Meanwhile,
Yep,
Bram got through to the second one, so probably good here.
Yep.
Okay, Dragon Knight's through the first screen. Let's go. This
Yep.
is easier clear.
Yeah,
Alright.
all of the enemies in Timbrain Castle, minus the fire elementals, are weak to sword. So, Throne, Oswald, and Particio all have access a weapon that would break, which makes, as long as you get prized, you are relatively set on getting through these.
And for the elementals, if you have waiting on Cassie, you still have access to Diffusing Serum and Dark the Lines for those. That's your solution because they can't be slept.
Yep. Alright.
Watching Bram's fight
I believe
now.
we should be seeing the end of Bram's fight relatively soon.
Judging your
yep.
here. That was good, 10k damage, but no defense down yet. I don't know how important that is here.
He's got a bit of a script here, which doesn't seem to have a fence down theory.
Yeah, I think it's just good. If he has vets here, oh yeah, he has Elstone.
Yeah, I
10K
believe
from the judge. That should be perfectly fine.
There we go.
GG.
Clean fight.
Well done. And I love how they're taking turns. Right when one runner exits Trousseau, the next one enters. So now we have Dragon Knight entering the Trousseau fight. Oh, bad turn order for Dragon Knight. Particio first is for turn 2 is not what you want to see here. So this might get a little tricky.
No need to be stingy.
Oh, yeah,
missing
went
that
for the
collect.
No.
So there's 2 backups you can do when you get Particio in this turn order. You can either go for an early collect and gamble it, also GG to Jack.
Yep.
Bramhole. But yeah, you can either gamble on a collect, or you can gamble on Beastling crits to make up the damage from the alternate script. And Dragon Knight opted into the earlier gamble of hitting the collect. It sadly did not work out, so have to retry the fight.
Yep. I would also have opted into that early collect. because if that fails, it takes less time to just die and try the fight rather than attempt to make up the damage with beast crits and then end up losing time because you end up having to restart the fighting.
Yeah, it's definitely the right play for me. Oh, failed.
Missing that
Failed
collect
to collect
again.
Yeah,
That's really rough.
so I'm just gonna have to let Trudeau have his way with us again and try again. But this
Yeah.
is what Octopath speedrunning is all about. Sometimes you have runs
Yeah.
like this. It's unfortunate when it happens in a marathon, but better now than like a PB attempt, I guess.
Yeah, and again, these are very very hard fights. All of the final chapter fights are very hard. So there we go.
Yeah, this should be
getting
good.
the collect off. So we should be fine.
You're open.
Yeah, this is a win. One cool thing here is, so the way the elemental bomb bottle works is that it'll only hit the elements that are exposed from what I remember as weaknesses. So you use that item of Pronate to expose the ice weakness, and then you do a Dark the Line Forget Me Do combo with Castti from what I remember to expose the dark weakness. And then the elemental bomb bottle hits each weakness once per BP used. So you have 3 with Oswald, you have the 2 hits on the shields earlier, so then the elemental bomb bottle takes off 6. Very cool use of that move here.
Yep. And nice spring boots being used on Oswald to fully make sure that he's able to go before Particio to keep replenishing his BP, to keep using those max boosts instead.
In some like fights, you can opt into defending instead of doing spring boots if you have the right turn order, but this is one of them. You just have to commit to it early because he does have to go before Particio turn 3. And there we go, just so done.
And
Nicely done. So we have our final sequence here with Castti, where, as Jacoby mentioned earlier, she cures the Purple Rain using all the skills and ingredients she's like gathered and learned so far for the story. And you got your few final cutscenes, and then it'll be time for Dragon Knight as well.
Yep. One final Inquire on Malaya. Or Soothe, sorry, we're at night. Final Soothe on Malaya. And all of her other friends had. Unfortunately, as part of the story, you find out that she's the last, minus Trudeau, she's the last surviving member of Heirs Apothecaries. So she's finally helping herself move on, which I think is a very nice.
Yeah.
But GG's to all the runners. Those were some very clean runs. And yeah.
GG's to the runners. They did a fantastic job, and thank you guys for having us. Hope you enjoyed the runs and our commentary.
Yep. A little bit of a schedule change. We'll be moving instead of Galdera 2, instead of Galdera and Octopath 2, we'll be moving to, I believe, Master of Fame in Octopath 0. So I'm excited for that. And I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I do think the full game categories or the fuller game categories are very cool in Octopath 0, so I think you guys are in for a treat. Hope you all enjoy that.
Hello, everybody. We had to make an emergency pivot on the schedule here, but Octo0 was not on the schedule before, but now it is, so here we are. There. With me on comms is Chewy. Welcome.
Hello. I actually made the route for this, which is kind of convenient.
Yep, this all just kind of worked out here. But anyway, for those that may not know, Octopath 0 is a reimagining / remake single-player experience of Champions of the Continent, which is the mobile game. It's
Sorry to cut you off, Alta. You should probably start and do the characters creation stuff, because timer won't start until you actually finish that.
Yep. But we're gonna need chat to help us make a very important decision here. Once we get there. So Octopath 0 has like this creative protagonist thing going on here to tie together all the champions of the continent and stuff. Don't mind me. Alright, gonna pick Weaken Foundation Mastery for defense down and attack down. Then this for our favorite dish. So chat, what is the name of our favorite dish? I'll give you a few seconds to throw out something.
And in case you're wondering, we will use it in the run.
Yes,
So give it a
we
good
will
name.
use it. Oh my god. You know what? RPG good taste seems appropriate here for the channel that we're on.
I'm shocked the character limit allowed that.
Me too. Honestly. Okay, Promise Charm, Fighter's Wristband, and Crested Key for our starting items. And finally, our name. Put in Limit Break. Alright. So everything is all set up here to get going. Time is going to start when I begin the story here. So I'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, this game has a prologue at the start. So
The prologue is, you can kind of think of it a little bit like chapter 1 from the previous games, but not quite the same. Yeah, timer starting after character
I'll use it
creation is
wisely.
nice because, you know, you can customize your character all you want, which is nice. So here's just a contend. So this is similar to Mug from the past Octopath games, but it's just kind of a tutorial fight in this case. So just break the guy, throw it removed,
Very good.
and there you go.
We did it.
the
A grand
so
effort.
I've been like spending most of my time playing Octopath 1, so like the menus in this are so much faster. So Soul's down there. Move the story along a bit. So yeah, this is Wishvale. This is the part of the story that was added specifically for Octopath 0 to tie the Champions of the Continent stories together, which were kind of mostly on their own, more or less, with some connecting threads.
Surely nothing bad will happen to it.
It was not said what will happen in the trailer or anything.
Time to fight.
Not great encounter here.
Here goes nothing.
So yeah, probably one of the
Sure, yeah. Now it's time to do the most broken thing in this game, the journal. So when you play a journal cutscene, it just resets your step count. And you can do it anywhere you want.
Okay, but the shorter categories don't use it a whole lot.
Yeah, because it's just faster to it's not faster to kill stuff, but killing stuff is generally useful, so it's done anyways. So
I'm going to save before the direwolf fight because I have seen bad things happen before.
Yeah, it doesn't always go well. And yeah, the documentation could be a little bit better because I still need to like look at encounter strats for this stuff.
Yes.
I'll show you what works like a charm.
All right, that got me to level 2, which is what I
Yeah,
wanted.
that's a good encounter.
That went well.
One thing that was also done is you can kind of move around those skills, like who they're equipped on. I mean,
Alright,
almost
there's-
Brawler would work too, but that's fine.
Yeah, I haven't gotten as much practice in this as I would have wanted, but
It's alright.
yeah.
Do this.
This fight's like mostly-ish scripted. Like things can go off the rail, but it's usually fine.
Give us a break.
Are you
I think
ready?
I got a good turn order.
Found it.
I'll show you what I can do. I've got this.
Yeah, it should be fine.
What should I?
It's our turn. Fly.
Well then. Here goes nothing.
Yeah, that would have been really bad if it was into Stia, but fortunately it was not.
Are you ready? Holding strong. And you would stay excellent.
Now's the time. Ha! Now. This is our. I'll cut you down.
Alright,
some.
that was a good fight.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get the kill here, but this definitely gets the kill.
That went well.
But you'd think after one boss that the tutorial would be over, but nope. We got more.
It's a little more to go. The next boss fight has a really banger soundtrack, so I'm gonna let it play for a little bit.
Probably overkill on the grapes, but I think the row calls for that anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Note set as
If-
many as possible, so
Safety never hurts. It's not
Yeah.
like money is that tight anyways.
we would nothing bad would ever happen during an Octopath speedrun.
True.
Chat, do we cheer Stia on?
I mean,
We
it's kind
absolutely
of
do.
mandatory. If you say no, she like gets mad at you, and you have to say, it goes until you say yes.
Yeah. It's kind of
Not
funny.
mad,
the
but,
game
like,
the game makes fun of you later on for being just somebody that says yes to everything.
yeah, I think I remember that. Maybe I'm just thinking of a different cutscene where if you say no, it's not good. Yeah, in that case, if you say no to Stia and go to the festival, she joins you anyway.
Yeah.
On the subject of this song, I feel like there's a disconnect between the Zero players and the COTC players with how much this song is disliked. The COTC players are not a fan of this song.
I've never played Champions of the Continent, so I don't know why. So, I won't-
It's apparently a town theme in that game, so I can imagine it can get grating if
Ah.
playing for so long.
so yeah, the village got attacked. Shot there. It's hard for me to talk during these fights because they just like go so fast.
Yeah. Fair.
Let's see. Whoops. This is Weekend Mastery on Lorana.
Equip skills.
All right.
Yeah. There you
Here's
go.
the banger theme.
We must protect everyone. Here we go. They're weakened.
Let's take him down. Fly. Excellent. Let's make this quick. Fly.
Now's our chance. Want this? Help me strength. Got you.
Are you ready? Fly. Found
Well.
it.
Holy cow.
Here you go.
Okay, this is a good turn order. I think this should be fine.
Wounds healed. Here we go. He weak. What should I do?
Are you ready? Holding strong. It's up. Excellent.
Now's our chance. Give it my all. There. Now. He weak. Now's our
Yes,
chance.
this theme is criminally underused for the rest of the game, but we'll let it go through one cycle of it and then move on here. We have time to indulge a bit. Dang, that was Ben didn't even need to attack there.
I shall say a prayer.
All right, that's decisive battle 0.
Sorry if you can hear dog noises through my mic, but I don't think it should be picking it up.
All right, so the protagonists, you can pick what their job is, and
You also get to pick a skill, but I'm gonna be honest, all 3 of them aren't really that useful. Like, BP in Adversity has, like, to me at least, the highest chance of doing something, but
You got it.
it
Well then.
really doesn't matter that much.
That went well.
And, would you believe me if I said that the dog was, in fact, black? But, I mean, his name is not Chewy, so that throws that out there, but
I was supposed to flee from the shambling weed, but oh well.
doesn't matter.
We're just gonna
Another
continue
little
the story
tutorial.
for a bit here.
Yeah, we got a little building tutorial for the mechanic we aren't really going to be using that much in this run.
So get some lumber to build a workshop. And this is all I'll be doing as far as the town building goes for this category. I'm picking Fame. I don't remember what the benefits to each of these were.
You
but-
get extra reputation, or like extra influence on that type.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So, and which one you pick isn't really, like, it's allowed for any run, so basically every run will just pick Fame, because Fame is just the most useful influence for this run.
Let's make this quick. Right, I'll show you what I can
Yeah,
do.
as far as the journal resetting goes, there's really only one screen left where I'm going to be doing it.
It'll be a very impactful screen, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just one screen.
Yeah, that's one to break easily.
So I guess we also got introduced to ultimate techniques, but
Oh, that's the wrong
there's
way.
not really a reason to mention them because we just will never use it in this run. Maybe as a backup strat, because like a heal move is good.
I'm doing this because I went the wrong way.
These encounters shouldn't be too bad.
Nah, I probably didn't need to do that. Yeah, most of these early encounters are not going to pose a threat.
This is our chance.
Yeah, we actually picked Dancer as a as our main character job, which in casual play, Dancer isn't like the most useful, but It ends up being quite good for this run.
Get access to Peacock Strut, and it turns out a lot of things are weak to Dagger.
Yeah, not quite as much as Axe, but Dagger weakness is decently common as well.
Yeah, the quad hit axe attack that's in this game was very useful in casual play. Oh wait, no, V8 was. So yeah, there's over 30 travelers in this game.
We're just seeing 4.
Yeah.
So this is V8er. He's going to be a warrior. He's a bit of an unusual warrior, but in this run, he's just going to do typical warrior stuff.
So yeah, it's a common fact of trivia with this series that the Octopath is named after the characters, but there's 30 of them, so over 30, so that's not the case here. But it's instead Octopath Order is named after the villains. So the antagonist of this story, August, is what the A is going to be.
Time to fight. Right now.
Now is our chance.
All right, this is the
Unfortunately,
next.
we will not be hearing the "My name is V8er" line in this run, but other runs do hear it.
All right, this is the Flames Grace screen. It is extremely scary. So I'm
But
gonna
we
be
have the
doing.
journal.
Yeah. The reason why this screen is scary is because speed works very differently in Zero compared to the other two games. Do you want to go into a little bit of that, Chewy?
Sure, yeah. On the very first turn of the fight, characters will act in the exact order of fastest to slowest. So when we're under-leveled, the enemies are just all going to be faster than us, and it's an unavoidable death. So it's just like you get surprised, except you aren't getting surprised.
All right. It is time for the reason why I have come here, and also kind of an infamous thing in speedruns of this game, is that they all have 3% entreats.
We don't have hired help, so we'll have to make do by getting a good weapon, and Flames Grace is just down. Yeah,
Hello,
anyway.
Mr. Codger.
But yeah, so we're going to be 3% entreating a book. So
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Wait, did you get it?
I'm sorry. Oh,
Oh
yes,
my
it was.
god. Go for the recruit. Go for the
What? What?
I'm sorry.
You gotta
I'm
be
sorry.
kidding.
Join
Wait,
us.
you got the... Oh my god. Okay, make sure not to get the light M.
Yeah. I'm losing my mind.
That's insane.
All right. I didn't account for this part. I was expecting to be here for a while.
You just press the button to go straight to Wishville. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still a little bit in shock here.
Time to fight.
All right, onward to Theatropolis then.
Even though we have a really strong tome, we don't have any characters who can use it yet. But that'll be fixed shortly.
Let's make this quick.
It's our turn.
What should I do?
Probably counter on this screen. Never mind, just get lucky. The evergreen strategy, as it were. Also, yes, Meeps are weak to dagger in this game.
Yeah. Just feels wrong.
I'm fine with it because Meeps are evil in Octo 2. Everybody knows about the Terror Pig.
I mean, I just run Throne Start, so I don't find them that bad.
True.
But I can imagine if you aren't able to break them, then yeah.
Alright, this is Alexia. She likes to eat books. At least that's how it goes in the translation for... There's kind of a meme in the Japanese community that, like, she's a voracious reader, but that they take that as, like, she likes to eat books. That's glum-looking man.
And even though there's an 8-character party system in this run, this is going to be our party for the full run.
And hire you. And you have something. Okay, and then we move along with the story. And I'll need to do this menu before actually entering the dungeon. Master of Fame was my favorite of the starting stories.
Yeah, same here. That's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to route this one. That and Alexia being used, because Alexia is great.
Let's see, we put Alexia behind 0. Then Magic Nut on Alexia. Equip that. Forbidden Tome, Promise Charm. Then... And the reason why that we have 0 as a dancer is for Cockstrut. So yeah, Alexia is being put behind 0 because she's the fastest character in the party, so you'll see what happens here for that reason.
Yeah. It's basically the only way these categories use the row switch mechanic. So 0 goes first. Alexia switches in, kills with whatever spell you want, basically.
And this is all necessary for levels in JP as well. So
This will make a good paper.
I was wondering if I had put the caveat for if you get elementals in.
I think you did.
I did check. So
Also,
I remember finding that during the run.
Interesting thing about encounter resets, walking through doors like this does reset the step counter.
Yeah,
So
that's a new thing in 0. So this fight is pretty basic. We basically just set up Peacock Strut and then stall until we have max DP.
It's our turn.
Guarding is key.
Nothing. I've got you.
It's our turn. Guarding is key.
What should I do? You're fine.
This also introduced the idea of having NPC helpers. So, like, in some fights you just get a NPC to help you out.
Those who seek power are
So we'll have Schwartz for a lot of fights in this run. But Schwartz won't be, like, too useful. He can occasionally debuff the enemy's attack, though, which can help us.
wait, not that one. Not that guy. We're talking to the other guy.
Oh, that's the wrong guy. The guy in the tavern. Yeah, this next fight, the next boss is going to be very nasty if Schwartz doesn't cooperate.
Oh wait, no, I don't want to swap that just yet. This is before the boss I do that. Let's see.
We have a bit till the boss. It's just gonna be a lot of just killing encounters as we go.
Yeah.
Let's make this quick.
Both ends now. This will make a good paper.
I'm still like can't believe the
alright.
both 3%'s cooperated.
Oh yeah, that's insane.
Let's make this
I haven't done the fight with the Dodger yet, so we're all gonna learn.
It's
together.
very funny. I quite like the strat.
Caught by surprise.
I don't like it. Stop it! What should I
I thought both. This is the end.
You aren't guaranteed turn order after
This
the
will make a
caught
good
by
paper.
surprise, so it's convenient that we got that.
Yeah.
It only works on the first turn, regardless of when that first turn actually is, even if you know it's the enemies taking it.
Curator went first.
Yeah, Curator is just the fastest thing you can find here.
The road to truth wasn't built in a day.
Let's see. I'm supposed to get. Oh, I was supposed to grab the Great Bunch.
Well, you have multiple opportunities to get it, so keep going. You can just keep going. Well, you don't go into the manse yet. You have to do story stuff first.
Yeah. It's the Codger route already messing with me. Is this it?
Yeah, because normally you'd be able to buy a Great Bunch later, but in the Codger route, we're never buying anything, so you just got to loot that one instead.
time to fight?
I'm trying to remember when the fight is. We have to walk back to the other building first, if I recall.
You get extra fights, it's usually not too big of a deal.
Do you remember when the fight trigger actually was for the boss fight? It's inside, right? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
it is.
You have to do some stuff inside the mansion first.
Okay.
Like,
I don't want to go in and with the menu
yeah, it'll
not
be like
having
up.
been done.
It'll be like up some stairs.
Set step count right there. Okay, yeah, I remember this now.
Kind of surprised you didn't get the prompt for elite enemies. Usually you get it when you go into that room.
The road to truth wasn't built in a day.
Okay, now we're good. On levels at least. We
It's
can take
after
one more.
us.
We can afford to take one more encounter if we do get it. We have the SP for it,
Yeah.
but usually you actually don't get that, so you're fine.
That it's time to eat some of our good taste here. Equip Virtuous Light Mastery. Yeah, don't have to do that. Donate BP, good in this game, good in every game. Then Elemental Bash. Gonna mostly just for my own sake here.
Fun thing about menuing in the skill menu in this game, you're actually able to press right to go to the bottom.
Won't let you take what's precious to us.
Summon the Receptionist.
Yeah, this fight can go badly if Francesca decides to kill people, and that not debuffing attack is bad.
I'll chop you to pieces!
There's only
Yeah,
one move.
that's alright.
Yeah, that's
Try to recover, but you could also just try and die.
yeah, this might still work.
Wait, yeah, this is... Oh, right, this is Codger. So...
Let's see, 1, 2... Oh my god.
Duke University is coming in clutch, though.
Oh, I don't have... Is it okay that she's dead? I don't know
Probably
if it is.
fine. Levels are
Yeah.
less important for, Codger.
Alright, time to,
You can always just go to the end to revive her.
yeah.
Codger time.
Codger time.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stia. Alright, gotta go to Flame's Grace.
Oh, you don't need to go to Flame's Grace at all.
Oh yeah,
Just
that's
go
right,
to
I have the
Metropolis.
Codger.
Like, normally you'd go to Flame's Grace and you'd buy extra elemental attack from some armor. But if you get Codger, you don't need it. Skins are pretty cheap, and we have a ton of money because we don't need to buy armor.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Oh, I need to put Alexia back there.
It might slightly mess with turn order, but it shouldn't be a huge deal at all.
This is mostly just for the encounters, though.
Yeah, I mean, Stia is probably just going to be a bit slower, and I don't think her turns really need to be in a specific order.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're back in Theatropolis for Chapter 3.
This is going to be the last chapter here. So unlike 1 and 2, these bosses are not going to be like level 45. So
Yeah, this is like a level... What's the level in this chapter? Like 16?
16, something like that.
So we're only going to be under-leveled by like 5 levels or so.
Yeah, and so even if the fight is scuffed, it's more often than not recoverable. So
I mean, with Codger, it's never going to be... basically never going to be scuffed.
yeah. The optimal, like, getting the Codger recruit is optimal, but, like, you're kind of going in expecting not to get it.
Yeah.
Let's make this quick.
Wow, they do
All
not
right.
like Stia.
Quite effective.
They do not. I don't know why. She's so...
Oh, right, I was like,
Jesus.
why did that not kill? And then I remembered, oh yeah, you're kind of missing armor. But...
Pick up anything? I don't think I do.
Ooh, surprise is not good. It does all. The other downside of surprise is it takes away more turns of that food buff. But since we have Codger, it shouldn't be a huge deal at all.
Yeah.
Food buff
No,
gives
this
a
is-
slight elemental attack increase and also gives us some extra health, which is quite nice. That RPG good taste is coming in useful.
I probably should have walked part of that, but...
Let's make
Yeah.
this quick. Darkness, cover all.
It's over.
Yeah. This is why you have extra grapes.
let's do this menu now, so...
Yeah, going up the stairs will start the boss very soon. So yeah, do the menu now.
Oh, I don't even have to do anything because, Codger.
But you do need to heal.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Theater receptionist, peacock strut.
Anyone else?
Yeah, the
A
theater
gift from me to
receptionist.
you.
I guess we haven't really explained how NPC summons work, but they don't cost your turn, and they'll do a consistent thing.
It's our turn.
So that theater receptionist we're summoning will lower their evasion.
Have this. Here goes nothing. That worked like a charm. What
Ow.
should I do? You're fine.
You are
Whatever to do.
Observe closely.
Of course, Schwartz did lower the attack there, even though it didn't really matter.
I'll show you what I can do. All fired up. Hit the nail on the
come
head.
forth with all my might. Attack!
Now.
Thank you. Let knowledge prevail. Get out of here.
Now.
So we're just going to be using that Virtuous Light skill we picked up in Flame's Grace, use Pomegranate to refill some PP, and then we're going to use it again. August does not have all that much health, but this is a two-phase fight.
Those who seek power are consumed by that very power.
Dang, he ugly.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll be able to count on Schwartz for phase 2 as well. Well,
For the curtain to rise.
Receptionist.
yeah, this fight is quite funny. Oh, you debuffed the wrong guy, the receptionist. Shouldn't matter,
Knew it.
but
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot there was two things. Codger is going to Codger, right?
There's only one move. Holding strong. That's quite effective. There's
Why is...
only one
Oh, it's
move.
everything. Then,
I don't think I think you forgot to Duskfall turn 1.
Alright, well, fight's a little scuffed, but it's fine.
Here goes nothing.
Probably donate BP and try and
Here.
That's quite effective.
What should I do?
like maybe you need. I think you'll need a plum too.
Yeah.
Come forth.
Thank you.
What should I do?
But it's just like it's recoverable.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Time is about to be soon here.
Are consumed
Marvelous!
by that very power.
Time. Alright, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the fight was scuffed because I messed up something, but, like, you're not in, like,
Yeah,
super
you're not-
danger like in Chapter 4s of the other games.
Yeah, he did throw some random status out, but none of that hit Alexia, so that's great.
But yeah, the menus in this game move super fast, so I'm not... It was hard to talk and do this at the same time.
Yeah,
but...
fair enough. You'll underestimate. So
Now, what was the,
it was around 36 something.
Well, for fumbling through it, not too bad, especially with the double 3%. So,
Double 3% is still nuts.
yeah. All right. I guess we'll pass it off to the to the boat race here, and then after the boat race, we're going to have an open mic session where community members can come on and talk about the series and how it's impacted them, what it means to them, just anything they want to talk about with Octopath here, or before we move on to the remainder of programming here. So we'll pass it off to the break screen here.
A star illuminates people's lives. Stars.
is in Tropu Hopu.
Yes. So we actually just used Entreat in this first chapter to get a Soul Stone, which is a powerful item that does fixed damage. It'll be used up on an upcoming boss to do 400 flat damage to the first boss. I'm gonna re-explain this category because apparently our voices weren't going through. So this is the boat category. This is get the boat as quickly as possible. This is a side quest where Particio has to buy a ship vessel from an NPC. It costs 100,000 leaves, and so the category is basically just get 100 grand as quickly as possible and buy the boat.
Yep. We start with Agnea because Agnea is one of the characters capable of making the most. And that is done through her Night Path action called Entreat. Each item that Agnea has the ability to entreat from an NPC has a certain level tied to it. And as long as she's that level or higher, you just take that item. So the level that we are going to need to hit for this run is level 10 on Agnea. So we're going to have to do a little bit of grinding because we need to be level 10 or higher to get some items off of some of the NPCs, Tropu Hopu, where we are going to buy the boat.
Yeah. So generally, as a trend, you're like better and more valuable items are going to be higher levels, but there are a couple like just really stupid level 3 entreats that you can sell for tons of money pretty early. Yep. You just have to know where they are. And then yeah, there's a couple level 10s in the final town where we buy the boat, Tropu Hopu. So Zazu is coming in on the first boss, Door. For this one, you're given a guest party member, Gus. Gus has a attack called Chop Wood. It just hits with an axe twice without having to use boost points. So it takes out 2 shields because the boss is weak to axe. I do believe that might have been a misclick on his part there. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, he should have done the Shadow.
I think he meant to chop wood there and he clicked like one of his buffing skills by accident.
Oh.
This can probably... Yeah.
Okay. Zazu can probably recover this. It's a chapter 1 boss fight, so it's not really something that's super scary. If not, it's just going to be slower.
Yep.
Alright, all of our runners are now on Doru.
Yes. It does look like they picked up an extra level on the way to the boss. This makes the boss fight a bit safer. It also obviously gets us on the path to reaching those entreat levels that we need.
Yep.
But you can do this fight at level 1, and it's kind of scary, but... So he got the 200 HP heal. Really not...
Yep, Uno making it out of his fight. Alright, same with Doid, Zazu.
Alright, and for our troubles, we'll be, what's his face? Agnea will be given a 10,000 leaf cell item, the Purse of Hope. And that obviously gets us 10% of the way to our 100k.
Very nice start. That's one of the other reasons to start as Agnea. Just clean 10k already done.
Yes. Here we're going to be picking up a $1,600 chest. It's not much, but it's something, so it will surely be important.
Yep. So we should be seeing the runners make their way to Oars Rush. Probably also tagging Crackridge Harbor on the way over.
Yes.
Warp back.
Yeah, one interesting thing about the harbor screens is that when you warp there through the map, you actually end up right in front of the boat. So this saves a lot of movement. Here we're being introduced to Agnea's latent power, which causes single target abilities to become multi-target. Probably only going to be used for breaking in this category. There really is not any combat other than throwing soul stones at people.
Yep, we are gonna have to take some battles, as we said earlier, because we need to hit level 10. But again, those battles are most likely solved.
Yeah, we're gonna want to go into a little bit higher level areas to get the levels that we want. And these encounters will just waste our time.
Yep. Alright, Doid in Ores Rush to grab Particio, along with Uno's there. Zazu on or.
Yeah, so Particio thankfully lives one town over from Agnia, so we get all the characters that we need pretty early on in the race. In this game, unlike the first game, all you have to do is talk to the party members and they will be instantly recruited. They don't have to fight a boss or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Alright, so Doid, boating to New Delsta with Uno. And so we're going to be heading through New Delsta, grabbing some stuff, and then going to Clockbank.
Yeah, so New Delsta has a couple entreats. One of them is a medium soulstone, which instead of 400, or instead of 200, 260, 1100 damage, depending on, break status or weakness, they will do 1100, 1430, or 2200. And those will be used to take out encounters that are slightly stronger than us.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one Fire M soulstone by the entrance, and then there's a couple other entreats you can do. Like there's the rare cog, but I think you can't get that one till level 8, but so we'll probably have to come back for it.
Yep.
And this area is also near the town of Clockbank. This is Particio's second chapter town. Inside, this is also where you can pick up the Thief Shrine, or the Thief Job. And inside the Thief Guild, there's an NPC with a couple of level 3 entreats that are worth upwards of 20,000.
Yep. Namely the gold pocket watch and the dazzling artwork.
On the way to Clockbank, there's going to be a chest containing 6,300. Might be 62 or 64. I think it's 63 though. So you'll see our racers sometimes be breaking enemies. If all enemies on the screen are broken, then you can run away for free without having to deal with flea checks.
Yep. Doid getting that 6,300 chest.
This is a level 14 area, I believe. So,
yep. So a little
the encounter
dangerous
here,
if we get ambushed.
Yeah, the encounter here will get us a decent amount of levels too. I think Agday goes straight to level 6 or 7 here.
Ooh,
Level
yeah.
6.
Zazu getting caught by surprise, taking an unfortunate death.
Alright, so this NPC here has 2 soul stones. We have to pay a bit of money to get them, but it's worth it because we'll be getting more levels. Picking up this NPC here for a side quest that nets us 12,000, in addition to getting a $4,000 sell item. Our runners could opt to equip this item. It is a greater chance for Kates. A cultured Kate would basically solve a lot of money problems, and allow us to skip a couple encounter kills and maybe some quests.
Yep. So grabbing those artworks, head back to New Delsta to grab that rare cog that we couldn't grab earlier because we weren't high enough level.
Teaching Partition is still hired help.
Yep.
I'm not sure if this is for defeating encounters or breaking.
I would say most likely, probably for levels. We're not level 10 yet. We are a couple levels off, so just throwing a bit of money at the encounters to clear them instead of menuing off of the last couple soul stones we have.
Uno using the latent Ruinous Kick again, just to break every enemy on that screen. Has 1 shield. Ruinous Kick reduces 1 shield regardless of weakness. And latent target causes target.
Yeah. Zazu just cannot catch a break. 3 surprises in a row now to my count. So he still has not hit Clock Bank yet.
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah. There we go. Zazu finally threw that encounter.
I see so the hired help was to finish off the last bit of that slug's HP.
Mm-hmm.
Because the slug has a little bit more than 1100 and did not hit a weakness with the windstone.
I wasn't expecting that.
Uno, getting a taste of Azazi's bad luck, was ambushed on the Tropohopa screen. However, they're all just debuffing and not really doing anything. Yikes.
Yep.
All right, never mind.
Then fully cleared out, so. Yep. So let's see if hopefully Uno does not get surprised again. And he can clear this. Yep, looks like he should be fine. There we go. All right, Zazu heading into the Thieves Guild to entreat the those items, dazzling artwork, and the gold pocket watch.
And Agnia just about hitting level 10 with a handful of XP to spare.
Yep.
I do believe that slug encounter. Well, that slug encounter is one of the more valuable EXP, I think, you can get.
Mm-hmm.
So, entreating 2 items from that featuring NPC.
Yep. Doid almost through with his treats. And should be headed over to get Boat after he sells all of the items.
One quest he's got to finish for about 20 grand. And I think
Doid
he picked up an
100k. He'll be headed over to the shipyard to get the boat.
Yes. They picked up an NPC. I don't know if that's a sell high NPC or a discount one.
I believe it's a sell high and.
Yep, it is. I'm watching Uno selling, and it's in the corner there. 96.
Uno 4,000 short.
Did you sell the Kate powder?
All right. Oh, that was time on Doid, by the way, a little bit ago. He was moving so fast that we didn't even notice he finished.
Yeah, forgot to get the rare cog.
Ah, there it is. Cog.
With 16 leaves to spare.
Yep.
This will be worth 4. Actually, no, because there's a 25% increase. Or yeah, so it's gonna be about 1,000 leaves to spare.
Yep. From the. Right, there we go. All right. Uno has his 100k. Then it's moving over. By the boat. Zazu almost in Tropu-Hopu, so he should be rounding out the end of the run really, really quickly.
I believe Doid said they were going for Black Sun. Or was that somebody else? Or no, that might have been someone else.
Super.
Oh, I think Uno's doing Black Sun, so I don't remember what Doid was doing. Well, I think it was White Octopus.
Not sure. Uno's got Red Trident. I did not see what Doid got. I believe Zazu is going for Blank Octopus. So we'll have to see what design Zazu goes for. But Zazu's on his cell. So should be rounding out his 100k relatively quickly.
There's rare cog in the menu, so we know that that was successful.
All right, Zazu about 300 short before having to sell an additional item. Then, yep, he is just heading straight down to Boat, clearing this cutscene. See what design he goes for.
So I guess for context, this is normally something you'd pick up in the mid to late game, but you can do it in about
Yep.
20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Black.
And this unlocks like the second half of the map, and that was time on Zazu.
GG.
Right. GG's, great boat runs for all of the players. All right, so that was boat run. Really great run, really short run, really fun. All right. So before our next section of our marathon, stream is going to be going down a bit. So stick around. We're not going anywhere. You may just refresh your Twitch tab, and then we will also be. This next section is going to be a bit of an open mic for different community members to jump in, talk about their experience, community, and why, and the Octopath series, and their experiences with it. While we got some good meme runs going on in the background. So stay tuned for that.
Hello, everybody. We're going to be doing something a little different here. So one of our runs did not go according to plan here, so we've had to pivot here. But I think now is as good a time as any to have a little bit of an open mic here, where members of the community here in the marathon can also just talk about what the series means to them, what the community means to them, just all that, and we'll have some fun meme runs in the background here while we're talking about all this. So I'll kick things off here and then pass it off to whoever wants to talk next. But for me, I've been speedrunning this game almost since this game came out, and this game over time has grown to have a lot of meaning for me, just because through cosplay and through the speedrunning community here and the various marathon runs I've participated in, they've all been unforgettable in one way or another, or putting it lightly. So I greatly appreciate the joy that this series has brought to me in the community that it has fostered. So, and I can't thank you all enough for being here this weekend. Let's see it. So let's pass it off to next person here. Looter, I see you're in chat here, so why don't you go next?
My name is Looter Scooter. I've been playing the game since I think about 2020. When my friend Marco introduced me to the soundtrack of the game, and I was like, this soundtrack's incredible, and I need to play the actual thing. And I was just going for every achievement on Steam, and one of the achievements is reach the end credits in under 8 hours. And I figured I'll just look up a speedrun guide to do that, because I was like, it took me like 45 hours to reach credits on my first casual playthrough, so I had no idea what strats to do. So I just came into the Discord, learned OT2 Shrine, because that's the best newcomer route that we have, and I just had a blast. So I kept speedrunning it. I did a couple more runs of OT2 Shrine, and then I moved on to half-game categories. Rogues and females are probably my two favorite runs. And yeah, it's been awesome the entire time. Like this, I have such a fun time running the game, chatting with everyone here in the Discord, just vibing. It's been a good time.
Thank you, Looter. Fran, why don't you go next?
Oh, me? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hi. I'm relatively new to speedrunning, as in I just started last weekend. But Octopath has been a very great source of creativity and trying new things. I've mostly been writing fic about it. It's like my third favorite. Octopath 2 is like my third most common written fic canon. But I didn't really consider speedrunning anything until I saw Alta do it on RPG Limit Break earlier this year, and I was like, oh, wait, I could actually do that. And so I decided to give it a try, because I mean, I really like this series. I've been aware of it since the Nintendo Direct. I really liked the first game a lot, and then I got the second game, and I liked that a ton, and got 0 when it came out, and I love that one. That's my favorite one. I think it's like the music is really good, the gameplay is really solid, and I really like the characters. And I like watching these speedruns. I like seeing people get through this game very quickly and being creative with it. So yeah.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your words. So we got is it Kaipai? I don't know how to pronounce, but
it's right. It's Kippy, but
Kippy.
So I'm not really a speedrunner for this game, but ever since like watching the event from the start yesterday, I took into mind. I'm like, okay, now I really want to speedrun this game, and it's really interesting. So I've been like playing the game ever since I think 2021 or 2022. A streamer friend of mine, he was playing Octopath Traveler 2, Galdera's, the super boss of Octopath 2, Galdera. So I installed the demo onto my Nintendo Switch, I played it for a few hours, I enjoyed it, I bought the full game, I beat Octopath 2 I think 4 separate times now, so that's my favorite one. I have also played Octopath Traveler's COTC. I've also Octopath 1 and 0. But if I have to go in my favorite order of Octopath games, it's 2, COTC, 0, and 1.
Thank you so much. Anime, why don't you go next?
Or can you hear me?
Yep.
Alright, so I, like others, I heard of the game early on in its Switch days, and then I rented the game, actually briefly, and I did enjoy it, so I eventually just bought the game, and I played through it and thought it was fun. When I got toward the end of it, I looked up a speedrun of it, and I watched Jello, I believe. He did an RPG Limit Break Galdera run. After Jello, I watched other runners like Zero and other people in the community doing runs here and there, and I also joined the Octopath speedrunning community just to lurk and watch people read things and such. At the time, I was also in the casual Discord, casual Octopath Discord as well, and also the subreddit. So I was just like semi-obsessed with the game and just following along and watching people play and reading things and such. And then eventually there was a thing where the half game categories were like doing a poll on like whether or not to allow characters of like the opposite type, like for example allowing Tressa in males, for example, just to be recruited as long as you get all the other 4 males. And then there was like a poll, and then one of the things that I was thinking in my head was like, if I want to vote on something, I wanted to like be like a person who has actually run the game. So I just did one run just to try it out, and I did Cyrus single story. And I remember back then I like posted some questions, and Sanjan, who was a longtime runner, helped out with answers, and other people too and such. And I thought that the run was fine. So then after I did the Cyrus run, I tried Ophelia single story run, and that was okay too. But the main thing that really got me really interested was actually the solo runs. Doid and Zero were both runners who had routed solos, and then they had routes out. So then I took ideas from them and such. I made my own, and I really enjoyed that. So then I went on to route the other solos and things in Octopath 1, and then later on I branched out to other challenge run categories and things like no sub jobs, level 1s, and also Octopath 2 runs and such as well. And then over time, I also started applying to marathons and such. So I've done a few marathons and things. The biggest one was Games Done Quick this year, which to me was kind of just like a fever dream, because I never thought that I would ever qualify for or be on that stage or anything. And also to actually meet people, like I met Alta and other people. That was also really nice and a really good experience. Now one of the things I would like to attend one day is RPG Limit Break as a runner. But aside from that, I still enjoy routing a lot. I prefer routing over running, honestly, but both are fun, and I'm also just very invested in the community as well. Like I'm active on the subreddit and the casual Discord, and here in the speedrun community as well. But overall, it's just provided a lot of positive memories and such. And also, it was like just something during the pandemic that was keeping me like occupied, and was like a nice little thing to be doing on the side. But yeah, fun community, fun game, fun people, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ank, let's have you go next.
All right, hi, I'm Hank. Yeah, I was supposed to commentate on Galdera 2, but unfortunately the runner had to cancel, so here I am just rambling about old stuff. This is my first speed game, as I alluded in the Hornet single story commentary. I started with the Hornet run. It was also kind of similar story to a lot of, I guess, RPG runners that you kind of see a lot of speedruns, and then one day you're like, maybe I could do one. And I indeed did. And the Octopath community has kind of been my home community in the speedrunning in a lot of ways. I just kind of gone back and forth. Like, that's how home works, right? Sometimes you leave, sometimes you come back. I don't not much of a grinder anymore. I generally do events, and I think the culmination for me personally was the ESA Galdera Relay, where I was running with some great folks I want to shout out. Sunny Muffin, Quadra, Bowie the Hero, Sonorous. Who was the last one? Oh God. I'm shouting out people and I forget who the last one is.
Sazu was there too.
But anyway, that relay, that was a really nice event. Got to meet a lot of the people, like from all over the world, really. And since then, I've been mostly doing this event stuff, and now I'm here doing Caldera Relay again. I'm definitely gonna miss at the 3% on live block again as well. That's something we share with you, Alta.
Yeah.
That's a great bond to have. And yeah, I'll be running Rogues in a bit. It's my favorite run still, because it's wild. I don't recommend it for anyone who wants to grind for good times. But if you want your run to be entertaining for you and your audience, then I recommend Rogues. So check that out and have a nice rest of the relay.
Thank you so much. Chewy, let's have you go next.
So my story with this game has been very intertwined with speedrunning in general. So I had heard of the game, obviously, from the Direct, just like I think a lot of other people. But basically, I never really got... I was like, you know what, I don't think I'll get into it. I had seen like some of the GDQ runs, but I think eventually, I think it was like summer of 2020 or 2021, I got recommended Zero's streams of Galdera. Like he was running Galdera, and I was like, this is really, really cool. I should play this game. And so I just kind of got it on a whim and played the heck out of it. And then for a while, I just kind of played casually. And I kind of started making like really cool like strategies and uploading them to YouTube, basically. And eventually that kind of was like, hey, wait, I could make a speedrun for this. So for not really, first kind of like I made strategies and I was like, can I make the speedrun viable? And eventually that resulted in the birth of my route for all extra battles, which I will be showing off later today, which is going to be really cool. That's been my favorite run so far, but I'm sure I do have many other plans to run other things.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, so I joined the speedrunning community I think it was not at the very beginning of the game, but around 2018, so a year after it had come out or so. And it was just having played through it casually, came across the AI loop, came here to discuss if anyone knew about that, figured the speedrun was a place for glitches, and stuck around for more speedrunning. Early days, I was doing things like rerouting Cyrus's. I've never fully committed to learning any of these categories in great detail. usually just improvising or coming up with other things, mostly resting in the realm of routing, and that's been a lot of fun for me. But aside from that, yeah, the community's been fantastic. The game itself is great support for a huge creative variety. I myself go into weird things like routing, collecting all axes or all candies in the games, and that's just a fun little exercise and things to engage with. It's all interconnected, and you get to share strategies with others and pass things around. But beyond that, it's been great as a community too. I'm frequent in Zazu's Discord, just hanging out there. There was a period of time where we would have weekly randomized, or not randomized, but just bingos in Octopath 1. A few other things along the way as well, and those are great. It's just nice opportunities. I haven't really explored other speed games, but Octopath's been a great place for me throughout all these years, and always appreciative of everyone here and the community as a whole.
And it's a good thing to highlight too that contributions to communities are not just in running. Like there's, everything that you're seeing this weekend has been the work of many different people, large and small, and we all build each other up in that way. So thank you for that. Jacoby, what have you got to say?
Hey, I'm Jacoby. I'm a little new. I started Octopath, just really speedrunning in general, back in January, after I watched Anime perform his run of Castti Solo at AGDQ. I've been thinking about getting into speedrunning for a while, and watching him and watching that run finally kind of fit over, and I was like, all right, this is something I can do. And I mean, I've always loved the Octopath series. I played both games when they came out on Switch, loved them, and so that kind of seemed like the logical choice, what like my first run should be. And as soon as I joined the community, everyone was so helpful, so welcoming, even though so, no speedrunning experience prior, even just like not as much Octopath experience. I had only really played the games once when I had initially played them when they came out. Everyone was so nice and welcoming. I couldn't have asked for a better community to walk into. So yeah, these guys, everyone here means quite a lot to me. Thank you for being so welcoming.
Thank you. I think we got time for a couple more. Do we want to see if QT Uno and Zazu want to do any words too? Can hop down in there real quick.
I'll hop in and let them know real quick.
All right. Welcome. Zazu, do you have any words to share?
Well, my entry into the Octopath speedrunning community was kind of weird. When the game was announced in the Direct, I saw it and thought, oh, that looks really cool. And then I kind of just forgot about it until my brother said, hey, have you seen this game? And then I tested the demo and it was cool. And then I played the game. I never finished Octopath 1 until after I had done Galdera speedruns, which is a little funny. And my entry into the speedrun scene specifically was, I think, after I saw probably Jello or someone else doing Galdera. And I specifically remember him falling off the Ripple-Tide map with Tressa. And I don't know why he did it, but it was really funny to me. And I had been watching speedruns for a while. I'd been following the Pokemon and Final Fantasy XII speedrun scene for a while. But somehow Octopath just felt like a game that would be a really nice point to start. And it was really easy to come into it because the resources for Ophelia single story are really good. So I started with that, and then I moved on to other characters I really liked, like Hanit and Therion and Cyrus. And I guess Octopath 2 is where I really started to really do stuff. I started routing a lot of inventorless routes, which it was fun. I still regret even trying Hikari's single story without inventor. Don't try, it's not fun. And yeah, I found the Octopath speedruns to be a really nice place for I guess creativity. I really like it when numbers just fall in place. And yeah, it's been really fun to just do speedruns for fun. And shout out to the soundtrack. Octopath soundtrack is so good. If it wasn't this good, I probably wouldn't feel like spamming the same speedruns over and over. So, yeah.
That's a mood.
Yeah.
Well, thank
Real.
you.
Real.
I'm going to pass on a message from QTRP Girl here as well. She's having audio issues in Discord, but what she has to say, she got into this game during the pandemic, and that we provided a sense of community that she really needed. And she is fortunate to have met so many kind and amazing people, and that Octopath was there at each stage of her legal schooling and career. So, very touching there. Lego or Vegos, you got something to share with us?
Yeah. For me, Octopath was a game that I got really into just like during the demo when that came out, and was one of the first games for me that like I really got into because I wanted to. I largely played like random games from other people before then, and it's just a game that means a lot. For speedrunning, I just kind of, because I really loved Octopath, I looked it up after I had gotten into a different speedrunning community, and it was just really cool, and it kind of became, I'm a little bit more of a viewer than a runner in that sense. I watched a lot of Quadra streams, a lot of Lost Core streams, a lot of QD streams, a lot of Zazu streams, and I had kind of fallen out of it, and I just happened to learn about this event like a couple months before it happened, and just submitted in case there wouldn't have been enough runners. So I'm really happy to have participated in this, and I'm really happy to have just been able to just watch so many runs and hang out with people, as you know, sometimes talking, sometimes just lurking in streams. It's just such a nice community.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Uno.
Hey, just wanted to talk about yeah, just what this game has been impacted with me. It was just a random day. I think I was visiting some extended family, and my cousin was playing through Therion's Chapter 1 on the TV in the basement. And I looked and I was like, wow, this game looks really cool. And I was explaining like the combat system, and I like was immediately just enamored with the whole game. And obviously I was really into like the Bravely games before, and they were like, oh, well, you know, it's maybe the same people that made the Bravely games. I was like, well, I gotta try that out. So I grabbed the demo up on my Switch on that same trip, played through Primrose's Chapter 1, and got really just like thought that the game was like really cool. Eventually played through like casually. One of my first interactions with the game, sort of like media, was actually a speedrun, because I didn't know how to get the secondary jobs, so I watched a Primrose single story speedrun to see like how you got that, and I was like, oh wow, that's really cool. And then afterwards, after I like, you know, played through the game and got to like beat the final boss and everything, I came and looked into the speedruns, because I thought that just like this game was like really interestingly made and like so open and allows for a lot of like creative problem solving when it comes to like mechanics and whatnot, and like beating boss fights, and like everything the community was doing at that point was like really impressive to me. And so it was something that I like strive to try to like sort of uphold and like keep moving forward and like try to like do my own runs and whatnot. But yeah, no, it was I don't know, the community with Octopath in both speedrunning and outside of it is meant a lot to me. This game I have like over 1,000 hours on Steam, I think, at some point. So it's just like it's been a part of my life for a really long time, and it just kind of feels like something that I can always like fall back on if all else fails. It's been a really nice part of my life, and I really enjoy the community. I really enjoy the people I've met through the game. It's one of the most like impactful things, I think, was me deciding to download this game's demo on that random day. Yeah, thanks to everyone that's been a part of the community, big or small, whatever it is, it matters, and it's really nice to have everyone.
Yeah, thank you everybody for sharing your stories. This series means a lot to us in one form or another, and whether it be speedrunning or even the casual community and the artist and fan fiction communities, like there's just a whole lot of different avenues for this series that keep the fandom alive, even well today. And just this is for me one of my favorite speedrun communities around. So thank you all so much. And for this, we're going to move on now with the marathon. We have Castti Solo coming up next with Anime Fan and Jacoby. Need to run it back after Therion yesterday, so it should be a good time. Stay tuned.
All right, hello everybody. I'm back, Bram Hall V. I'm here to commentate this excellent race between Anime Fan X11 and Jacoby. If both of you want to introduce yourselves in the category you'll be running.
Hi, I'm Anime Fan X11. I enjoy Octopath solo runs and level 1 runs and no sub-job runs and other challenge runs and such in this game. I also enjoy routing a lot and such, so this was one of the categories that I enjoyed routing. And then I also have done marathon runs of this and other stuff that I also enjoyed. Really like to showcase it, so I'm excited to be here and to race with my friend Jacoby. Go ahead, Jacoby.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jacoby. Relatively new on this. But I'm excited to get back to my roots, as Castti was my first run that I ever learned for in terms of Octopath speedrun. And I was inspired to learn this route because I watched the Anime Fan run of this exact route at AGDQ 2026 back in January. And so I'm really excited to be racing against the person who wrote the route and the person inspired me to really start speedrun in general.
Right.
I'm honored. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. If you're both ready, I'll count you in.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
From three, 2, 1, start.
All right. Good luck, Jacoby.
All right. So what the Castti Solo route is, as you might know if you've been watching all day and all day yesterday, is there's 8 characters in this game. You can start as any of them, and you're supposed to pick up the other 7 at some point, but you can also just beat one character's story using only that character. It's a little bit trickier and you have to kind of outsmart the game a little bit, but it can be done, and it can be done quite quickly. As you can see, the estimate's about an hour. So we're just starting out with some story stuff. Castti is on a boat and she lost her memory. The boat just needs to crash, and then it becomes the start of an East game. But no, we dock safely. We end up in Canal Brine, and now Castti's kind of made it her mission to recover her memories and figure out what happened to her that, caused her to be stranded at the ocean. She ends up in Canal Brine, and there's like people getting sick, and it turns out the water's polluted. So we're just gonna solve that right now. We're being introduced to her 2 path actions. During the day, she can inquire NPCs for information, and at nighttime, she can soothe people, give them medicine, and put them to sleep. And this can, if they're standing in front of a door, this lets you get behind the door, but you have to have the item in question. And as well as inquire, you need to be a certain level for it to work, depending on which NPC it is. Now both of our runners are headed to the path to the water source. Most dungeons and story chapters in this game are going to have 2 screens. One that kind of goes to the dungeon itself, and then the dungeon proper. Picking up an item called the Empowering Ring. This gives an extra 200 HP, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, 200 sounds about right. And that's useful both for this chapter and for the rest of the run. I think this also circumvents the need to have to kill anything in the dungeon, because normally you would want to get to level 2 for survivability.
We still do get to level.
Oh, you do get to level 2 anyway? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I usually kill the thing outside the dungeon, but inside also works. There's another chest being picked up here. I cannot quite remember what's in it.
This will be a diffusing serum. If you want to talk about concoct. Yeah.
Okay, so Cassti's also other special ability that you can use in battle is called concoct. You can combine ingredients, and it'll have different effects depending on what items you use. If you've seen Octopath 1, Alfyn had concoct, but he can only combine 2 ingredients. Castti can combine up to 5 depending on her boost level. And then rather than having some kind of like special effects that happens when you put 2 stuff together, what it actually does is it just uses like 2 to 5 items back to back in a row. So as you can see on Jacoby's screen, he's using the hazardous concoct that deals damage, and uses 2 bluster blooms to just do wind damage twice, take out 2 shields at a time. So the kind of the conceit behind this fight is that there are 2 enemies. When you get one of them like close to really low health, the other one will consume it and gain defense buffs. And so we're gonna start by taking out the one on the right, because I think he has less health, or maybe it's because he has more health. Another thing Concoct can do is you can heal yourself. So Anime Fan here is switching to Medicinal Concoct. Combines the Cleansing Leaf, which removes bad status, with the Grape Leaf, which will heal him. So a nice 2-for-1 there. Right now we're mostly just stalling turns, waiting for those buffs to wear off, and then we'll do our final burst damage once they're gone. At some point, Cassie's Latent Powder is going to activate. Latent Power is a special ability that each character gets when that little round gauge in the top right fills up. And once that activates, depending on which character you're using, it'll do something different. What Cassie's is you will get infinite concoct ingredients for that one turn. So you can use like 5 Dark Lions in a row and it won't use any of them. You'll have the same number as you started with. Anime Fan completing that fight with very little trouble, and Jacoby shortly following.
So there's a few different scripts for this battle. I was trying one with using an early latent, which can be risky because you might not reobtain latent. Latent, that top right thing, you know, it only you only get back if you break or take damage, and you might not break or do enough damage. But if you can do it, then it can help preserve slightly more concoct materials.
I also think I saw Jacoby using weeds.
Oh,
Weeds.
Oh yeah, yes.
Weed is it's an item that Castti has infinite of no matter what. But you can't control what it does. So it can do an elemental defense debuff, but it might not.
Yeah, the weed strat is something that Zazu came up with the last. If you get lucky, it cuts the fight down in half. If not, it's just a fight that it would normally normal length.
Yeah, I think there's no real risk involved other than it doesn't work and you have to be sad.
Yeah, there's really no reason in my mind not go for it. But different runner preference.
Yeah, I didn't go for it earlier because I didn't learn it. All right, so here Anime Fan has taken a couple of ferries to end up in the New Delsta area. This is a very valuable area for the run. It's where the black market is located. That's obviously, we've covered the black market a lot today. You change it to nighttime and there will be a random shop. And you can keep trying until you get a shop that you want. As well as this is how you get to the Scholar Guild, which will be an important subclass for us due to a passive ability I can unlock that reduces the encounter rate. Here Anime Fan has picked up a Herb of Serenity. I'm pretty sure this is actually just for keeping and not for selling, but it does sell for 2,500. However, it is also one of Castti's soothe ingredients, so you can opt to just use it on something, and I think you have to do a lot of soothing in this run to access certain rooms.
Yep, we'll be using that grab, the Rusty Spear from
the Rusty Spear. Our runners are now making their way to the town of New Delsta proper. There's a few side quests. There's one side quest I know that you can do in here with Castti that offers a lot of money. Castti is a little bit strapped for cash because she doesn't have the ability to get items for free like some other characters do. But we're gonna need a lot of money because we want to buy a lot of stuff really early in the run. Alright, so we're gonna make go into this shop here to buy a unerring earring. This is used for a quest later, as well as soothe this NPC with a single slumber sage, which is like the lower tier of soothe medicine. You can pick up a bunch of these anywhere really, and that gives you 6,000 leaves, and the dragon scarf, which sells for 4,000. There's another side quest that we're going to do in the town of Cropdale coming up that's worth another 4,000, and it will yield us another 4,000 sell item. And again, it's just as simple as using one slumber sage on an NPC. And that combined with the Dragon Scarf quest should get us just about all the money that we need to buy the materials that we want. And there's one more money chest here. 1,600 inside? Or is it 15? Is it 15 or 16?
16, yeah.
16,
okay. And there's another slumber sage outside this town. I'm not sure if they're going to be picking it up. They will not be.
Yeah, we don't typically.
Yeah, just because there's an increased chance of an encounter if you pick that.
That's true.
Yeah, I unfortunately got the 2 on the way to Cropdale, which is uncommon, but it still can happen.
There's another inquire that we're going to do for a side quest later. And that'll be worth a bit of money, and yield us another important reward, a piece of gear that we're actually going to be using. So here's our here's where we're going to do the night market roll. There's a 15% chance that we see 2 nuns, and the one on the left sells soul stones. In addition, there's this shop right here. Oh, not that one. This one right here. Well, actually, I guess we're not going to use it. Oh,
Yeah, I was
really?
I think one of the shops sells concoct materials, and I was debating buying some. Then I remember that I can't afford it.
Okay.
You have like no money left over after this.
All right, so we're just looking for soul stones.
Yes.
And we're not looking for like HP rings. I guess we get those somewhere else.
Yeah, we'll be going to Timberrain for her chapter, so they have bracelets
Oh
there.
yeah, that makes sense.
Which is
Yeah,
better.
yeah. And there's also some in Sai as well. So right, we're just looking for these NPCs right here. We're gonna sell our valuables, and we will buy a bunch of soul stones. And what soul stones do is they do fixed damage, and the fixed damage it does is often a lot larger than anything you can do, even with a full boost at this level. We also bought a couple small soul stones, which we'll be handing in for the same quest as the accessories we bought in those shops. There's Oswald taking a little snow nap. And now our runners are headed for the Scholar Guild. The Scholar Guild is in a level 14 area, so it's a little bit dangerous, but if we can take out those, if we can take out the encounters, which we can with the Soul Stones, then that will yield us a lot of experience and money and most importantly, job points. We're looking for 130 job points, and with that we can learn 2 skills on the Scholar class. And once you unlock 2 skills on the Scholar class, you learn the first passive ability, which is called Evasive Maneuvers. And that's basically our NCAF ability. It will lower the encounter rate pretty drastically. So the main risk here is getting caught by surprise, because if you get caught by surprise, they act first and you can't do anything, and they probably kill you.
I'll also note that the encounter for me dropped Lily of the Light, and if you get enough drops of that, you don't have to buy them later, which I think I can skip now buying. But hopefully I get more drops.
Yeah, you need 5 for the fight that's relevant for is Sai Chapter 2. During the Sand Lion fight, we break it with 2 different concocts. One uses 2 lilies, the other uses 3 break, so that we can just deal damage.
Jacoby getting not so good luck on the Winter Bloom screen, been ambushed twice. Meanwhile, Castti has, or anime fans, Castti now has evasive maneuvers. Can probably make it all the way to Winter Bloom. But just to be sure, probably going to take this screen reset here to reset the danger counter. I think actually you're gonna get another encounter, and I think you want to kill it, or am I wrong? I'm wrong.
No, we want to skip it.
Okay, yeah, that's if you don't have EM, I think. So if you watched the single story race from earlier, you'll know that the 4 runners, including myself, actually delayed the Winter Bloom chapter. There's 2 chapter 2s for Castti. One takes place inside, the other takes place in Winter Bloom. The solo run wants to do Winter Bloom first. As opposed to the single story one, which did side first and ignored the prompt to start the chapter initially. Jacoby getting an unlucky second encounter, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a bear in there. You're not supposed to see a bear.
Yes, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't make it back to the Scholar Shrine. The safety.
Anime fan now on the infamous Conning Creek screens. Took the encounter during the day for some extra EXP.
Yes, the
So
nighttime
there's-
battle is. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You're explaining the same thing I was going to. You can go ahead.
Oh, okay. The nighttime battle on this screen is the same every time, but the daytime battle is also the same. The night one is 4 scorpions, and it gives a lot of job points compared to the day one, which gives more experience. So just run, depending on what route you need, what you need in your run.
Yes. So for example, earlier when I ran Castti, I took the night battle because I needed more money. But you also need a lot of experience in this, or a sizable amount of experience at least, because of a level gate that will be coming up. Here we're picking up an item called the Rainbow Glass Bottle. And I believe with that we have all the materials we need to hand into the Genius Inventor on the new Delta screen.
So Jack, what's so great about Inventor?
Alright, so Inventor has a few things going for it. It's a special class that, doesn't map onto any of the 8 characters. It's like an extra class. And it's unique in that you don't learn skills with job points. You learn them by handing items into the quest NPC here. And the 2 inventor abilities that get used in this run are actually one that you start with, Changeable Catapult, which just does a load of damage and it's just pretty strong on its own. And then there's also the first passive ability you learn by handing in 2 inventions, which is called A Step Ahead, which gives you a free turn at the start of every single fight. In a normal playthrough, this is like extremely broken because you can give it to all 4 characters. In a solo playthrough, it's almost pretty much necessary for survival in a lot of scenarios to have the extra initiative. It doesn't interact with the game like at all. Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty useful to have a step ahead going into this next screen because the battles that you get on the Crackridge screens cannot be killed in 1 turn. So having as much initiative as possible is quite helpful. So the Crackridge screen is another mid-game level screen. It's a little bit worse than the ones we've been seeing because it's level 20 instead of level 14. Yeah, so the Light Soulstone M will take care of the 2 moles, whereas you need a second one to get rid of the Armadillo. And it was pretty unlucky that you got hit there, because generally if the Armadillo is below half HP, it prioritizes defensive moves instead of attacking. Picking up some money here. Money is an exceedingly valuable resource in this run. We've already dumped pretty much all of our money on those soul stones, and we need to get even more. And the reason for that is because of the merchant class, which Anime is about to pick up now.
Yeah, also, I like to do safety saves. Whenever there's a save point near me and I think there's like a minor risk, I always do it for a solo run anyway, because it's only like, a few seconds at best, and it gives a nice buffer of safety if they like knock you out and then you don't have to re-walk the screen and such. So I always opt to take that safety save there, and same for the conning map. I always take a safety save there. But this is a merchant, as Jack was alluding to.
Yeah, so Merchant comes with a few very useful abilities. One is called Sidestep, which you can use to guarantee a dodge on a physical attack at least once per boost level. And it's charge-based, so when you get hit and you dodge, it uses up a charge. Another is called Hired Help. This is kind of how bosses get killed in this game, generally, without having to invest into your character builds. Here's the first example coming up right here. So Anime just spent 15,000 leaves, which is pretty expensive, puts quite a dent in his pocket, but as a result, it just kills the encounter here in this level 45 area. The beastlings in particular are quite powerful because in addition to dealing thousands of damage, they will automatically reduce a shield point, regardless of what their weaknesses are. But there's other options too, such as guards and veteran soldiers and ruffians and lots to choose from. And then the other thing that the merchant class is good for is the second support skill, which you have to learn 3 skills to unlock. It's called Boost Start, and it gives you a extra BP at the start of every fight. So you start with 2 instead of 1. And if you get caught by surprise, you start with 1 instead of 0. Here, the enemy's doing another side quest for a bit of money. And armor. I don't remember if this armor gets used or sold.
The shield will be used, yeah.
The shield gets used, but that's just in a chest. Yeah. So I guess you don't use the hat?
Nah, that's like on briefly, and then we're gonna replace it with a HP hat.
Ah, yeah. The one inside.
Yep, that's right.
Alright, so having cleared out tons of high-level encounters, Anime Fan is very much beyond the level 14 requirement for those Inquires. And is now ready to get into the rest of Chapter 2 in Winterbloom here. Just a bit of story here. This is one of the places that was noted in Cassti's apothecary journal. So she's kind of retracing her steps to recover her lost memories. And kind of the story here is that there's a dying old lady, and she's going to bequeath her estate onto this little girl as soon as she turns 13. But there's somebody else who wants the inheritance. So there's a little bit of tension there, and eventually he just resorts to hiring goons to kidnap the girl to get what he wants. So, and that's going to end up being the boss. It's the 3 goons. Jacoby getting still a little bit unlucky with back attacks. It's expected to see a couple of them in the level 45 areas. So here, Anime Fan gets a free turn at the start with a step ahead, so it defends to get initiative on the second turn, and has 2 boost points to use the 30,000 leaf option hired help veteran soldier, and it just kills the boss. The kind of the catch behind that boss is that they don't have very much health, but there's 3 of them. But if you can just hit all of them at the same time, the fact that there's 3 of them isn't much of an obstacle. So yeah, every time you see that broken TV effect after an Inquire, it means she's recovering an important memory. So she's remembering the character Truso, who will be important later. And now Anime Fan has enough job points to teach the first 2 support skills for the merchant, grows on trees, which is 10% extra money for battles, and Boost Start, which I've already covered. Gotta take one more fight on the gravel screen here. In order to save money, use guards there and just finish off the big birds with a soulstone.
Yeah, that also guarantees overkill. I don't know if you want to go over that.
So yeah, overkill is when you deal a certain amount of damage more than what the enemy had, and it's 10% extra EXP. At some point, there's also an item that our runners want to get later that I think requires level 20 for the Inquire.
Yes, that's right. The guy for this quest beside me right now.
And that's the highest level that you want to reach, right? Level 20.
Yeah, level 20 is all you need for the final boss.
Alright, so here is our first use of Changeable Catapult. It does about the same damage as a medium Soulstone does. And what happened is equipped the Star Splitter, which is a very powerful sword, has just a little bit under 300 points of strength. Changeable Catapult lets you deal damage according to any of the 6 weapon types. So there he's going with sword. Changeable Catapult is also a little bit bugged, but I don't think that's really relevant in this category, so I'm not going to touch that subject quite yet, because it's a lot to go over. But the relevant part is that in order to actually get the sword damage, he has to change his primary weapon in the attack command to sword, otherwise it won't do the damage you want. It'll pull the stats from the axe despite the fact that he's throwing the sword. And that's just kind of part of how the skill is broken. So it's really, in this category, the brokenness of Changeable Catapult is a minor inconvenience, more so than any kind of benefit to us. So here's Cassie's other chapter 2, the one that takes place in Sai. I'm going to be buying a fighter's headband for some defense and HP.
Yeah, it gives 150 HP, which I think is the second highest amount, or it's up there for for a hat in the game. So.
Yeah. Gonna do a little bit of a detour dip here for a revitalizing jam. We actually need... Oh, reinforcing jam, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, we need a few of these sorts of jam items. The reinforcing jam gives full 5 boost points as well as full latent power. And the revitalizing jam, which we're going to be farming a couple of later, is full HP, SP, and boost points. I just picked up another chest there. I can't remember if that's a pomegranate or a soulstone.
It's a palm, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pomegranate. Yeah, the soulstone's the soulstone's off to the right.
By the way, one thing I'm doing as I'm going through these maps is I'm going to nighttime for these battles, because the nighttime battle is just marginally more like EXP job points money than the daytime ones. That's better. I could do the same thing on this coming screen, but the nighttime battle you have a chance to miss, and also if they catch you by surprise, it's more dangerous. So I'm gonna stay on daytime for the Wellgrove battles.
Yeah, the nighttime encounter for Wellgrove is just a little bit too strong. One of the enemies is replaced with something bulkier. And yeah, when you have boost start and a step ahead, you can just like max boost right at the start of the fight. Very, very balanced.
Yes. You'll see that a lot later on when Chewie does his all extra battles run. A lot of abuse of that. But very cool. Highly recommend people to tune in to check that out. Coming up in not too long from now. Oh. Accidentally went to night.
Some anime fans making his way to Timber Rain, which is Cassie's Chapter 4 location. On the way, flagging Wellgrove, which is the location of an important quest, as well as a side dungeon. Well, not a side dungeon, a dungeon with an important item in it. So the final boss of this chapter has an attack that deals 5 hits of light damage, and there just happens to be a couple pieces of gear that we can get in Wellgrove that are that will reduce light damage. And yeah, the instant max boost is very necessary. That moose has 1,440 HP and did 1,480 damage there. Yeah,
it's well known that if you want to defeat it, even using a weakness medium soulstone, you need a little bit of extra chip damage usually. So either use some magic attack or something. That's why we don't bother using stones there too, because it won't be that effective against it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cassie is not one of the characters that just does extra damage at nighttime for free. So we have to squeeze out as much as we can.
Yep.
Alright, here's another level 45 screen. We'll see how it goes. Going poorly so far, but these guys are usually not very because they're usually kind of harmless on the first turn, but is always a chance that you take a hit, a fatal hit. They often like to waste their turns lowering your defense and speed, however. And that specifically is the scripted first encounter at nighttime, which is why our runners are changing it to night on the Timberane screen. Often just put the encounter to sleep to get a free runaway. If all enemies are sleeping, you can run away for free. This saves him from having to switch to merchant just to kill it.
And they're beefy too, so you have to throw a lot of money.
Yeah.
So.
Buying an item called the Empowering Bracelet, which is 500 extra HP. Necessary for survival. And yeah, a lot of the no hired help runs that some people have been doing, I mostly just rely on Castti for concoct damage. I know that Zazu's Castti no hired help was just spamming summons though. When I did Oswald, I mostly focused on because like all the dark boosting weapons are kind of just like right there for Oswald's chapters, including one that is right there in the final dungeon.
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of ingenuity that goes into those routes. Recommend people check it out if you want something changed up from the standard meta, which is hired help and normal runs.
Jacoby just about missing the kill on that moose, I think. Did you forget to defend there?
Yeah, you're right, I did. It's on me. Thankfully, it didn't go too badly.
Yeah. So the moose has a pretty good chance to just buff his attack, which is scary, but also makes it so that you don't, take damage.
Yeah.
Did you, anime fan, did you do Arms Master yet and I missed it?
Yes, I just sold the thing for the 100,000.
I saw a huge, sell there, and I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't explain Arms Master. So, Arms Master is another hidden class that works kind of like the Inventor, where you hand in stuff, rusty weapons in particular, to a blacksmith in gravel. Only a certain number of solo characters have access to this because you have to get rid of a guy standing in front of a door. So Cassie just uses Slumber Sage and to access the Arms Master guild. And the Arms Master class, I don't think ever gets used, but the way you use the skills is you have to have the weapon that it corresponds to equipped. And the weapons, which are, forged from the rusty weapons, are very valuable. They sell for 100k each. And the one that Cassie gets the easiest access to is the Rusty Spear, because he gets to get that in Timberane.
Yes. The NPC who guards it is, I believe, max level and requires 2 Herb of Serenities, which are a little more difficult to obtain, but there's a lot of places where you could obtain it in the route, so we get 2 that are close by, and then that helps, and then it basically well more than pays for itself because of the 100,000 that you sell it for, which is a lot of money.
Yeah, the second one's in gravel. That's right. There's the one in by the black market, and there's one on the gravel screen. right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
There's also one outside Kano Brine, her chapter 1 town, but you have to go by water.
Really,
So it's,
yeah, it's really
it's
far
a little
away.
slow.
Very good. You surprise your foe. Still gonna take the experience.
Yep.
And then gonna switch to Merchant for the next fight. Also unlock 2 dancer skills for the passive The Show Goes On, which just makes your buffs last longer. Will be necessary for the last fight. So this antlion is pretty weak compared to the other boss, but it has more HP because there's only one enemy. Going to use Cassie's Concoct ability to take out 2 shields at once without boosting, to take out the 2 light weaknesses, and then takes out the last 3 by boosting it once.
So this is where if anyone saw, I had 7 Lily of the Lights in my inventory when I opened it. That's because I preserved some in chapter 1, but I also had drops from the chapter 2 area, so that helped. Because then I didn't need to buy any in Winter Bloom, so it saved a little bit of time. But it's also weak to Axe as well, so we could also break it with that, and it doesn't do very much damage either. So.
All right, so now we're done with. You go ahead. Tell what you're doing.
I was just gonna mention that we are gonna go pick up another large pomegranate, which gives us full boost points. There's a few of these that you can get, and we actually did pass by one in the gravel area that we could have picked up too. But I prefer this one just because you don't get a risk of encounter, and the time is roughly the same.
Yeah, so they're gonna need a lot of BP items for the last fight. All right, so now we're done with both our chapter 2s, so we can start chapter 3. Chapter 3 is just mostly a bunch of cutscenes. Basically, she just now remembered the incident that caused her to be lost at sea earlier. She was with a group of traveling apothecaries, and then one of them turned on them and built like a death potion that can like kill everybody in a single town by setting it on fire and having the smoke mixed with the rain. And Cassie, I think, was the only survivor of this massacre.
What do you mean?
Because...
Malaya's right there.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Now here we're going to inquire for NPCs. Remember, it's 6445. Unless you do Trousseau first, then it's 6454.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Actually, it's all 4s. 64444.
No, Trousseau's 5.
Okay, yeah, he's either 4
Really?
or 5.
Trousseau
Yeah,
is
it's
5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter if you do them last because you just mash, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not know about the Cosmic Roar route for no hired help. That's pretty funny.
The what route?
The Cosmic Roar.
Oh, okay. That is interesting for sure.
It is very interesting. I vaguely remember what that does. It's like if you go first, then it does more damage. Or like if it holds your turn until the end, and depending on how long you're waiting, it does more damage.
Yeah, definitely cool. The stuff people come up with.
Actually using the divine weapons is pretty neat. I remember when I first did Oswald, I was using the Spirit Lord staff, but then I found it was actually just faster to sell it, so I could buy armor instead of having to mug for it. And then I ended up buying the Rough Hewn Rod, which is slightly weaker, only slightly weaker than the Spirit Lord staff.
And then you
I'm kind of bummed that I ended up routing out the Spirit Lord staff, but You gotta do what you gotta do to save time.
Sometimes for routing, you want to do what is fun, but unfortunately, that's sometimes a little slower than just being efficient. Definitely one of the trade-offs. So here's a big plot twist, you know, that we learned at this point in Cassie's storyline. The woman who's been helping her and her dear close friend, she actually has unfortunately passed away. Very sad moment. Probably the saddest in this game, in my opinion. For me, anyway. I don't know about other people.
Anyway, thanks for the slumber stage.
Yes. We actually passed that earlier too, but because Chapter 3 places us just a few steps closer, we decided to wait until this moment to pick it up. Just because we're just marginally closer by like a small few steps.
Alright, so we can go and do the final chapter right now, but we are not ready just yet. Like I mentioned, we need a couple of revitalizing jams, and Cassie has a pretty limited way of obtaining those. I think an older route that Jello came up with actually had to grind a level 30 to get one from an Inquire in Winter Bloom.
Yes, that's right. But that was necessary because his strat also grinded a support skill, which is Salt the Wound from the Hunter class to give you an extra turn in battle.
Yeah, if you're gonna grind that much JP, you might as well just get to level 30 as well.
Yeah.
But here we're just going to fight a couple of side bosses for it. For those rev jams. Yeah, Jello I think is on record saying he hated that strategy for Salt the Wound, but it was all he could come up with. Here we're using hired help ruffians to lower the physical defense. And Beastlings will finish it off. It only has about 20,000 HP. I remember I think I beat this boss in the demo with two characters. Or maybe it was 3.
Yeah.
It was hard, but it was like a doable.
Yeah, I think that in the first game that boss is maybe a little stronger, if I recall correctly. Can't remember. I think it's like way stronger actually, isn't it?
Yeah, the Devourer of Men.
Yeah.
Or is there another boss that kind of looked like that?
Carnivorous Plant. Yeah, like the alternate version of it.
There's a Kate. Is that useful? I guess it is, right? You get levels. Levels are good. There's level 20, right? Just level 20 straight up.
Yeah, I mean it helps for the many malls battle, I guess. Although I would have leveled up from this screen anyway, so honestly I'm not sure. But my catapult would have missed, so I just decided to use the stone to remove it. And if I fail to flee, it's slow. So.
Yeah. I hope you didn't need that stone. I guess if you have catapult, you don't really need the stone anymore.
Nah, it was only the backup. Yeah.
Oh, Carnivorous Plant was a rare dungeon spawn after you defeated Devourer of Men, so it wasn't its own boss.
Yeah, it was the alt.
Okay, yeah, that's my, I have a very bad memory of, stuff in Octopath 1.
Yeah, when you haven't played the game in a while, it's understandable.
So there's a revitalizing jam just for free right there. In addition, the boss we're about to fight is going to drop one.
So I didn't do an autosave in this tunnel, so I really hope I don't get caught by surprise, because it sets me back very far if I wipe. But
yeah, normally you get an autosave when you change screens, but
yes.
Yeah, because there's a cutscene that leads you in, it doesn't autosave. Although even this rule doesn't seem to be consistent about cutscenes. Jacoby starting in on the Carnivorous Plant fight. Seems pretty straightforward. It's just the ruffians and the beastlings. He gets to hit you maybe twice and you take a bit of damage, but he can't really do anything bad. This next boss, I think, is actually a little bit tougher.
Yes.
So this boss loves bad statuses, so we use Rehabilitate to block all bad statuses. So foul order would have probably poisoned and done other stuff. Basically, this guy's basically a Malboro. Here we have again. To combine the grape leaf with the pomegranate leaf to get a heal and an extra BP. The refreshing jam, which I think was a drop from the sand lion.
Yeah, from the boss.
Just a top off on HP. Now we use Beastlings times 3 into Vets times 4. I think that was all crits, which is 999 is a critical.
Yeah.
And now we have the level we want for this Inquire, which will allow us to complete a quest, a very valuable quest for a lot of money and a HP increasing item, the Nourishing Nut Medium. Almost every single digit of HP is important in this run.
Yeah.
Although I think he has an extra level, so.
Yeah.
Less so.
Gate, I think. Yeah.
And now we're starting chapter 4. So yeah, the turncoat and the Heirs Apothecaries has made it clear that his plan is to go to the coronation ceremony in Timberain, because it's supposed to rain there, and therefore he can unleash his fatal pathogen and just kill a bunch of people. Gonna sell a bunch of unneeded items for is it 150?
I aim for a little over 135,000. If 150,000's safer, yeah, though. 148 specifically, I think, or yeah, 149, yeah, is safer. But I will just hope to get okay encounters. So we don't need to defeat any more battles in the chapter 4 area, and we just want to get through it. But there are some dangerous ones. This is not one of them, though. So.
Yeah, this one, if you're a merchant and have boost start, oh, well, also you can just do that.
Oh yeah. Actually, I could actually have just broken it now that you mention it.
This is probably a little faster.
Oh. Okay. Also, it's important for me to not use latent there. I want to preserve latent on the top floor, just in case I get fire elementals. I can use Dark Delion to break them. So that's why also it helps if you can clear your inventory of concoct materials, because you don't want to keep the sleeping materials when you fight Trousseau. Just makes it a little faster to menu. Although it's very minor, so.
Die. Oh, ouch.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about.
What happened there?
I ended up taking a death to many more. Bad turn.
Just bad luck. Bad
rolls.
Okay, so using Cassie's latent power to use infinite Dark Delions and break that encounter. I know in my route for single story, if I get that encounter, I just can't do anything about it, and I just have to try to run.
Yeah, even if you preserve a Dark Delion, I guess.
I guess so. Well, yeah. Well, I guess if I had latent still, which usually I've used it at that point, just on an encounter.
Okay.
So I guess what you're saying is you want to keep it for the roof, and I will use it if I have to. And if I get, I just hope I don't get the elementals.
Gotcha.
Alright, so here we're going to be spamming sidestep a lot so that we can avoid Trousseau's attacks. And this nullifies all of his damage except for the Bursting Liquid move, which we can survive with the Dyed Clothes and the Light Amulet.
Yep. Dyed Clothes gives a 20% light, 25% light reduction. The Light Amulet gives 50%. Together, that's 75%. So that huge amount of damage that you see him doing, like the 1,000, it would be like 4,000 or whatever. I don't know however much.
Yeah, it's still quite a lot of damage, but it's less than it could be. It's also worth noting that in this fight, you take 75. You lose 75 of your max HP every turn. So you can see that there's at the top of the screen. There's Trousseau has 2 turns, and then there's also a cloud. And when that cloud gets a turn, you lose max HP. So this fight is pretty much on a timer. That said, there's still more than enough wiggle room to. Well, not more than enough. There's enough wiggle room to finish this fight in 27 turns. So it's pretty long. And went down to 59 HP there. That's why all that HP gear is necessary.
So there is an alternative strat to this, which is the same number of turns, but costs 45,000 less. 45,000 less leaves, which is the currency in the game. But it's riskier because it's like a 70-ish% chance of victory or so. I posted about it recently, and Chaotic has been doing runs with that strat. So shout out to Chaotic for trying it, because the reset after this boss after a long run is definitely takes some fortitude. But yeah, it's basically to use veterans and hope that the vets break for you. So definitely can push the time lower for sure.
So the way a lot of bosses work in this game, especially like late game, like Chapter 4 bosses, is every turn they have a set amount of actions, or a set like table of actions that they will do on that turn. But if they have multiple turns, it comes out in a random order. That said, we know exactly which turns are going to have I already forgot what it was called, the light attack. So we know when we need to heal and when we can just not heal. Because again, like we said, the light attack is the only thing that can do damage to us if we're sidestepping constantly. Bursting Liquid, that's what it was called. Alright, now we're using Rehabilitate. With 2 boost points, that'll get us base 6 turns of status immunity, but with the show goes on, it gives us a 7th, and that 7th is actually needed. The 7th turn is when we're going to be hit with a big attack that does like sleep and poison, I think.
So
I was extra careful selecting there because in practice I selected the wrong thing before.
Yeah, so Enemy Fan just uses Sticky Flower there, which lowers speed and evasion. Guarantees that he goes last on the next turn, and it also, this lowered speed increases your critical rate. Because we can't increase the critical rate of our own hired health because it's not our character. Alright, so now Trousseau transitions to his second phase. At this point, the Rain is going to be doing 150 max HP damage instead of 75. In addition, that purple flame charging move is going to start happening, and that's what does all the status effects. So we have to tank one of those, but with Rehabilitate on, it does nothing. So we gotta do one more sidestep. We're completely out of BP items at this point, and now we're out of sidesteps and we're out of rehab. He's about to bad status again, but we're gonna do one more Sticky Flower, and he just he dies here. And that's the run basically over at this point. There's one more like interactive cutscene and a couple more skips, and like a suit you have to do. So the time is in like 30 seconds, I think. Oh, I didn't know that Trousseau also loses max HP. I guess you've done damage to him at that point, so I don't think it actually matters.
Yeah, his mask isn't on anymore. His gas mask.
I guess that matters if like you analyze him or something. Or no, it shows up in the fight. Oh yeah, no, I did notice that.
Alright.
And that's time for Anime Fan. 56:25, I think.
Oh, that's not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna need to restart my fight because I forgot to heal the extra like 100 something P. So I'm just gonna quickly restart.
Oh yes, Chewy mentioned in chat a fun little glitch about Trousseau. So his attack reduces your maximum HP, but eventually if you reduce it down to 1 HP and you have Hang Tough on, which is a support skill that guarantees you survive at 1 HP, you actually become immortal, and he just cannot defeat you. This can actually be even used against Galdera phase 2, if I recall correctly. That Galdera can also reduce your max HP, and then if you let him reduce it long enough to become 1 and survive, then you become immortal against him. This is actually used by a runner, what was it, DOS, I think, DOS, uses it to defeat Galdera at like really low levels, I think level 1, so yeah, in the second game, so.
Yeah, Temenos' prayer for plenty can just invalidate the mechanic of the fight.
Yes, that too. Temenos has the ability to overheal your HP above your maximum. In the first game, this was a support skill called Saving Grace, and then it was moved to a Temenos-specific EX skill in this game. And then it can be used. It's a really good thing for survivability. Okay, interesting. So we see Jacoby doing the same strat and such. This fight is fully scripted for 27 turns and such. You could opt to like skip some things, like for example the sticky concoct that I used in my battle. That's not necessarily mandatory. It just increases the win rate. If you wanted to skip it, you could like save a turn or so. But yeah.
Oh, it's also worth noting Alfyn's final boss from the first game has the same mechanic, but it only happens about halfway through the fight.
Yes,
I remember when.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I remember when I did a casual solo run of Alfyn, I remember abusing Saving Grace heavily on that one.
Yes. Also, Alfyn's final boss, Ogregul, even though he has that same mechanic as this one, there's a limit to how low your HP can go. I believe it's 300 or 500. When you reach that point, it does not go any lower or something, or maybe it's like 200 or something, but it doesn't go any lower eventually. So it never reaches 1 like this game does. So I guess a fun fact about Alfyn and Castti, because they're both the apothecary characters of this game and last game. Both of the solo runs for them fight optional bosses. Actually, Alfyn is, I believe, the only one, in the solo speedruns. Alfyn's the only one in the first game who fights a optional boss in his solo as well.
Which one is it?
Fun fact. Sorry, what?
Well, which boss is it?
He fights Gigantes in the refugee ruins because that boss you can collect for 30,000 leaves, and then he drops about 15,000. And then with like the untouched bonus that you would get, it's like close to 50,000 leaves you would get from the battle, and he needs a little bit of experience. QT RP girl in chat is saying she remembers that she also did the run, so yep. It looks like Jacoby's battle is going smoothly and such.
Yeah, like you said, this strategy is 100% consistent as opposed to the new one.
Yeah, as long as you don't misclick, it should be fine. So.
And then Gigantes is also fought in Galdera in this game, but it's
yes, that's right.
It's a slightly different boss.
And it's a little stronger and harder, I would say, in this game.
But
same
because
with,
we don't have, Because we don't have the
Sorry,
glitch to skip those bosses. We don't have the glitch to skip
Yeah.
those bosses, and you just need something that's behind it
Yes.
to access the Gate of Finis.
Yeah. There's some bosses that were redone for this game and are repeats, but they just have some more interesting mechanics. Tyranno Drake is another one you'll see later today. He has a very cool mechanic that is pretty unique. I think the only one in the entire game where he has like he removes his weaknesses based on what you hit him with. So very cool. Hopefully we'll see more in like coming games, like eventually 3 one day and such as well.
And yeah, the old some old strats for this actually used relied on Salt the Wound, like we said, and actually used the hired help assassins, which is a pretty significant detour to unlock that, but it does really help with survivability because it deals tons of damage and it heals you. And because it does so much damage that it pretty much is always a full heal.
Yes, that's right. Assassins are a group of battle you can fight near Merry Hills, and gives a lot of XP and job points, so it helped Castti a lot in the original solo routes of this. In addition to that, they can all be put to sleep. So y'all saw earlier me and Jacoby using Dreaming Flower and Diffusing Serum, so you can boost that and put them to sleep for a long time, and then just kind of whittle them away, and then just burst and destroy them. And even though they're extremely powerful, like they're stronger than this boss we're fighting right now, you can defeat them when they're asleep, and then you obtain the ability to summon them, and they're extremely powerful. They like full heal you and do like 8,000 per hit or whatever. It's just extremely powerful.
I remember when I was first fighting Galdera in this game, I think my strategy was mainly
spam assassins.
it was like alternating between Temenos' like SP bomb and assassins.
Yep. And that combos well because assassins will full heal you while doing the damage. And looks like Jacoby just defeated Trocel. Very nice, Jacoby. Nice clean battle.
This
yes,
this part,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
This part right here is a lot. Sorry, this part right here is a lot tougher than it looks.
Oh yeah, to the menu at all.
Yeah, going down the list like that.
Yeah.
Can someone let me know what time I got? Because like even with all the deaths, this very well could be PB.
It's about 1 hour, 3 minutes, and it's close. 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 18 seconds. Yeah. Still, nice run. Very solid and clean.
Yep. Sucks about all the surprises I got.
Yeah, that was really
really put me behind. But
yeah.
All in all, was bad.
Any final things y'all want to say?
Stay tuned for lots of more fun speedruns.
Yes.
We still got several hours left.
Yep.
We're looking forward to that Endeavor relay, and the all extra battles run.
Yes.
We got a couple long ones coming up. There's also Rogues coming up next, which is pretty lengthy.
Yes. Definitely stay tuned, guys.
Yep. That's it for. I think that's it for me at least. So glad, very happy to be doing stuff during the anniversary marathon, and we'll probably see you guys in chat. So I'm definitely watching.
All right. Take care, y'all.
Take care. I'll be back for all extra battles as well.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're here running the Octopath 1 All Rogues category with our runners Enk and Looter Shooter. I am Uno and I'm joined by Doid on co-commentary.
Hello, yep. Gonna be chiming in here and there as best I can to help support this run. Got a fun long one going here, or half-game categories.
Alright, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get ready to go. So we're going to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Good luck, have fun to all of our runners.
It looks like our runners are going to be starting off with Cyrus. So as the name of the category implies, Octopath, the All Rogues category, requires us to complete the story of all of the rogue characters. Those are characters with the rogue path actions. That's Cyrus the Scholar, Hanet the Hunter, Therion the Thief, and Primrose the Dancer. And yeah, so we're starting off with Cyrus, him being the Scholar with evasive maneuvers. It's a it's a logical choice to go with him. Although his chapter 1 can be a little bit slow compared to maybe starting off with some other characters. The ease of use of getting evasive maneuvers after completing his chapter 1 is very valuable.
Yeah, the only other consideration that sometimes comes into these half-game categories is what character you have as your starter, because you get credits after their final chapter. But fortunately, there's never an issue with that with Cyrus, because you don't even have to trigger his credits until a little bit after you defeat the final boss. So when you're planning and routing things, you can still do Cyrus's final boss whenever.
Yeah, a little bit of messing around with the books in the library after the fight. Let's just sort of leave that away and come back to that later. Similarly, a lot of the chapters, as we're going through 4 characters' whole stories, there's a good amount of chapters where we're going to start them up and then maybe leave the town and then come back later. So that sort of like adds to the flexibility of routing. Sometimes maybe a walk back to the town is like too long during a chapter, so you'll TP out, do some stuff, then fast travel back into the town, and you'll be closer to where you need to be than if you just walked. Which is pretty neat.
Yep. Every time we keep seeing Theory in Chapter 2, we have a whole lot of that included, so that's still going to be the same here as well.
Yeah, a little of cutting down on some time on those fetch quests a little bit. But yeah, the runners here are actually using Cyrus's path action to scrutinize to pick up some one small soulstone at least from the guard in the first screen, and a medium soulstone from the child. Don't ask how they know that. Children just know things sometimes, I guess. But yeah, these small soulstones are going to help speed up the fight against Cyrus Chapter 1 a little bit. Them being fixed AoE damage allows us to clear out the enemies in the fight a little bit easier without having to spend a bunch of boost points.
Yep, Cyrus Chapter 1 boss has 2 adds. Those are additional enemies in the fight, and we want to kill those as fast as possible, mostly for survivability, but even just from a time sense. As soon as they're gone, that's less attack animations per turn, and so the fight goes a lot more smoothly once they're dead. And so we use soulstones right off the bat to help kill those.
Yeah, especially elemental enemies. Their attack animations are like insultingly long. The longer they're on screen, it's just you just keep watching like the icicle animation take like 5 seconds, and you're sitting here like, okay, can we get this over with? Can we maybe speed things up a bit? But yeah, for the runners are going to go ahead and pick up a small soulstone, another one right in this chest. Let's just another one. I think it's 3 that we're bringing in.
Yep, 3 total. We got 1 inside the palace, 1 from a guard, and 1 in that chest there.
Yep. All right, and here is the Russell fight. So we're going to start off shaving a shield point off the adds. Thankfully, they're both weak to fire, and Cyrus starts off with a fire skill. So able to shave 1 shield, and then go ahead and chuck a lightning soulstone to just break them. And with this, they're able to be still broken, take a lot more damage from the soulstones, able to just kill them. They only get to take 1 action on Ank's fight because of good turn order with Cyrus on turn 2. We have Looter joining the fight as well.
Yep, as we get further into the fight, the runners are paying attention to Cyrus's health. Quite often you need to heal in this. The other thing to pay attention to is the turn orders along the top, whether you can get some extra actions in, break the Russell boss before they take actions, can help save some HP. Definitely had a heal over on Ank's side. Likely both healing. Both of them only broke and fled from their encounters on the way to Russell. Sometimes you defeat them to gain a level, but in this case they didn't have that level, so they'll have a little bit less HP on that.
But thankfully, the Soulstones, which are the majority of the damage in this fight, not doing damage based on your level, is a little bit of a safety net if you don't go ahead and go for those kills. But Ank cleaning up Russell pretty cleanly. Looter following shortly after, I believe. I lied, there's 1 more break. But, yeah. It's going to go ahead and clean up Cyrus's Chapter 1. I don't know if they're doing Cape Mod. Are they doing Cape Mod, do you know?
I'm assuming they're doing Kate mod because they didn't kill the encounters in Cyrus Chapter 1, but it's possible they grind some other ways. But yes, likely Kate mod coming into play here.
That's true. Yeah, oftentimes if you're going for like marathon style runs where you don't want to reset and you're not using a mod to guarantee the Kate, you will oftentimes like kill enemies in Cyrus Chapter 1 to get a little bit of extra JP in case you get a bad encounter in Whistlewood, so you can get closer to that 130 JP threshold that you need for that evasive maneuvers. Yep, our runners are just moving through motions here. Looter finishing up Cyrus Chapter 1, heading out of Atlas Dam, and Ankh heading straight to Noble Court. So yeah, so they are going to be encountering a Kate in this screen, and then we're going to be using the medium soul stone that we got from the child, which could have been used to make the Russell fight really fast. It instead is now used to kill Cat and give us a lot of EXP, JP money. It's overall much better than trying to do anything else.
Yep, and we go and learn 2 scholar skills that lets us get the passive skill evasive maneuvers. We've heard it plenty of times, I'm sure, but yes, evasive maneuvers basically doubles the distance you can get on any screen before getting an encounter, and that's critical for this. Not only do encounters take time, but we're going to high-level areas. We don't want to get encounters because encounters will kill us. So with evasive maneuvers, we can break open the world and go practically anywhere at this point. That's kind of the fun part about Octopath. Once you're out of the Chapter 1 town, you can go anywhere as long as you can survive the danger areas.
Mm-hmm. One of the big benefits Cyrus has as well is that Scrutinized Path Action is going to allow him to get some pretty cool items from some NPCs that will help us pick up other characters pretty quickly. So a lot of those are like large soul stones from some NPCs. We're also going to be getting some money items eventually, which will help with hired help. Be able to do a lot more damage. But the cool thing about a lot of these half game categories is that there's a lot of boss fights. And I think Cyrus is doing a great job getting that first try scrutinized. I can't imagine what it might feel like to scrutinize that NPC in Noble Court on the first try. That's really nice. Good for him.
Yeah, no, that's always kind of a little bit of run killer early on in this Rogues route, and a few others that do it, but it's a 36% chance with the Kate XP, so it's decent, or a little bit better than the lowest that you can get with 30% there. Yeah, nicely done.
But yeah, now they're going to be... Oh, that's a natural Kate. That's fun.
Yep.
It's a good one.
Can't do anything about that, it seems.
Yeah, no soul stone, no real thing. The Kate's sticking around, though, just wants to have fun. Wants to watch people suffer, but saying goodbye after just one turn.
They're also successfully through the Thunder Isle Scrutinize. Very nice.
Oh, that's very nice. Yep, so now we're going to be going for a bit of an exploration. We're going to be picking up some key tools for the rest of the fight, or for the rest of the run. Notably, some job shrines, getting some extra sub-jobs for the rest of the party members. They plan on at least getting the merchant sub-job, as not having access to Tressa means that you want someone to be merchant, at the very least. And also some other ones, like potentially a warrior shrine, and a scholar shrine for extra just coverage for other characters in the team.
Yep, and I think the last of them that we get in addition to all this is Apothecary, which can help with its support skill, Hale and Hardy, getting some extra HP.
You also mentioned the Apothecary sub-job itself also gives a good amount of HP stat, which can be used for a bit of survivability safety, which is always nice.
We also will be seeing Amputation with Death Cleaver, a strong axe attack, to deal some damage as an Apothecary as well. That's kind of the fun part about these half-game categories, or anything a little bit longer than a single story, is you really emphasize all those things that save you money. Dealing damage with alternatives like actual weapons comes into play a whole lot. And because you have these same 4 characters across 4 stories, you get to constantly build and rework their equipment as you go through the run, learning some more skills and building up new tactics as you go.
They strike a neat balance between the single stories and the full game categories. where the full game categories tend to take a bit of extra time in the early game out to go and kill Dreising to get the Sorcerer sub job. And the Sorcerer sub job, similarly to Hired Help, kind of just blows through all the story fights with the proper equipment and setup. But these half game categories, so like rogues, nobles, males, females, they tend to go for like sort of the middle ground options. You get a lot of those like amputates, some other personal damage skills like HP thief with like Viper Dagger or Forbidden Dagger. So all the basic stuff are some lesser tier stuff like that. So you're not necessarily blowing up bosses with like double divine boosted sorcerer spells, but you are still basically gearing up your characters to like do a little bit of extra chip damage, so you don't have to use as many soul stones or hired help, since those are a finite resource. You can't just bleed the world dry of all the money. It's a little bit faster to use your own weapons.
Yeah, I really like the balance that the half games categories fit in. And rogues in particular is a neat one. Having that one merchant is always a difficult constraint to build around. We'll see some different fights than we might be used to. With two that stretch, you can do a Gideon perfectly, and a lot of routes share that same strategy, but one vets, you have to manage things slightly differently. It's a whole bunch of little changes that happen from that. And yeah, Rogues has a lot of interesting little mid-ranged fights. The chapter 2s are all kind of interesting things to adapt to in a round. Keeps continuing to build up. It's just a nice host of different chapters to get into. Nothing too crazy, but still pushing through them.
Yeah, Looter unfortunately getting the Stone Guard encounter, the Yak attack. Thankfully had the safety save, is up ready to just kind of go back afterwards. There's a few screens where evasive maneuvers is not quite enough, but too long. So you have to utilize the save point to either reload or just load back if you do in fact get the encounter. But with that, whenever you load a save file, whether it's by dying or by loading it from the main menu, you end up just skipping, or you end up resetting your step counter, so it sort of extends how long you can go without getting an encounter. In fact, using that sort of strategy of evasive maneuvers and save and reload, you get to pretty much every town in the game relatively safely without an encounter, save for two of them. Northreach and Whisper Mill are a bit too far. We'll be going to Northreach for Therion Chapter 4, but I don't believe we need to be going to Whisper Mill for anything. It's a bit out of the way for a non-required town, as we don't have Ophelia in this route.
No, we'll go to Forest of Purgation once we get Therion. It's a nice place alongside the Forbidden Dagger there for some resources. The other thing that we're kind of noticing is as soon as we got to Merchant Shrine, we just changed that direction. All of the two towns beyond Merchant Shrine are Nobles towns for the chapters, and so we don't even get to go to Grandport, which normally has got a lot of resources, but we just call it there at the Merchant Shrine.
Yeah, it's got a lot of resources, but getting there safely requires, and also by getting all the resources, it requires quite a few save reloads. So I imagine the time investment to of actually going and looting Grandport is quite a bit too much for what you get out of it, and we're opting for a few other like smaller options here and there. But yeah, no, for a good point of this early run, we're having the Cyrus Star show, where we're just running around tagging towns, picking up some equipment that Cyrus can do, or maybe not equipment as much as just sort of items around, like scrutinizes, soul stones, chests, money, the classics. But yeah, he has being able to have access to evasive maneuvers early and having access to scrutinize gives Cyrus a lot of gives you a lot of reason to just sort of keep moving with Cyrus rather than having to stop and pick up all the extra characters, which can help sort of just like streamline the run a little bit. And Looter getting another cape, or not another cape, but getting an extra one. Yeah, we can see
Seems
if
like it'll be a challenging kill. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we do have some soul stones. We got to keep those around. Well, actually, I guess we already have one Thunder L at this point, which we need for Therion's Chapter 1. Speaking of which, thanks starting that right now. We do like picking up Therion nice and early. While we've been able to loot some places, Some of the other places we want to go have purple chests, which can only be opened by Therion. We'll be seeing those directly after, but yes, Therion's a nice one to pick up early.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for the routing, because a lot of those purple chests have strong equipment, whether that be weapons like the wizard rod or armor like the adamantine hat. The purple chests tend to have like kind of the high quality loot, and so it's nice to be able to have Therion and grab those high quality items and either sell them for money for hired help or to use them for damage, like in the case of a wizard's rod for magic damage.
Yeah, we'll be getting a few different purple chests to help out in that way. And it's just alongside the main looting, so we might as well get the Therion before we go and do those. It's also really convenient, kind of synergized with these rogue chapters. In the final chapters of Cyrus and Honnet are some really large purple chests with money. They each have the 50k purple chests in them that you can get with Therion by the end, so even towards the end we keep making use of Therion's access to purple chests.
Yeah, so those are, I guess, the only... yeah, those that 50k is a lot of money. But yeah, here we're going to just go ahead and see high Heathcote by Heathcote, using that Thunder L that we got in Noble Court to just make quick work of him. Big reason why Cyrus being so helpful, being able to get that Thunder L, and now we can just go ahead and get Therion and go ahead and start picking up some of those high quality loot, as well as just exploring the rest of the map. We've got a few more towns we need to tag for story purposes, as well as Therion's ability to steal from NPCs. So a little bit pretty helpful to be able to grab some items from the NPCs. Like here we got a small pomegranate, Enk got a small pomegranate and a nourishing nut, as well as an olive of life, which can be used to revive in case things go wrong. But yeah. You have Looter following shortly after, picking up Therion, getting a nice flea on the manor encounter, is going into Heathcote. Similar sort of story. You're gonna see one big shiny stone in the shape of a lightning bolt, and one sad Heathcote.
Enk making his way over to Quarry Crest. That's going to be the site for Cyrus Chapter 2. We're going to start into that and get a Wind M that's kind of towards the story progression, but call it there. And beyond that, towards the west side of the map, beyond Quarry Crest, we don't need to go anywhere. That's all Nobles Chapter town, so as far as we need to go in this direction, there's a lot of alignment with the Rogues story chapters in some ways.
Mm-hmm. We're going to go ahead and just do a bit more exploration after we progress some of Cyrus's story, get a little bit of information, and then we're heading out.
Yep, so now with Therion in tow, we can make our way up to Everhold. We're going to tag Everhold first, but Everhold Tunnels has some purple chests that we want to have Therion around for first. And so yeah, we're making way through a few others, and then a few other tag towns after that.
Yeah, Everhold has a similar sort of loot profile to some of the other places, like some of the other high-level places. Like there's a lot of chests around Grandport that have like soul stones, money, pomegranates. Everhold kind of has a similar thing. This screen here next to the town has that was a large soul stone, and then I believe this is some money. And the Everhold Tunnels as well is a high-level area that's got a lot of loot in it. And running around, you might think like, oh, that's gonna be a lot of save reloads to be able to get all the equipment. But we actually have an interesting tech instead. It does raises our step counter in a little bit of a different way. We'll see some of that when Enk gets back down to the Everhold Tunnels, which is gonna be a bit of a walk. We gotta go tag Everhold. That's an important town. That's Primrose's Chapter 4. So unfortunate, little bit of a walk up and down, but necessary one. So not too much you can do about it.
Everhold definitely a lucrative area. Both the Everhold tunnels that we are looting and Runeblade Shrine, which I don't believe we get, but maybe if it is, it's far later, are lots on the money, and they also, Everhold tunnels in particular, has some of those strong weapons we were talking about before that we'll be wanting to equip to characters.
Yeah, Everhold Tunnels having the access to both the Death Cleaver, and the Wizard's Rod, a strong physical axe, and a strong elemental staff. Will help a lot. Scholar's a pretty strong class as a whole, as well as there's a lot of equipment that can boost your elemental damage. So it's nice to have a strong weapon to help complement that.
Yep, and that knowledge staff in particular is in a purple chest, so that's what we have there in around 4. And yeah, we'll make use of those. I think we'll have to get some Viper Dagger in a bit. That'll cover us pretty well for our weapons. Alongside higher health threats. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Usually you can get to that prompt before you get an encounter. Fortunately, this level 45 area, 50 area, something like that. And our level 17 characters aren't going to mesh too well. Going to have to just go ahead and try again. Thankfully, level 55. Thankfully, the encounter rate isn't too bad, so a second one would be pretty unlikely. So we're gonna go ahead and
on the way in fully, sometimes if you route it on the way out fully, are the tough parts. Once we get to that boss trigger, it resets our steps, so that's once we're a lot more safe. There's some risky strats where you can pick up 2 items at once, but we're getting Death Cleaver, so we're not going to be doing that. We'll reset steps between all these items.
Yep, and yeah, there's some money. Go back, reset, just run this back a few times, get some pretty strong items. It's a great power increase for our characters. And yeah, pretty safe for the most part. Due to this nice boss trigger resetting our step counter. You see Looter also following suit, heading to Everhold Tunnels to pick up all the strong pieces of equipment that we need, along with the money and the pomegranate.
So yeah, next up on the agenda is yet another path out of Stoneguard. Stoneguard's a strangely central hub to a lot of different places, even though it's off kind of on the side of a map. We're going over towards the Wellspring screens. We'll need that for Therian Chapter 3, and then following that up with Marcelum, which we'll need for Haunted Chapter 4, but Marcelum Catacombs along the way also has more loot to be getting.
It helps that Stoneguard is a bit centralized to all these locations, as we need to go there anyways for both Cyrus's Chapter 3 and Honnet's Chapter 2. So we'll be seeing a lot of that town later on.
Yep, sometimes in routes you even tag Stoneguard even if you don't need it for chapters. It's just kind of convenient, strangely enough.
I think going ahead and moving along this long singular screen all the way down to the 3rd tier of the Sandlands, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, the Sunlands.
Sunlands? Okay, yeah. Sandlands would be a bit too on the nose, wouldn't it? Unlike all the other Octopath location names, which are very creative and individually thought out, like the Flatlands, the Highlands, the Frostlands. Yeah?
Yeah, Highlands, not to be confused with Clifflands. Those are very uniquely named and not confusing at all.
Very true. The Riverlands and the Coastlands. Sort of your own interpretation. See, Enk going ahead and masterfully getting through the boss trigger using the buffer glitch, able to just sort of stall the game a little bit and to continue moving while the believe the invisible wall is, or the trigger at least for the boss is not active while the game is reloading, buffering. Able to get past there and get the Master Spear.
On the way out, we picked up a Viper Dagger, a nice strong dagger for, well, our Therian Thief, and also these weapons just sell for money later down the line anyways. Also picked up a Revitalizing Gems, a full restore BP item that you can get, and on our way in we also got a 20k chest that we could only get with Therian, so again, another reason to be doing all this effort with Therian, the Viper Dagger and that 20k. Both nice.
Yeah, no, we're really stocking up on a lot of stuff here. Really goes to show how much prep is needed for these longer categories. From the 26-minute mark, you'd expect in a single story to be like kind of starting on the chapter bosses at that point, but here we're still going around, gearing up, getting all the stuff that we're going to be needing, and then starting off on the stories.
But even so, with Rogues, you can actually not go that far out of your way. All the towns we've gone to are right where the chapter towns are, and then dungeons directly adjacent to them. It's pretty nice on the routing there. That's a big part of routing in general, is finding how you sequence the order of things, when you pick up items to defeat chapter 1s a little bit, when you want to go from certain transitions, how do you warp across the map, finding efficient ways of doing that, and also measuring and timing out how long it takes to get each type of resource. It's all things that go into consideration.
It's a very impressive process from start to beginning, or from beginning to end. Having a route for a whole category that just blends everything nicely together. It feels good to run. It feels good to have. Really cool. Enk going ahead and into Hanet's Chapter 1 boss. This is Gisharma. If you ever played this game casually, you probably know this guy can be a bit of a menace. If you pick up Hanet a little later on, those stats, especially HP and the shield points, tend to ramp up pretty high. Like we can see, the that rampage did quite a bit of damage to Therion, who doesn't have any sort of special armor equipped. Cyrus, thankfully, able to take the hits that he did take, but if Hanet gets hit too many times, she just falls over. So, thankfully able to break.
Can die in this fight, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no. So Gisharma can be a bit of a nuisance, but thankfully, Enk got through the fight with not too many issues. Just moving on.
Yep, we're nearly in the go mode for things. We've picked up and tagged a bunch of resources. We're still going to have to go to some other towns, but a little bit less on the resource gathering side. We've done all of that up front, gotten some strong weapons. We can mostly, well, just roll our way through a bunch of chapters.
Yeah, there's a lot of chapters to go through. Out of 4 chapters, 16, so 16 different chapters, even if you count just the ones after recruiting them. Oh yeah, Looter unfortunately getting a bit of a more annoying fight. Hanet going down before she can act, but hopefully Brain of Arrows can clutch up. This should be enough to be able to break. So thankfully the fight will be completed without too much delay. Just a little bit of Soul Stone and a little bit of damage from Cyrus, thanks to that Knowledge Staff damage. Doing quite a bit to pick up the rest of the HP on Gisharma. It's nicely done. Enk going ahead. Go right ahead.
Yeah, Gisharma's of Chapter 1 boss is the one with the highest base HP as well, so we have to do quite a bit of damage on those. And it's just quite brutal on the offense, but it's usually survivable with things as routed here.
Yeah, it would be a bit obscene if we routed a Chapter 1 fight to be like RNG that we had to reset for. That would be a bit obscene. But I'm going ahead, picking up Primrose. Just gonna go ahead and finish off her Chapter 1 fight. Not as bad as Gisharma. In Octopath, the bosses tend to split their HP up between like them and their ads. So, excuse me. So Primrose's Chapter 1 has Helganesh has 2 sort of cronies here. So he tends to have a little bit less HP, a little bit less damage potential compared to Kisharma, and as you can see, we don't even need to break. We can just throw Light Soul Stone at him, and then just clean up with Cyrus's damage a little bit, and he's done. Much different than the Beast.
Yep, stark contrasts. Helganish is perhaps the easiest Chapter 1 boss in general, so back to back, a little bit different there. Over on Looter's side, we did see her go over and start into Therian Chapter 2, just doing a little bit of the sequences there. It seems the routes are slightly differing, little tweaks here and there, rearranging chapter order, doesn't change the overall schemes too much. Usually we'll still be seeing the same sort of fight strats, but yeah, a little bit of things there. Might change up when you can pick up an item, maybe need a backup if you got an extra encounter. Little adjustments like that can be slight differences for routers.
Yeah, and it oftentimes comes down to runner's preference. If you are able to remember certain aspects of the run a little bit better, then you can remember when you need backup, or otherwise might need to change your route, or have just sort of a more consistent option where it might be a bit slower on the best case scenario, but in the worst case scenario, you don't have to change what you're doing as much. Yeah, and that can come down to just sort of how the runner wants to go about it.
And here we're seeing an optional dungeon that you don't see in nearly any category, if any, other than Rogues. We've got Farshore. It's right outside Apothecary Shrine. We're not here for Saint's Bridge. We're in this area for just the Apothecary Shrine, but while we're here, we're also going to pick up some nice bits of money, Ice L, and some pomegranates as well. Basically in the opposite order that I just sent them, but yes, all three of those.
Yeah, so this is it's a pretty neat one. When I was looking through the notes for this route, I saw Farshore, and I went, that's not a real dungeon. And then I looked, and I was like, oh no, that is. It's right there. It's right by the Apothecary Shrine. No one knows about that one. Bit of a secret. But yeah, we don't need to go to Saints Bridge. We don't even need to go to the other Riverlands town, as those are all noble character stories. It's actually interesting. Both Goldshore, which is the town that we skipped, that we didn't go to after picking up the Merchant Shrine, and Saints Bridge, the town we didn't pick up after getting the Apothecary Shrine, both only have Ophelia and Alfyn, two noble characters. They only have their story chapters there, so it's a bit of an interesting combination there. So we're able to not have to spread ourselves too thin, as we don't need to go to those towns. We can instead condense ourselves fully on where our rogue friends are planning on going.
As we can see, we're gearing up to make our way through Cyrus 2 over on X's side. Again, a little bit of slightly different stress than we might see in single stories just because we're down to one merchant, but yes, with all the prep we've done, won't be too bad. We'll be able to get some extra damage in from some other fight options. I see a few variants on how these scripts have been laid out in notes, so I'm not sure which version of it we're exactly going to see. Might be 2 vets with some pomegranates, might be 1 vets and some damage. Both are fine ways of getting through this fight once you've geared up like this.
We also saw Enk go ahead and swap the order of the party to put Therion first. This is likely because of path action options. So whenever you pull up the path action menu, it goes in the order of your party. So if Therion's first, you'll get Steel as the first one, and you won't have to input down to go input Steel. This will be pretty important for a particular Steel necessary for completing Therion's Chapter 4. But for now, it might not make too much of a difference until we start to get some of those steel-heavy screens.
It's a little bit of a risky moment on X's side just because we were all going before, or most importantly, Primrose, the merchant, was going before Gideon, but all characters were before Gideon. You really like to be able to defend with your merchant after Gideon has summoned the ads there, to guarantee that the merchant goes before the ads and can kill them with vets there. Okay, it seems like we're pomegranating the merchant and proceeding through.
Yep, and here's the second vets. we'll go ahead and clean up now that Gideon's weaknesses are unlocked. We'll be able to do a lot more damage with the vets and just take them out. And you see Looter gearing up similarly, or the fight will be following suit quite shortly.
I suppose in that Gideon fight, we did have Insight up on Cyrus to tank some hits from the ads if needed in those situations. When you have one merchant, you have to play a little bit extra safe for those types of scenarios, and that's basically exactly the purposes we saw there, even though it didn't wind up mattering, because got lucky on turn order.
Yeah, insight strategies are always interesting when you know that a character is just like, either their turns aren't so valuable, or you're able to recover, or you're able to stack a bunch of defensive equipment on one character. You're able to just sort of have them tank, while your damage dealers, aka your hired help merchants, can go ahead and deal with that. Instead, Looter going ahead and getting the ad summon before Primrose defends, which makes things a bit more consistent, is not going to need to worry about turn order on turn 2. In fact, just going to go ahead and pop the vets on turn 1. Since Primrose not only went after Gideon on turn 1, but also went after a couple of characters on turn 2, so she can get palmed before she goes ahead and goes for the second vets. Very clean fight.
Just after Gideon's, or rather Cyrus Chapter 2, we see each of them going to be looting Derelict Mine, an option dungeon just outside Quarry Crest. It's pretty convenient for many backups as a wind L, but in this we deliberately go there, and we also pick up a Conscious Stone, as well as a 10k chest. I'm a big fan of that 10k, most people forget about it. It's a nice bit of money backup.
Definitely helpful. We'll definitely see the Conscious Stone being helpful, as we do have Hunnet in this category to complete her Chapter 4. In Chapter 4, that Red Eye fight notably can inflict unconsciousness on your allies, so being able to have something to make at least one character immune to it can help make the fight a lot more consistent in both the routing and in the actual running.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with things like that, because we've got just one merchant, so we have to make sure we can get sidestep for that Red Eye fight, but other things like Conscious Stones and some rehabilitates will help us do that.
Alright, I'm going ahead and picking up some other equipment, or monies, items, etc. around towns. Looter going to Noble Court, picking up some of the items that Enko was picking up shortly before.
Important scrutinize at the entrance to Noble Court amid Chapter 2 of Therion is thieving tips and tricks. Makes this all a whole lot nicer.
Yeah, increasing the ability to increasing the odds of the steals helps quite a bit. Helping to not have to deal with as many pretty bad steal rates. Unfortunately, you would hope that one particular steal would have that as an option. Of course, the 3% steal in Therion Chapter 4, but there is actually a thieving tips and tricks scrutinize in that town, but it is behind a guarded door. And you do not have the resources to kill that guard, especially not with Hunnet.
Even so, the level difference it does is just 10 levels, which I think would still be a 3% in a Therion single story, but yeah, on some of these half games we might be able to up that odds if we could get access to that tips and tricks.
It could be 8% instead of 3. Think about it. So much better. But yeah, Enk going ahead and entering the dungeon for Therion Chapter 2. Gonna go ahead and run through this, and then deal with the boss at the end. These mansion style of areas don't reset your step counter between screen transitions, so he's doing a safe reload to manually reset the step counter to not have to deal with the encounter inside this dungeon.
A lot of the order that we do chapters in is a kind of big factor in these half-game categories. Single stories, you always just do the single characters chapters. Longer categories, full games and half-game each. The order you do the chapters in kind of comes down to a lot of fun details. when you have a certain XP threshold, so you're a certain level to deal enough damage. Maybe it's a JP threshold you need to route around, getting certain skills onto characters, or surviving fights, of course, on XP as well. Little things like that can vary a little bit. Some advantages of doing one fight before another, but things to weigh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going ahead and gearing up a bit before this. I believe his name is Orlik. Is this Orlik?
Yep, this is Orlik.
Okay. I was making sure I wasn't confusing him with Trez's chapter 2, which is Omar.
Yeah, Omar and Orlik, they're easy to mix up. Or I guess it's Morlock is the antagonist of Tressa too, and Omar is their summon, which kind of mixes them together when you have.
It is, yeah. They're basically the same
Omar.
character. If maybe Orlik like fused Omar and Morlik together, or wait, sorry, I forgot his name.
Yeah, Morlock and Omar become Orlik together or something. No, yes, definitely. I've seen that confusion. I've definitely had it in the past in the very moments.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we're seeing an extra power of hired help. You know, not only does it have the damage from vets, but it also has some utility. So hired out mercenaries, doing a nice AOE sword attack to shade the shields of the ads, but also notably buffing the defense of everyone, allowing Haunted to take a lot less damage from that attack from this guy.
Seems like we're doing pretty steady through the fight. Want to break those ads, as always, as fast as possible, killing them with a lightning blast and some Maelstone there. And making sure that we're set up to survive and make it through the next turn. That magic missile is rather deadly.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate one. Doing a bit too much damage for Therion to live, but thanks to Leg Hold Trap, we have a few turns before Orlik attacks again, and we can try to save some shields and get ready for a break on the next turn, or a break on this turn.
Yeah, breaking here is plenty fine. You have 3 characters around to break in some combination. Can't kill this turn, which sometimes you can do, but that's plenty fine. Just need a Vets 3 here, but Vets 4 will do.
Very nice. And just as Enk finishes up the fight, Looter heading in to do it as well. See if she will also have to deal with the Missile of Magic, or if she can avoid it.
Yeah, one other consideration in this fight they have to keep in mind is you don't want to deal large damage to the ads before they're broken, because if they're at low HP, they go wild with a sword swinging attack, hitting things a bit more randomly. It can be rather deadly. So want to be careful around those ads sometimes.
Yeah, saving the soul stones and big damage until after they're broken to make sure you avoid triggering that extra attack. Pretty important for the routing. Enk going ahead and heading up to Still Snow. This is where Primrose's second chapter will be. Continuing the train of doing all of our characters' second chapters. As we're in a similar... as a similarly necessary level of power is needed to defeat all of them, we're in a pretty good spot to just sort of get through them, get a little bit of extra EXP, a little bit of extra JP, so we can start gearing towards our final builds on all the characters.
I want to give a little bit of comment on Looter's side. Clever use of Panther Dance instead of Leg Hold Trap to rearrange turn order. It got Haunted before Orlik on that third turn to ensure the break happened. And it also made it so we can get that turn 3 kill. If Haunted had to defend, or you had to do other things, then you'd have less options if you need to react to a magic missile. A nice little adaptation there.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like small turn order changes like that. Like Panther Dance, any speed buff will boost, not only buff the character's speed, but also boost their next turn's action by 1 action in turn order, which I think is pretty cool. Octopath 2 has a similar skill called Stimulate. We get a bit more control over that, where the level of boost points lets you like move your character's actions more. Bit of a fine tuning, has a good amount of skill expression for adapting in fights. It's very cool to see. But Enki is going ahead. I'm moving through Primrose 2, alluring the Tavern Keeper, which is not something you're normally able to do. But
Looter finding a gate and fleeing. From an extra
classic.
encounter on that Swarky screen. You don't always get an encounter there, but I guess I hate decide to show up.
I really wanted to be part of the team. Said, hey, hold on. You're moving too fast.
Yeah, making our way in Still Snow, of course, is a nice location for Primrose Chapter 2, as well as Honnet Chapter 3. Again, one of those hybrid towns for both characters we need to get through.
Primrose 2 is also a nice story in terms of picking up equipment. We have this extra piece of armor in the purple chest here. There's also a couple of soul stones that we picked up. And it's also a pretty short dungeon in this little cave. And then you have a glorified autosave before the boss fight. And we're going into Rufus? Rufus.
Yep, Rufus. Again, a kind of deadly Chapter 2 fight. There's surprisingly a lot of those. The ads in particular are always scary. Chapter 2s are kind of at that point where bosses attack you right away turn 1, and they kind of expect you to mash levels to just survive. Chapter 3, they kind of do special things turn 1, and you can kind of get away with a little bit less, but those Chapter 2s can be surprisingly deadly. Just hitting you right off the bat. You have to see what happens and react around it.
Yeah, no, these ads, if you leave them alone for too long, they can definitely start to do a bit too much damage. They can hit you with like strong AoE attacks. Hopefully that shouldn't happen on turn 2. Yeah, and we got cover on Cyrus to help keep our low health characters, in this case Therion, alive. And we're able to just clean up with a little bit of damage from Honnet's Amputate, and then a lot of damage from the hired help veterans. This is a fun one. So the final cutscene of Primrose's Chapter 2 actually is one of the weird ones that lets you run immediately as the screen is fading in, but it lets you run before it loads the screen transition, or the box that transitions you to the next screen. So if you run to the left immediately and you have pretty fast load times, you actually can end up just sort of walking and missing that screen transition and just sort of being in the void for a little bit. But if you just walk back and then walk back in, it's can work just fine. Just a bit of a weird time loss. But Looter going ahead and heading into the fight itself.
Yeah, the other chapter you can see that after is Cyrus 3. They're each kind of strange situations, just some loading. It's Looter on the Rufus fight again. Something they're paying attention to is arranging turn order on turn 3, adapting, doing as much as they need to survive and break Rufus himself, while still having some opportunities to defend with characters if needed, to get a good turn order, getting the armor corrosive out, and having early actions on turn 3.
And being able to break Rufus before he acts on turn 2 is pretty important, as he'll do a big AoE attack. And that would not be great. Don't want to see that. Don't like AoE attacks. You can't cover those. Like, cover a lot. But yeah, pretty clean fight from Looter. Going ahead and finishing it off. Enk fighting the chameleons that guard the Northreach gates. These guys are one of those. As I mentioned earlier, Northreach is one of the 2 towns that you can't actually reach consistently without any encounters by using save reloads and evasive maneuvers and proper movement. But thankfully, the first encounter you get there is always these 2 chameleons. They only have 2 shields, but they're both weak to axes. Thankfully, we have hired help. So we just throw money at the problem, the chameleons disappear, and we go on our way.
Yeah, interestingly, on nearly all high-level areas, those Chapter 4 screens leading up to the towns, the first encounter is fixed, and so you can often find ways to break them. You see that sometimes with Everhold using Aerostorm, also over to Whispermill, Aerostorm works. There's options for them.
Yeah, you have a lot of options to break encounters in this game if you like go out of your way and get the right skills. A lot of times in single stories you don't see that happening. So like for example in Ophelia's single story, we got to go all the way to Whispermill. You don't often see runners picking up the Hunter Shrine so they can click Aerostorm to break the enemies. You often see them picking up an NPC that can use Flurry sometimes, and using the Flurry NPC to break the ads or break the enemies, and then getting that guaranteed flee. Just sort of depends on like what resources are available to you. With these longer categories, you do get a bit of an options, a bit more options that don't really lose you time, because you know you're traveling a lot around the map anyways, so you might as well take a few seconds out of your time to get the right sub job or the right piece of equipment that can help you either live or break the enemies. And missing quite a few coin flips right now. I got it on, I think that was the 5th one. So, not too bad.
Yep, so we're over in Therion Chapter 3 now. We haven't talked too much about stories, but we're tracing down a Dragonstone, seeking those out by kind of our employer, kind of our person who's blackmailing us or controlling us behind the scenes by having a Fool's Bangle on us, getting us to get these Dragonstones for them in exchange for moving the Fool's Bangle. And we're seeking out one here in the black market, but finding out our old rival and enemy, used to be ally, friend, Darius, is seeking the Dragonstones as well. And so we're fighting a few of the underlings for that.
The Therion story, a lot of betrayal, a lot of sadness. I bet a lot of learning the power of friendship along the way. So hopefully we'll be able to use the power of friendship to hire a lot of guys to hit these guys really hard, and be able to get through all those fights. And here we come up on one of those lackeys that we were mentioning. Gareth, be a bit of an issue, but we're going to go ahead and start. This is the fight for Therion Chapter 3.
We saw that safety save before the fight. Know it's going to be a bit of a doozy. Our first Chapter 3 fight here. Need to overall get some pomegranates around to very quickly, as best we can, break and kill the ads. Well, not actually break, but just kill the ads with hired help vets, and survive along the way, while also keeping things arranged in turn order to quickly thereafter break Gareth himself.
We're using Insight on Cyrus to go ahead and keep the rest of the characters safe. As we see the vets come out, gonna go ahead and break Gareth and take care of the ads. And we're gonna go ahead and get an armor corrosive off and one last vets, along with some spare damage from the rest of the party members to go ahead and clean this guy up. So pretty good RNG it seems for this fight. Yep, go ahead and Lightning Blast. Just finish off the fight pretty clean. The insight showing its value there, being able to keep the rest of the characters safe and get into the fight with minimal trouble.
Making our way now to tag our very last town over in Duskbarrow, so that'll be a bit of a journey out there. We've got Gareth over on Looter's side. See how she does with all of this. Cyrus going down to the ads.
unfortunate crit
That's
from the
fine.
first one. Did a bit more damage than we expected. But
Fortunately, we can still find the olive there, yeah.
should still do enough damage to remove the ads. And might need a bit more. Enk only needed Cyrus's extra damage to be able to clear. But with Haunted and Therion both having strong equipment, this should be in a pretty good spot to clear up the fight.
The other thing we can sometimes see is Death Cleaver has a really high crit rate, and also Amputation itself has some boosted crits, I believe. So we often want to see crits on Amputation attacks when it might matter. Not sure if it was necessary there, or if it even hit. Hard to tell sometimes when things are broken. It's all red text, but yeah, that's something we also have to look for in some fights. Of course, often planning to not get those crits, but if things go slightly awry, if you're down on a boost point for damage, then you might need the crit.
Therion making Enk sweat a little bit, failing the 55% steal up in Dusk Barrow a few times, but able to get the pomegranate, I believe it was. And is now heading... Oh, just all that for a pomem. Okay. But heading over to Noble Court, where we hold the B button for quite a while, and then eventually they tell us to go to a dungeon. But yeah, this is the third chapter in Primrose's story, to sort of give a bit of a recap on what her story is all about. When she was but a child, her father was killed by these guys called the Crows, and she is now making it her life's mission to go ahead and return the favor. So in chapter 2, we fought the left-hand man? I think it was on his left hand. But it was Rufus was one of the Crows, and we went ahead and showed him the hired help way of leaving. And now we're going to go ahead and find the next hand of the Crow, Albus. And yeah, then after that, we'll be one step closer to exacting her revenge and completing her life's mission.
Yes,
this being another
stories overall.
Yeah.
You can almost see some commonalities with the stories that they're getting revenge. I think the Rogues' stories are a little bit on the darker side of things, or more bleak in some ways, finding different sorts of morals of it, and there's almost some commonalities on the Noble side, having some sort of common themes on a more positive end to it, which is a neat bit of storytelling to this.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are pro-social, some of them are a little bit more antisocial and antagonistic sort of ways of going through things.
Yeah, then there's Cyrus, who just like kind of wants to find things out, and all this wildly kind of awful things are just happening around him. Yeah, here we have here's Albus. There's the right-hand man. You can tell he's got the crow in his right hand. But we're gonna be going. The annoying thing about this guy is he's got a lot of evasion. So usually we want to use skills that can hit either regardless or have their own kind of accuracy check, like Hired Help. Hired Help has its own accuracy check. Skills like Rain of Arrows will hit a set amount of times with, I guess, a boosted accuracy. Slightly affected by your own, but not too much. Yep, here we're going to go ahead and break Albus, and then once again use the chip damage from the rest of the party, some amputates, some lightning blasts, some HP thieves, and then finally some veterans.
Yep, all those weapons we picked up in the early game, 3 different ones for the 3 characters, and 1 who just hires out merchants, but it adds up.
Yeah, and because we were able to supplement the damage with those weapons, we were able to use hired help veterans to break the boss, rather than purely saving it for when the boss is broken, allowing us to speed up the fight a little bit
and not have to deal with as much evasion RNG.
And just very shortly behind, we've got Lunar taking on Albus as well.
I imagine we see a very similar story, barring any major crits. This guy doesn't really do that much damage, especially with the equipment that we have. And the power of hired help mercenaries should be more than safe.
At this point, a little bit back, we've gotten the apothecary skills to get Hale and Hardy, at least on a few of these characters, I believe. No, I guess not. Yet to come.
Oh, that was just barely enough damage to take out Cyrus. I believe he had like around 800 health, 800 something health, and that attacked at 840. So depending, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and try to do some damage. I believe Looter missed the first vets from Primrose, though. Oh, and not only that, but the armor corrosive is also missing from this veterans. So that's gonna be a lot less damage. Might not be worth the money to use it right now. Although, what is one of the vets needs to be unbroken. Okay, so it looks like she's just gonna well,
yeah, both want to be against armor corrosive, one against break, one not. But yeah, it seems like we're throwing and resetting
go ahead and
for this fight.
Go ahead and reset, yeah.
We have to be careful about those sorts of things. Perhaps if we had gotten Therian before on the turn prior, then we could have had him be able to use Pomegranates as was done. But without that armor corrosive on the turn 3, because it had worn off from turn 1, we ran out of options.
Yeah, it happens. And oftentimes it's just better to reset because using too many vets, you're just using too much money. That's a resource that we have. You'd use a set amount of those and each fight to be able to get through on the resources that we have planned. So it's a very fine line. Oh my god, but we have Enk starting Therion Chapter 4. We're getting pretty close to True Esports, but I believe that will actually come a little bit later. We have a few more chapters to do before we continue in this.
We'll be over in Honet's chapters, I believe. Oh no, we're progressing a little bit here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Primrose is Chapter 4. The Everhold Cathedral, or it's an amphitheater, or it's a theater. I don't know. It's something.
Yeah, the amphitheater.
Yeah, the amphitheater. This place has quite a lot of loot in it. So starting the chapter, going in, grabbing some of the chests, and then leaving is a pretty nice way of getting a lot of extra pieces of gear, extra armor, or there's some armor pieces, there's some money, there's soul stones, there's a little bit of everything. Especially early on, there's like this 30k chest and this fire soul stone that you can go ahead and just take and then TP out so you don't get an encounter. This is the nice way of getting a little bit of extra loot. Speaking of loot, seems like Looter Scooter is going ahead and finishing up Albus here.
It's done, making it through things.
Right, and as Enk is starting Hotness Chapter 2, we're going to see the first in a decently long line of Haunted story provokes. Usually, the intent method for this is for you to go capture some beasts with Haunted and then use her beast lore ability. Unfortunately, they allowed us to use items in this, so we will not be doing that. We will instead be chucking a lot of rocks.
Yes, we haven't really seen a whole lot of soulstone action in this. We've been supplementing our damage just directly. Also, without Tressa, you can't get access to as many soulstones. But yes, soulstones are a way of doing fixed damage, just like hired help, independent of our levels, and so we can use them. And key to this is that we can actually use those in the provoke fights.
Yep. Hana's Chapter 2 has 2 provokes that we're going to need.
extra soul stones for. We'll see a little bit more of that in her chapter 3, in a particularly bit of a doozy of a fight. But here we are, picking up an NPC to finish up a quest here. The quest is going to give us Royal Crest.
Yep, and it's a nice little HP accessory.
Oh, is that one of those? Is that the 600 accessory?
Yeah, it's 600 HP Royal Crest accessory. Quite nice.
That's
Just
pretty
need to
nice. The
alert
other, yeah, the other alternatives are like empowering bracelets, which are 500 HPs, and a bit more difficult to come by. Usually, you would get those in Saints Bridge, but as mentioned previously, we don't like Saints Bridge. It's full of nobles, pompous nobles. We don't need to deal with those right now. So
we still have at least one bracelet in Noble Court, but otherwise not much. Also a ring while there. There's a few things that can be picked up, but yeah, quite limited on items without a Tressa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and having to rely on stealing and rather than purchasing means your options for items are a bit limited if you're not willing to degen your, 15, 55, 8% steals to try to get some of those items a bit earlier when you might actually need them. The benefit, obviously, of stealing is that if you get Therion to a high enough level, all those soul stones are now free, but if you get Therion to a high enough level, the run is usually over. So it's a bit of an annoying, little bit of a catch-22 in that regard, I suppose. But Enk going ahead, getting through the Mandatory Provokes of Hana's Chapter 2, as going up and into the dungeon to find the Lord of the Forest, which is a big old tree shaped like a dog.
It's our very last Chapter 2 fight. We're pretty well settled at this point to get through Chapter 2s confidently. Not too much to worry about on damage, so we can just comfortably break things. As far as delaying to this point, there's perhaps no exact reason. Maybe it's just the sequencing, getting some soul stones for the on it pieces, but otherwise this goes nice and quickly. Also could just be a pretty precise XP threshold to deal damage for non-vets options.
Mm-hmm. I imagine also the mandatory provokes probably take a bit more resources than the actual boss does. Seems like this is just going to be hired help mercs or hired help bandits to break, and then hired help vets to just do a ton of damage to the boss. Whereas the provokes were like 6 soul stones, like 3 large, 3 medium soul stones. That's a lot. So having to spend the time to go pick those up, and then heading over and spending them on the provokes, and then just cleaning up the Lord of the Forest with a little bit of extra personal damage from the EXP for the characters to bump that up. Maybe preventing the need for an extra soul stone or an extra use of vets.
I imagine our levels are just about good enough to get it at this point in the story, where we can do a lot of damage with those non-vets damage. Doing with just one vets and also just a triple boosted vets is rather nice.
I see Looter going through the provokes as well, dealing with Nathan's bodyguard, aptly named NPC. But Enk running around a bit more, doing a bit more of the exploration, finding more resources.
Seems like we're likely getting a backup soulstone here. Yeah, certainly this Thunderell. You can sometimes pick it up on your way to Marcelim earlier on, except you risk an encounter, but a nice little bit of backup there.
All right, and I believe with this, it is time for real esports. So we have gone ahead and started today on Chapter 4. Now we've TP'd out, and now we're ready to steal the Brigand's garb. A bit of clothing for Therion to sneak into the hideout of the man who has been keeping the dragon eggs away from us. And so this steal is a mandatory steal. It is a 3% chance. And so get your popcorn out, because we're going to be here, to quote Enk, until the sun explodes. So we're ready. Yeah, they have a good amount of money to reset their reputation here, and the game, knowing that there's a mandatory steal, gives you a measly $1,000 or 1,000 leave cost for resetting your reputation at the tavern keep, so that you can keep trying to steal that garb. But anyways, in a bit more entertaining aspect, we have Looter, who's actually playing the game, going off into Hana's Chapter 2, going and fighting that big stick dog that we just saw a bit earlier.
Seems like we've got some counting going on in chat, and yep, kind of been counting along as well. The 3%, a great equalizer. Yeah, you heard the mercy point. Chat says was the mercy point. The mercy point is the sun exploding, so look forward to that.
Indeed. We have a few fun tidbits about this. So we currently have a world record for number of failed attempts at this 3%. It is held by Lost Core. It sits at 314 before finally getting the steal. So we'll see how close we come there. I know Looter mentioned earlier that her personal best is around 140, I believe. I actually don't know. I don't remember the exact number. Please forgive me. But yeah, so we'll see how their luck shapes up. I mean, skill. How their skill shapes up. The most skilled aspect of the game, right here, obviously, is how quickly you can steal the guard. But I guess if you're wondering, why would we do such a thing? Surely we can delay Therion's Chapter 4 long enough for this 3% steal to be a little bit better. You are wrong. I'm not sure on the level that you need to get it to an 8% steal, but I do know that in order to increase it to a reasonable number, 55%, you need to be level 45 with Therion. And with this game's EXP chart, it is not reasonable to do that unless you are going for EXP times 100 with Bewildering Grace.
Yeah, after doing 4 Chapter 4s, you wind up around level 30. It's just a nice kind of metric you can keep track of for these half-game type categories. Short of that, you'll be a little bit less than that. You might be in the high 20s for a little bit at the end, but still not close enough to be getting good odds on this.
You know, this is simply the only reasonable option. But, yeah, you know, it makes for a bit of enjoyment. We get to just sit here, attempt to steal, at the mercy of the game. If it just decides to give it to you, you'll get it. Otherwise, you'll be hanging out. And look at that!
Very
Managed
nice.
to get it. A bit over 40. I wasn't exactly keeping count. Thank you, Zazu, for keeping count in chat. 43 steals for a 3% is decently on odds.
I think there might have been a miscount. I'm not sure. I wasn't paying super close attention. Maybe the very first round of stealing, I think there was only 4 in those. So it might be one less steal than that, but nonetheless, yes.
Oh, that's true.
Around those numbers. I went and looked it
Yeah,
up
Looter-
as well. I believe it's level 29 that you have to get to get 8%. So we're not quite reaching that, even with all 4 chapters. Maybe after a 4th chapter we would have that.
But Looter getting it actually, I believe that was the 8th attempt. The 8th steal, so a great, as we call it, the great equalizer. Looter and Enk were about 1 chapter apart, and now they're neck and neck. just about a couple menus apart on how far they are into the stories. So Enk finishing up this equipment menu, Litter going ahead and getting everyone equipped up for Therion Chapter 4 fight against Darius.
Yep, we've got quite the close race. All of us up. Yeah, nicely done on the 8 there. 8, of course, being the lucky number for Octopath Traveler is why it happened then. If you missed it on 8, then it's definitely going all the way to 43.
This is true. This is a well-known fact. If you just like look at the code, you'll figure it out. But yeah, no. So it's a fun little aspect here is Therion getting the clothes that you steal. He's actually wearing them, and he's undercover. He gets to wear them on the overworld for a little bit. It's a little bit of some cool animations. If you actually do like make a save point and like exit out and load up from the main menu, Therion will still have it. Fortunately, he sheds it before you get into battle, so there's no unique battle animations. You can actually like, if you buffer glitch out of the town, you actually can keep the garb on and like look at it in some battles. But I think there's some animation jank with it.
Yep, yeah, you can carry it out of the town with buffer glitch. If you do some story transfers, you can keep it more permanently. You can even keep the other costumes. The ones you steal from the other ones that aren't the correct ones are slightly different colors as well. You can get a red or blue or black ones. It's kind of fun little detail there. And you can actually see it in battle. The only way to see it in battle, though, is if Therion is his base class of Thief. If he has any sub-jobs, then it doesn't show up.
Yeah, you can fit out your Therion to be whatever color you want him to be. Unfortunate encounter right before Darius. Gonna try to run away. Zemble can be able to break the encounter with Firestorm or Fireball. And then escape. Notable thing about Darius is on the first turn, he will always use an AoE attack that will steal our items. It is notably called Steal Item. But usually this can be pretty rough, especially in a shorter category like single stories, where your character just die if he does this. Thankfully, we're a bit more bulked up. But now we can tank it a little bit more consistently and go for some more consistent strats of breaking it.
You see the party surviving at 1 HP. That's to the passive skill Hang Tough. That costs around 1,630 total job points, and you have to get it pretty late into the run. This being our first Chapter 4, we have to kind of route in a lot of Chapter 3s and other stuff before this to get up to that point. But yeah, we've got it just in time for this sort of fight.
Mm-hmm. And using the knowledge that Darius always uses an AoE attack into a single target attack, we can bulk up Primrose to be a warrior and with the right amount of equipment to stay above critical health from the AoE attack, and then use cover to always tank a single target attack from Darius, with Hang Tough being able to survive. So now we're just
Darius always goes with a sweep after recovering from break, so we can very consistently keep healing, surviving that with Hang Tough, repeatedly breaking.
Yep. The access to Hang Tough allows these later fights to be a lot more consistent than what you might see in some of the single story fights. Being able to always know that you will survive a hit if you're just in green health eases the gear requirement a lot, because you don't have to maybe fully heal every time between breaks. You just have to hit a great bunch, which puts everyone in green health and allows you to live the any attack that comes out, as long as it's only one hit. If it's multi-hit, might be a bit of an issue.
Also seeing lion dances on Dahonet to really boost out that amputation damage. Amputation is really quite a strong move you can get with that Death Cleaver, and it's coming in full force at this point, hitting the damage cap on those swings with defense down and boosts on it.
Yeah, we're really taking advantage of these 50% boosts. I think we also just saw a Last Stand, which is a skill that does more damage the less HP you have, so using the ability of Hang Tough, both defensively and offensively there, doing it, being able to just do the damage cap, and finishing up Darius quite cleanly.
Very nice.
With Looter, I believe,
Nice.
to follow shortly. Yep.
Yeah, very close. So, yeah, I believe the amputation damage there hits around 9,000, but if it crits, can damage cap. Last stand just guarantees the damage cap if you time it out on the second break. Can't guarantee it on the first, because you might have the healing come before she can hit.
Yeah, since we know that we can kill on the last break, you don't have to heal, so you have a very consistent way of just sending that last stand. Yep, both of our runners heading into Primrose's Chapter 4. There's a couple of NPCs around the amphitheater selling soul stones. Now that we're a high enough level, these percentages are like reasonable to deal with. So we can go ahead and just grab those up for free. That doesn't help because in Primrose's Chapter 4, you have to deal with 2 separate Chapter 4 fights. One bit of an intro fight with Simeon, and he has a couple of puppets. And then the fight afterwards is just a solo fight against him. But yeah, it's a lot of health to chew through. The 2 puppets need quite a bit of damage to deal with them. I'm unfortunately getting surprised. Might be able to recover from this, but there's a lot of enemy actions before he can get anyone going. Yeah, multi-hits, breaking through Hang Tough.
Wondering if this is the rare curator. There's a rare encounter curator that only appears in this one dungeon. And if you're going for all weaknesses revealed completion mark, there's an achievement for that. It's one of those last ones that you have to kind of seek out. I don't think it's that one though. That seems more common.
The non-elemental curator.
Yeah, that must be
It's a little bit different. Oh, all right. A swing and a miss from Primrose trying to go for a level slash. Unfortunate. Actually, I do know what you're talking about. Because the non-elemental curator has a different beast lore capture. It lets you boost the entire party's elemental attack and elemental defense, and I believe it spawns in Cyrus's Chapter 4.
Yeah, there's a few of those that are just stronger versions of things by the end. But the Mark II curator, there's one of them that is a rare encounter in this dungeon, and it only shows up here. Anyhow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the light curator, Mark II, I believe. Seems to be.
Interesting.
Weird bit of trivia while we're seeing these encounters.
Yeah, we saw Looter fail some of the L-Stone steals. And thankfully managing to get through it without having the reputation running out. So he's moving on to the rest of the dungeon. He's going to grab up some of the last few chests that he's going to need for the next few fights. We don't have any fights left. We have this one, last couple of chapters in Honnet, and then the last couple of chapters in Cyber. So actually, I guess that's quite a few. That's 5. It's a decent amount. But
yeah, it should be 4 after this, 5 including this.
But
see Looter first into the... Or no, sorry, I'm missing up the cutscenes. Still got a few things
one
to
little
go.
cutscene before the screen. But she did do the menu that Enka's on a little bit before, so they might be completely synced up heading into Simeon. Nope, she's going to go ahead and get a little bit of a head start. Thanks to probably not getting surprised. I imagine that gave her a bit of an edge. Yep, we're going to go start with Simeon Simeon Part 1. In this fight, Simeon takes a bit of a laid-back approach, doesn't attack you too much, and instead leaves that to his elite puppets that he's hired for the job.
Fortunately, we're not in too much danger because of Hang Tough again. Even so, it seems like we're surviving pretty well as well. Alongside cover strats, a lot of single target damage, can survive these sorts of things pretty well in comparison to single stories.
Yeah, I know it. That male puppet is the cause of many problems. Yeah, the goal here is we're just going to go ahead and break all the enemies and then do a lot of big AoE attacks. It's also got one of my favorite tracks in the game, Determination, very fun one. Very nice emotional track for the emotional moment in Primrose's story. Yeah, so despite the fact that we have all this strong equipment, we're still going to be chucking L-stones at these ads, just they got a lot of health. And we need the damage on Simeon anyways, so might as well make the damage AoE, and might as well make it in the form of a stone. We do get a bit of damage with the Amputate here. That's going to help us avoid having to do extra damage for the second break. Where it's just Simeon, and Simeon alone in this phase of the fight doesn't really pose much of a threat at all. He's got but one action. When he recovers from his break, he doesn't even attack you. He just gives himself like a 2 shield buff or something. Like he's pretty much a wet noodle. We can do whatever we want.
Sitting back and enjoying the show.
He is truly sitting back and enjoying the show. Yeah. An important note for routing is that we want to be able to level up from this fight. So it's a bit of EXP routing, trying to make sure that people don't go into the start of Simeon 2 at low health. Looter being able to get everyone leveled up there means that Cyrus is going to be at full health rather than red health. And there's someone else who got hit. But yeah, being able to go into the site at full health is pretty important because Simeon can just like act first and start killing people. So I'm going to be careful there. But thankfully we got a couple actions before. So we'll get at least a few guaranteed actions in. Before he starts deciding that everyone needs to stop talking. There's a show going on. Yeah, with Hang Tough, it's a lot more consistent. The only unfortunate option could be potentially a double up into a character with Silence comes and in an attack. But of course, if we have cover on a character, then that becomes not an option that we need to worry about. Unless, of course, it's doubled onto that one character. So, it's like, what? 1 in 32 chance of that happening? But, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, specific targeting orders, 1 in 16. The direction order would be 1 in 32, although there's 4 characters it could happen to, so it'll be 1 in 8.
Right, but I believe Primrose has cover. So if any other character gets attacked there, then Primrose can cover them. So it lowers the odds quite dramatically of a failed turn 1. But yeah, if there is a potential failure, if there's a potential loss condition in turn 1, Simeon will find it. Had plenty of runs myself where he just decides, you know what, those first 2 turns, first actions of the turn, that's me. You're dying. But yeah. Looks like things are going pretty nicely for both of our runners. The Simeon, when he recovers from a break, is just going to change up his weaknesses and then silence everyone. Doesn't do any damage, but it does make them so they can't use any of their skills. But thankfully, we don't need skills to hack at him with swords. So being able to break, and then just go ahead and chuck as much damage as we can. Some vets, some amputates. And that's Simeon 2.
Yep. Use a lot of herbs of clamor throughout those fights to make sure we can set up final turns, but pick those up along the way. Little subtle points early on back in Cyrus 1, we can pick those up at the store.
There's a good amount of item stores around where you can just whatever is convenient, just go ahead and buy 10 herbs of clamor. It's really convenient because when you're buying items in a shop, if you just press the right button on either your keyboard or your D-pad or whatever you're using, it just increases the number by 10. So rather than buying the specific number 5 or 6 or however many you want for backup strats, you can just buy 10.
Doesn't really cost you any time, doesn't really cost you any money. But Enk following up as well. Another clean fight.
And that's Primer's story also concluded. Leaving just Cyrus Chapter 3 and 4 and Honnet Chapter 3 and 4. And if we know Cyrus 3, we might know that the boss Yvonne can be rather difficult. Yes, we have hanged up. Even so, Yvonne's still scary. Stays scary in most categories that have to fight Yvonne. Never know when you'll get hit too bad on this, but we do have two different scholars. We have a merchant. The levels can help with turn order a little bit on speeds. Still, if we get too many tornadoes or strange things to happen, it can still go a bit awry.
Yeah, usually you just kind of hope that the ads either play nicely or don't be too mean. They don't get too many actions before they start dying to soul stones, but in those that first turn, they can definitely soften you up, and Yvonne hits quite hard. So
Yep.
it's
This
a
is
bit.
where sort of the Hale and Hardy, as well as all those HP accessories, are starting to come in. Not only do we have to need to survive just from full HP, surviving at 1 HP with Hanged Up, we want to be able to survive at least one Tornadoes hit to not be in our red HP so that we can trigger Hanged Up after that as well.
A lot of precise HP management in terms of routing the characters out at this point, making sure that we hit those HP thresholds that you were mentioning. Pretty important for not being really mad when you're doing this fight. But of course, there's only a certain amount of certainty before you just go, all right, that's good enough. Let's run it. Looter getting an encounter before the Yvonne fight, but unfortunate. Doesn't look like she's in danger of dying unless the ads decide to explode. Well, I just had to say something, didn't I?
Yep, it's definitely a breakable encounter with a few different options. Have to know them. Aerostorm works pretty well. Dagger works on nearly all of these researchers. Hired help mercs can help as well. Not that we have Aerostorm, but nonetheless, there's some options.
Managing to get through the fight at least, healing up before the fight, but that encounter is allowing Enk to go ahead and take the lead, heading into Yvonne fight, first and foremost. But thankfully not going to have to deal with the ads at all, breaking them before they can even act. Looter also having a similar turn order, not having to deal with potential tornado shenanigans.
Yeah,
So
both
it
Cyrus
looks-
and Therion are very fast. Therion with a Viper Dagger, Cyrus with a Knowledge Staff. Each of those boosts speed. We can get them early, and they're the two scholars that can Lightning Blast and break those ads.
Sometimes speed does do things. And then sometimes I'm sitting on Simeon 1 over and over again as Tressa goes first for some reason, and Therion is nowhere to be found. But, yeah, going ahead. Collect for a little more money, as we're going to need a bit more vets to do some more damage. Although it seems like Yvonne went a little differently for Looter. Might have to deal with these ads staying alive for their break recovery turns. Unfortunately, picking up on Therion's low health. Oh, and their multi-hit attack is doing a lot of damage. It might just be a
At low
reset.
HP, they get rather nasty. Seems like we're attempting a reset, yeah. This fight is a bit impressive in its low use of vets. It's got one vet's use. Might be possible to have done that with a vet's 3 to kill the ads instead of soul stones. A little out of sequence, but could have been an out there. Might just require using an extra soul stone or hoping for some other roundabout damage.
And Looter might be missing a soul stone necessary for the fight. Usually they'll use a medium light L stone to break Yvonne, and but Yvonne wasn't broken. Might have been a rep issue. Interesting. But Enk making it through the fight with no issues.
able to go on to the last chapter for Cyrus, up in Duskbarrow, the top left corner of the map. He's investigating some ancient ruins. He plays Bop It with a door. And then is gonna go ahead and find... Cyrus just has to deal with all these like monstrosities. Like we got people practicing blood magic, Yvonne becoming like hulking out, and then we'll have Lucia, who will be even more interesting of a fight, both mechanically and by design. It's a very, very interesting one.
Yeah, a wonderfully unique fight. While the Chapter 4 bosses do have some kind of interesting unique gimmicks, some look a bit more similar than others, but Lucia definitely has the uniqueness very on display with the 30 shield points that we have to break through.
Yeah, Lucia having the bold strategy of being one of the only Chapter 4 fights to have above 10 shields at the start. I'm trying to think if there's another one.
No, there isn't any above that. I think 8 is the highest starting ones of anyone else.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 8 with Red Eye, but other than that, yeah, no, Lucia bumping the number up to 30, just sort of flex how different she's built.
Yeah, I mean, even shield counts aside, most of them, aside from starting shield count, don't even get up to 10. There is Lord of the Forest who can boost their shield arbitrarily large with a strange consume move that they do, but otherwise, yeah,
you hardly ever see that.
Any of this. No, certainly not in these runs. I believe it might even be their boost move. I've forgotten though. Probably just low HP or something.
Something, yeah. Looks like Looter got solid turn order again for Yvonne, and with the right resources is going to be able to clean this fight up pretty quickly. Enk is doing a menu to get Hale and Hardy on a few more characters, it looks like, as this is a fight that you definitely need it on. A lot of bosses we can avoid needing like a ton of health. We can just break them really quickly. Unfortunately, as the aforementioned 30 shield, it's going to be a bit more difficult to do that. We have a few access to a few options that can help us out, like Hanek's Rain of Arrows. Prim should have 1,000 Spears. And a couple of their multi-hit moves, like Therion's HP Thief hits multiple times. But yeah, Lucia having all these weaknesses and only being weak to physical attacks, at least during this first break, definitely makes her an interesting puzzle to solve in terms of a fight.
Yep, but the turn-by-turn actions that Lucia takes is scripted. We know exactly that there's going to be certain turns where she sweeps versus attacks, pulverize, a bunch of different types of moves that can come up. And so predicting all of those, knowing when to heal, when to dodge or do different things, in this it's mostly just heal, but we can work around that, and it turns out to be a rather scripted fight.
Yep, and cover on Primrose helping out a lot here. Making sure that those single target attacks that come after the sweeps aren't too dangerous. Dangerous at all, really. Yeah, Rain of Arrows being real nice, having a minimum of 3 times that it hits the enemy, though it can hit a bit higher, just a bit random on what it will do. But it's pretty rare to see it hit more than like 4 or 5 times. So you can sort of like play around that range, but you do have to adapt to how many times Hana decides to hit Rain of Arrows. Sometimes she just hits the minimum every time. But I believe you need like 1 extra hit on either 1,000 Spears or Rain of Arrows, but you click that button a lot. So, kind of bound to happen.
Yep, usually this fight goes that you leg hold turn 1 with the Hunter, and then they just spam Rain of Arrows. You have a Warrior who's inciting, but every once in a while we'll also throw in 1,000 Spears. Very often you've got Therion as Thief hitting with some HP Thieves, and then one other person to heal as much as might be needed. We also have to make sure we have a lot of boost points going into the final break, which makes this a bit more unique in comparison to other fights where some of them can use a bunch of boost points right at the end to break. Want a lot of damage on each of these characters.
Yeah, when every character is contributing to damage, you need to make sure that the buffs, debuffs, and boost points are being spread the right amount. We have a physical attack buff on Therion to help HP Thief do more damage. Hunnet not needing as many buffs thanks to Last Stand's HP remaining multiplier, helping that damage out a ton. HP Thief as well has a bit of a lower damage threshold, or so it has a lower base damage, so having the buff helps out contribute, since there is a limit to damage. But yeah, there's Lucia done.
Very nice.
Yep. But since we started with Cyrus, we're not going to be finishing up this chapter right now. Seeing as Cyrus, since we started with Cyrus, finishing this chapter will result in a 8-minute long cutscene, and that will lose a lot of time. So we're going to be doing a few of the scrutinizes around the ruins, as Cyrus is mainly here not to kill anybody, but to just find and spread information. So he's being engrossed in all of his books.
I do enjoy that Cyrus's story ends with a bunch of scrutinizes. Quite unique in that. The only other character who does something after the boss is Tressa, who walks across stage. But yes, Cyrus does a little bit others. It solidifies that his story is all about pursuing this knowledge, and all of that. His curiosity in the ruins is important to his story itself.
Luder going ahead and starting up the Lucia fight. It seems like she had some bad encounter RNG in the ruins of Eld, so was unable to get on this sooner. But going in and going through a similar thing that Enk was going through, and to deal with getting the debuffs, doing the leg hold trap, getting the heals on the right time, getting the insights up, and sort of trucking through all these 30 shields.
And as sometimes has been mentioned in these fights for Lucia, we're having to count off how many shields have been hit, making sure we've hit certain thresholds at different turn counts, looking for one extra hit among a bunch of turns in this version of the fight. It seems like we're still not having that quite yet. These runners are carefully counting through things.
Yeah, as much as the fight is scripted, it is important to be paying attention to these little details to make sure that in case something goes dramatically wrong, like say if you're missing all those extra hits, you're gonna have to adapt on that last turn before the break. But assuming we don't have a statistical outlier of a fight, we should be good to just continue following the script and making sure that everything goes according to plan. And having to deal with the encounter on the way to Hana's Chapter 3 dungeon. This one can be a bit annoying, as these enemies are pretty high level, but sometimes they just like to flex in front of you instead of actually doing anything. They are, but hitting the enemies is sometimes an issue. That's a good hired help moment. Able to escape from this, and then unfortunately a few steps away from the cutscene, but we'll have to see how Encounter Luck treats him in the actual grotto.
We see some purple chest Therian value still coming into play all throughout these chapters. We also picked up a 50k chests in Cyrus 4, got some 20k there, another 50k in Honnet 4.
This guy's really, if we accumulate Therion's net worth, he's really going crazy here.
He has the 30k in Dusk Barrow. He's got a huge amount of money on those purple chests. All the money purple chests are in these rogue chapters or alongside them. Leader getting the break, plenty good on the shield counts, and finishing up the fight. Lucia fight's really impressive on the Rogue's perspective. Only having one merchant makes this rather challenging to get all those damage. Really maxing out all those BP going into the final break is important.
Yeah, you don't want to have to deal with breaking all of her shields again. For subsequent breaks, she has a lot less shields. I believe it's like 10 to 20, something in the 10 to 20 range.
15
but she changes
shields
her...
and... Yeah, it's
How many was
15
it?
and only elemental weaknesses, but then hit
Yeah,
you
that's-
with an AoE elemental spell, which is a lot harder to get around. Well, I guess Hanging Tough makes it fine, but in some other circumstances, definitely deadly.
Yeah, definitely a lot harder, as you have Rain of Arrows, Thousand Spears. Those hit at least 3 times, sometimes more. But if it's just elements, then all of a sudden you're dealing with just your 2 scholars that can only hit 2 times a turn, and maybe using hired help clerics, but like that doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, usually the backup, if it does come to it, is that you fell short on damage and you have some setup such that one character survives and they can throw an L-Stone or something to pick up some extra damage. Or I guess the dragon fight, it's also pretty scripted and consistent in basically all versions of it, not just in Rogues, so...
Yeah, bosses that let you do anything on turn 1. Pretty easy to deal with in a speedrunning sense, where we know that's going to happen and we know we need to kill the boss. So, pretty easy to just set up on turn 1, break on turn 2, kill on turn 3. Now, wouldn't it be crazy if you could do that in like every boss fight? If you just had like an extra turn where the boss like didn't act, like that would be insane. You would just like be able to do anything you want.
Yeah, or even if not that, then the ability to predict turn order on turn 1 would be pretty neat as well. But unfortunately, we don't have that.
Looter unfortunately getting panic slashed. But nice turn order on, then following turn is going to let her clean up the fight without too much issue. As Enk is ready to deal with the last chapter 4 boss fight, selling all the unnecessary equipment and other items for a bit more vets damage. A bit more vets money. Money damage money.
Yep, unfortunately, those axes, while they can hit for a bit of damage, we'd rather have the money. It gets us over thresholds to do 1 more vets, and that's like 4 axe hits with same amount of boost points. We definitely prefer that by the end, but it was saving us money along the way.
For sure. Yeah, getting on the way to those final bosses, being able to not have to spend as many soul stones, spend as much money on vets, really beneficial, because now we can splurge all of that for the fights that are a lot harder.
And of course, just one more fight is where we're spending it all at, so we're going to commit everything into it. Unequipped everyone, we're just going to be relying on Hang Tough to survive, among other reasons and strats. We kept around a Conscious Stone, that'll be important. This boss can inflict unconsciousness with its Unbreak attack. And we'll see a few other things that keep us alive in the fight. Here's that 50k chest that's been mentioned a few times. Again, real nice amounts of money towards the end here.
I'll take a vets and a half. A bit more. But, yeah, putting us above a threshold to get more damage out of our veterans. But... yeah. So, yeah, Enk, well, he unfortunately fell behind from the 3% steel RNG. Was able to make up a lot of time with just overall clean execution on a lot of fights. Not too bad of RNG in those fights. And, yeah, just going with it.
A little bit of correction to what I was saying before. I guess we didn't quite unequip everything. Mostly the other armors on Cyrus and Therian, but we actually kept that axe. That axe is just too good. So we'll see a little bit of amputation damage. Mix that up in the notes there.
Nice to be able to skip on some soul stones, I imagine. But here is Red Eye. Red Eye has the unique
Oh, it's 5 shields, huh? Red Eye has a unique ability that every turn it changes a different. It changes its shield or weakness setup. It's always weak to light, I believe, but it changes it every time. So every turn, so you kind of have to remember 3 separate weakness patterns and remember which turns they're on. As you don't always get
weak to bow, sometimes weak to spears, daggers on turn 1, fire on some turns. It's a lot to do, but it's all quite scripted, so works out nicely. It's on a 3-turn cycle as well, so if you kind of have 1 turn to first break, kill, do damage while broken, and then recover after the break, it kind of stays on that same cycle in certain ways.
Yeah, you can plan around like maybe using spears to break because it might always be weak to spears on the turn you want to break. As long as you keep that 3-turn cycle up. But yeah, we have Hannet spreading rehabilitation to help deal with the potential the potential unconsciousness. Primrose has the conscious stone to keep herself safe from it perpetually. And Cyrus is just going to thug it out. That's my goat. So yeah, as you can see, the plan is typically to shave the shields on the turn of recovery and then break the following turn with Primrose thanks to the spear attack. A 1,000 spear attack hitting 3 times, or we can just do it normally. That's probably a little bit faster.
Yeah, but with all that prep, we have plenty of time after the unbreak action. We don't have to like recover with certain other strategies on Red Eye, so we can retain things. Also, if we were doing certain strats where characters actually die, we'd be losing it on BP. And as always with this, with our 1 vets, or 1 merchant rather, we'll be a little bit constrained. We want to have some BP going around.
Yeah, our only damage dealers in this fight, as opposed to being the whole party, is just Cyrus and Hannet. Therion and Primrose are just kind of playing the supportive roles.
That should be lethal.
And
Very
that's
nicely
that.
done.
And with the final boss fight finished up, Enk will go ahead and finish up with Cyrus' Chapter 4, fighting that last little bit of hidden knowledge. We've kept it away from him. We kept him away from the ruins. We said, no. You must help us against Red Eye. Then you can go to the ruins and study them.
I absolutely love that. You go up and scrutinize the mural. It says Death, Doom, Destruction repeated some 50 times. And then Cyrus remarks, fascinating.
How interesting.
Just completely unperturbed.
Oh, we love Cyrus. But yep, just
Those
a couple of cutscenes here.
Yep, we've got to do another little questionnaire quiz, and that'll be time.
Yep, so
Nicely
about a
done.
153. GG's to Enk. Just in time, Looter finishing up through the Grimsand ruins, about to go start Red Eye herself. Yeah, it's quite a. This is like a pretty large Chapter 4 area. We've had a lot of them, like Primrose's Chapter 4 area is very big. This has multiple rooms in them where you have to navigate around, not only finding where you need to go, but also all of the items along the way that might help you, like, 50k leaves, and other options. But actually, I do believe that the step counter is reset in Grimsand Ruins, correct? Between the screen transitions?
Yeah, for those, because it's going to basically a different encounter table, one of them's a danger level 45, one's danger level 46. It does reset the steps as you go between them. But yeah, the lower floor and upper floor, if you do those screen transitions, it does reset steps. Things like Manors and Manses, where they have multiple screens but the same danger level, those don't reset steps.
Right. Well, heading into Red Eye. Things should be looking good for Looter. We'll see what he does.
It's also noteworthy that Red Eye is the highest HP boss of the chapter bosses in general. Of course, among chapter 4s, but highest among those means highest chapter boss in general. And so it takes a whole full amount of damage to get through. But we manage it with the 4 vets and amputations. Well, not just that, some soul stones as well.
Yeah, I need to pull out a lot of different damage. Wherever we can find damage to help deal with Red Eye as effectively as possible. So quite a difficult fight. In general, scary unconsciousness status that it can deal with, that it can inflict on you, and then obviously all that health is going to be difficult to get through. So once again, we have unconsciousness immunity on 3 of our 4 party members, and Cyrus thugs it out. I believe it should be pretty scripted from here.
Should be pretty as well settled in general for these. Just a few more actions.
Yep. Goes just a bit of damage.
Between Hornet's turns, we need a pomegranate to its Soltharian defend there to guarantee it. Sometimes you can get away with not needing to defend, or do it on the prior turn, so you can just get it with one less character turn. But overall, not much differences there.
And there's the final amputation. That's Red Eye slain. Very well done.
GG's.
A few more cutscenes that we got to go through, but for all intents and purposes, the run is pretty much over.
There's sometimes a rare chance you get an encounter on the way to the mural. In particular, if you go the far side of the debris, then that's enough steps to very rarely get you an encounter on this walk. But if you go the inside path, it's, I think, nearly 0, if not 0, chance of getting an encounter. But you never know.
It's true. The small little things here and there. But no, we're able to reach the mural. Cyrus is able to see the most intriguing thing that he can.
Death, Doom, Destruction.
Death, Doom, and Destruction.
And that'll be time.
That's time. GG's to the runners.
GG's. Absolutely great showing. Nice to have 2 different half game categories in this event. Both of them are pretty popular categories for these. I'm slightly preferential towards these Rogues ones. It just plays nicely with all the different types of chapters and bosses and sequencing things together. But yeah, they're both excellent demonstrations of all the different types of things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see all the different kinds of runs you can get. The short single stories, the long Galdera runs, and the half game categories in between. It really shows what this game has to offer, and it's really cool that we're able to show it all off.
Yeah, it's kind of the identity of Octopath. There's so many different little categories that you can do, little options on things, even within those, a huge world to explore and route and creatively problem solve your way through. And it's all culminated over these 8 years into these nice community efforts to make some solid routes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. After this, we're going to be showing off a longer run in the Octopath 2 game, all extra battles.
So I hope you will stick around for Chewy to show that off with Bramhall and Zazu on commentary. So don't go anywhere.